Hey there, my exhausted potatoes. I'm really glad you're here tonight. Now let the day settle for a moment and give yourself permission to slow down. This is, as always, a carefully researched and thoughtfully written sleep story, shaped from real historical life and designed to be calm, steady, and easy to follow so you can maybe learn a little something. Tonight we're stepping into what daily life was like for the lower class in ancient Greece, focusing on the work, routines, and quiet, ordinary moments that made up most people's days. If this kind of calm, grounded history helps you relax, feel free to follow, leave a like, and tell me where you're listening from and what time it is for you. Now let your head rest comfortably into the pillow, dim your lights, and gently ease into the story. The smell reaches you before anything else. Barley porridge, warming slowly in a clay pot, and underneath that the older smell of the house itself, of packed earth and wool, and the particular darkness of a room that has held a family for a long time. Somewhere outside, a rooster is complaining about the hour, and the city of Athens is just beginning to make its first sounds of the morning. You were placed into this life the way a seed is placed into soil, not by your own hand, and the soil you landed in was ordinary, which is to say it was the soil that most people in the ancient world landed in. Not noble, not destitute, just the vast, uncelebrated middle of human existence, where the work was constant and the rewards were modest, and the life, taken as a whole, was not without its satisfactions. The house you were born into is small. That is the first fact of your existence, the one that shapes everything else. It is a single structure of mud brick, plastered over on the outside with a pale clay wash that has been slowly returning to dust for as long as anyone in your family can remember. The walls are thick, which is the one luxury they offer, keeping the worst of the summer heat outside and holding whatever warmth the brazier produces on cold winter nights. The floor is beaten earth, packed so hard and for so long that it has the quality of stone underfoot, smooth and faintly cool even in August. There is one main room. This is where your family sleeps, cooks, eats, works, argues, and spends the long evenings. There may be a small courtyard attached, open to the sky, where a little light falls in the middle of the day and where your mother keeps a few clay pots of herbs and, in good years, a small fig tree in a large cracked amphora that has outlasted 2 generations. If your family is slightly better off than its neighbours, there is a second room, a storage room, where the grain jars sit and where the smell of dried things, of lentils and figs, and the sharp, dusty scent of stored barley is constant and faintly comforting the way childhood smells always are. The roof is a lattice of wooden beams covered with terracotta tiles, and when it rains, which in Attica it does mostly in winter and not nearly enough, the sound on those tiles is a particular sound that you will carry in your memory for the rest of your life. Not the sound of rain on stone, which is harder, not the sound of rain on leaves, which is softer, something in between, a sound that says the cistern is filling and the fields are drinking, and for now at least, the worry about water can rest. You arrived in this house in the way all people arrive everywhere, with no knowledge of where you were and no ability to ask. What you would have known, in the wordless way that newborns know things, was warmth or cold, hunger or fullness, held or not held. Your mother held you. That much is certain, because across all the distance of 2,500 years and all the silences of a culture that did not write down the lives of people like your family, that much remains constant. Mothers held their children. The ancient world was not sentimental about infancy in the way that later centuries would become. Hesiod, writing several centuries before your birth in a poem called Works and Days that reads less like poetry and more like a very tired farmer giving very good advice, describes the life of mortals as one of labour and difficulty from the beginning, not as punishment, but as the plain condition of being human. There is something almost comforting in that framing once you sit with it. The difficulty is not a mistake. It is not something that has gone wrong. It is simply what a life is made of, and you work within it the same way you work within the season, without expecting the season to apologise for being what it is. Your family knew, in a practical rather than philosophical way, that early life was fragile. Infant mortality in ancient Athens and across the Greek world was significant enough that the first week of a child's life was treated with a kind of careful restraint. The naming ceremony, the amphidromia, didn't happen until the child had survived that first week, which tells you something about the emotional arithmetic of the time. You love the child while also knowing that love might need to be survived. You named the child when it seemed reasonable to believe the child would be there to grow into the name. The rooster outside continued to complain. The barley porridge continued to cook before dawn. You had survived the first week, and now you had a name to grow into. The house you grew up in had a smell that was entirely its own, and that you would not have been able to describe to anyone because it was simply the smell of home, which is to say it was invisible to you in the way that the air is invisible. It was only later, leaving the house for the first time and coming back hours later, that you would catch it briefly as something distinct. Smoke from the hearth, which was not a fireplace in any grand sense but a low clay structure in the centre of the main room with a hole in the roof above it, that was supposed to let the smoke out and did mostly. The oily warmth of wool, the faint sweetness of dried figs in the storage room, the particular mineral smell of clay pots that have been filled and emptied and filled again many times. The objects in that house were not decorative. Every object served a purpose, and if it stopped serving a purpose, it was either repaired or repurposed. The large storage jars, the ones your family called pithoi, were the most important objects in the house, more important than any piece of furniture, because they held what the household needed to survive the months between harvests. Grain went into the biggest ones, olive oil into others, sealed at the top, dried legumes, chickpeas and lentils, and dried fava beans into the smaller ones. You knew from a very young age what was in each jar and roughly how full it was, because in a household without surplus that knowledge mattered. The furniture was minimal by any standard you would recognise from the world you live in now. A few low wooden stools, sleeping pallets that were rolled or stacked against the wall during the day and spread out at night, filled with wool or dried grass. A wooden chest that held the household's cloth, the tunics and cloaks that your mother wove on the upright loom that stood against one wall and was never, in your memory, ever entirely finished. The loom was always in some stage of production. Cloth in ancient Athens was not cheap to buy and not quick to make, and a family like yours made most of what it wore. There was no table in the way you might imagine one. Food was eaten from bowls, sitting on stools or on the floor in a way that would look informal to later eyes, but which carried its own unspoken rituals. Who ate first, how much, what was saved and what was shared. The archaeology of small daily decisions that no one thought to write down. The neighbourhood around your house was not quiet. Athens in the classical period was a city of somewhere between 100,000 and 300,000 people, depending on which historian you consult and which period they are describing, and the residential districts where ordinary families lived were dense, built close together along lanes that were narrow enough for two people to pass each other, only if one of them turned sideways. The houses shared walls. You knew your neighbours not because you chose to, but because you had no option. Their arguments came through the mud brick as clearly as if they were in the room. Their cooking smells arrived before your own meals did. This proximity was not only an inconvenience, it was also how information moved. Who had work available, who had grain to sell, which merchant at the Agora had been shortchanging customers, which family had new trouble. The street outside your door was a slow, constant river of this kind of information, and learning to read it was one of the earlier skills a child in your neighbourhood acquired. The sounds of the city started before light. The bakers, who worked through the night to have bread ready by morning, were the first. Then the coppersmiths, whose workshops were concentrated in certain districts, and whose hammering began early and continued long. The sound of a city waking up in the ancient world was not an alarm or a signal. It was a gradual accumulation of individual sounds that added together into something that meant the day had begun, and there was no point trying to stop it. You did not know, in those early years, that your life was a particular kind of life rather than just life in general. Children do not arrive with comparisons already made. The philosopher Aristotle, who had a great deal to say about the proper ordering of households and of society, spent considerably more of his time writing about the households of citizens with property than about households like yours, which is itself a kind of evidence about what the ancient world considered worth recording. The life of the ordinary working family in Athens was not the life that ended up in the written record, not because it was invisible to the people living it, but because the people with the tools and the time and the education to write things down were mostly not the people who spent their mornings at the communal well, or their afternoons repairing sandals or carrying amphorae of olive oil from the press to the market. What you had instead of a written record was a passed-down one, knowledge that moved from person to person, hand to hand, season to season, how to read the sky for weather, how to know when grain was dry enough to store without rotting, how to stretch the contents of a storage jar across more weeks than it was supposed to cover, how to keep a household running on the edge of enough without tipping over into not enough. This was the education that waited for you. Not a schoolroom, not a scroll, not a teacher who had studied in the manner of the wealthy. The education of the ordinary ancient Greek child was the education of paying attention to the people around you and learning to do what they did before anyone had to ask you twice. That education was about to begin, and the barley porridge, which had been warming since before the city woke up, was finally ready. The first thing you notice is the legs. Everyone at the Agora has legs, obviously. But when you're small enough that the average adult's belt buckle is roughly at your eye level, legs are what the world is mostly made of. Bare legs, sandaled feet, the hem of a wool tunic swinging past, the thick calves of a man carrying an amphora on his shoulder, the quick steps of a woman moving through the crowd with a basket pressed against her hip, not browsing, going somewhere specific, because women with somewhere specific to go move differently than everyone else. You are holding your father's hand, or rather, he is holding yours, which is a different thing, because you're not holding on so much as being held, pulled gently forward through the press of bodies and noise and smell that is the Agora on a busy morning in Athens. The smell is the second thing. Fish is the loudest of the smells, sharp and insistent, coming from the section of the market where the fishmongers have their slabs of stone and their morning catch laid out in rows. Behind that, the smoke from a brazier where someone is selling hot food, something with onions in it, something that makes your stomach speak up regardless of whether you're hungry. Further in, the mineral smell of fresh-cut stone from a mason's stall, the green bite of herbs piled in bundles, the warm dusty scent of grain being poured from one container into another somewhere nearby. The Agora does not smell like one thing. It smells like everything at once, and when you're small, standing in the middle of it, the effect is not unpleasant so much as genuinely overwhelming. Like being submerged in something that has too many temperatures. The noise is constant and layered, vendors calling out, not to you, not to anyone in particular, just into the air, the ancient equivalent of a sign that moves and makes sound. Two men near a pottery stall arguing about a price with the particular energy of people who are enjoying the argument as much as they care about its outcome. A donkey somewhere expressing its feelings about its current situation. The clatter of bronze weights on a merchant scale. Children who are not you, older children, moving through the crowd with a confidence you have not yet earned, running errands with the practiced efficiency of people who have done this enough times that the crowd no longer feels large. Your father stops. He is looking at something, a stall with amphorae stacked in careful rows, and he is doing the thing adults do at markets. The slow assessment, the calculation behind the eyes, that you cannot yet read but are already learning to watch for. He picks up a small jar, turns it, sets it down. He picks up another. The merchant, a man with a beard going grey at the edges and the unhurried manner of someone who has been doing this for 30 years, says something. Your father says something back. You do not follow all of it yet. You follow the tone, which is careful and neutral on both sides, two people who each want the other to believe they are less interested than they are. You are watching your first economics lesson without knowing it has a name. Nobody in a family like yours sits down and decides to educate a child. The education simply happens the way weather happens around you and to you, because you are present in a life that requires knowledge to navigate, and the knowledge is everywhere if you are paying attention. Hesiod, whose works and days reads in places like a letter from a father to a son, about the non-negotiable realities of agricultural existence, understood this without needing to name it. The farmer's child learns farming by being a farmer's child. The craftsman's child learns the craft by being underfoot in the workshop long before anyone hands them a tool. What this meant in practice was that your education had no beginning and no end. It did not start at a particular age or finish with any ceremony. It was the slow accumulation of things you had watched enough times that you could eventually do them yourself, and then the slow refinement of doing them badly into doing them adequately, and the very gradual and never quite complete process of doing them well. Before you were old enough to be useful, you were old enough to watch. You watched your mother's hands at the quernstone, the way she leaned into the grinding with her whole upper body, rather than just her arms, because her arms alone would have given out by mid-morning. You watched your father assess the condition of the soil by crouching down and pressing 2 fingers into it, not deeply, just at the surface, and reading something from the resistance and the colour and the smell that you could not yet decode but filed away anyway. You watched the way your neighbour carried heavy amphorae, not gripped in the hands but balanced against the hip and shoulder, the body doing the work instead of the arms, because the arms were not the strongest part of a person, and anyone who had carried things long enough had figured that out. The agora taught you things that no one in your family could have taught you at home, because the agora was where the wider world was compressed into one loud and smelly place. You learned early that not all merchants were equally honest, not because anyone sat you down and explained the concept of commercial dishonesty, but because you watched it happen. A scale that sat slightly wrong, a thumb resting with suspicious lightness against the edge of the weighing pan. The faint hesitation before a price was named, the kind of hesitation that meant the first price was not the real price. Aristophanes, whose comedies were performed for audiences that included people very much like your family, built entire scenes around this kind of marketplace cunning, because it was funny precisely because it was familiar. The audience laughed because they recognised it. You learned it because you were there. The agora in classical Athens was not only a marketplace. It was the civic centre of the city, the place where political announcements were made and legal notices posted, and where the general business of being a city happened in public view. For a child from a working household, though, most of that civic architecture was background. What mattered was the commercial layer, the part of the agora that intersected directly with the daily survival of your family. The market was organised in loose sections, not by any formal regulation, but by the kind of organic sorting that happens when vendors congregate over years, and the customers learn where to go for what. Fish in one area, meat in another, vegetables and herbs clustered together, bread and grain toward one edge, pottery and household goods along a colonnade. You learned the layout the way you learn the layout of any familiar place, not by being taught it, but by moving through it enough times that your feet knew where to go before your mind caught up. The vendors you saw most often were not wealthy people. The fishmonger who called out in a voice roughened by years of outdoor work. The old woman selling dried herbs and medicinal plants from a cloth spread on the ground, sitting on a low stool with the patience of someone whose business model relied entirely on outlasting the morning. The bread seller whose loaves were stacked in a shallow basket, and who always seemed to know exactly how many she had sold without counting. These were people of the same broad stratum as your family, people who were managing rather than prospering, who were at the agora because they had to be, and not because it was where they preferred to spend their time. You absorbed this without commentary. The market was not a spectacle to you. It was infrastructure. It was where the household's stored goods met the outside world, where surplus became coin, and coin became the things the household could not produce itself: salt, certain tools, the fish that your family could not catch because you did not live near the sea and could not afford to send anyone there, the occasional small luxury, a handful of dried figs from somewhere south of Attica, bought because your mother had decided that the week warranted it, and because the decision was hers to make. The first time you were sent to the agora alone, you were probably somewhere between 8 and 10 years old, though the exact age mattered less than the readiness, and the readiness was not announced. It arrived the way most things arrived in your childhood, without ceremony, as a simple expectation. Your mother handed you a small coin and named what she needed and sent you out the door, and the fact that she did not come with you meant she had decided you were capable, which was its own kind of recognition, quiet and practical and more meaningful than praise. The coin was an obol, the smallest common denomination in Athenian currency, worth roughly a sixth of a drachma, which was itself roughly what an unskilled labourer might earn for a full day's work. It was not a large sum. It was enough for what your mother needed, and the margin for error was approximately nothing. which meant you had better not lose it, not be cheated out of it, not make the wrong purchase, and not take long enough that the good portions were gone by the time you got there. You went, found what you were sent for, made the transaction with the careful suspicion your mother had not needed to teach you, and came back with what she asked for and the change accounted for. A crowd that did not adjust itself for you, to conduct a transaction with an adult who had no particular obligation to treat you fairly, to make change in your head, and verify it with a suspicion that you had been practicing since the first time you watched your father at that amphora stall. It required you to hold the coin the entire way without losing it, which meant it was in your fist the whole walk there, leaving a small circular impression in your palm that had faded by the time you got home. Your mother took what you brought her, checked it, and went back to whatever she'd been doing. This was approval. The work got heavier as you got older, in the most literal sense. There is a particular moment in the physical life of a working child when the loads that the adults around you carry daily are transferred to you, not all at once but incrementally, each new task slightly beyond what you did last season, calibrated to what your body can now do by people who know your body better than you do yourself. The first time you carried something genuinely too heavy for you, you carried it anyway. This is not a piece of wisdom or a lesson that anyone in your family would have felt the need to articulate. It was simply the condition. The thing needed to be carried. You were the one available to carry it. The weight was not interested in your age or your preference, and the ground between where the thing was and where it needed to be did not shorten itself on your behalf. What happened in your body during that carry was the beginning of something. Not strength, exactly, not yet. More like the knowledge that your body could be asked to do more than it thought it could, and that the asking, though unpleasant, did not break anything. This knowledge, once acquired, does not leave. It settles into the muscles and the posture, and the particular way a person from a working background moves through the world. Hesiod wrote about the body of a labouring man with the matter-of-fact respect of someone who lived in one. The ideal farmer in Works and Days is not graceful or refined. He is capable. His value is in what he can sustain across a long season, in what he can do when the work arrives, whether he is ready for it or not. You are learning, in the small daily accumulations of effort and repetition, what it meant to be that kind of person. Not a person who accomplished great things once. A person who did necessary things, over and over, without requiring the necessity to first justify itself. The agora was still there every morning. The fish still smelled the same way. The scale still needed watching. And every time you went, you were a little less lost in the crowd than you had been the time before, a little less held and a little more holding your own. The pithos in the corner of the storage room is not empty. You check it every few days now, not because checking it changes anything, but because not knowing feels worse than knowing. You press your hand down into the grain, feel the cool, dry resistance of it against your palm, and make the same rough calculation you've been making since the solstice. How much is left? How many weeks remain before the spring barley comes in? Whether those two numbers are going to agree with each other. It is February. In Attica, the February sky is low and grey, and the fields are still bare from the winter ploughing. The soil turned and waiting, doing the invisible work that soil does before anything is visible above ground. The olive harvest is finished. The grain stores from last autumn are past their halfway point. There are months between where you are and the next time this jar will be full, and the distance between those 2 points is not only time, it is a calculation your entire household is running constantly, in the background of every meal, every portion, every decision about whether today is a day for a little more or a day for a little less. The central fact of food in the ancient world was not what you ate, but how you managed what you had. The grain in that jar is barley, almost certainly. Not wheat, which grew in Attica but not abundantly, which was harder to process and more expensive to buy, which was the grain that showed up at a wealthier table. Barley was the grain of ordinary Greek life in the classical period, hardier than wheat and more tolerant of the thin, rocky soil that covered most of the Attic countryside. It grew where wheat struggled. It yielded reliably where wheat was uncertain. It was not the more desirable grain, and everyone knew it, but desirability is a luxury that a household running calculations in February cannot afford to prioritise. The primary thing you made from barley was masa, and if you lived an ordinary working life in ancient Athens, masa was the foundation of almost every meal you ate. Not bread exactly. The Greeks had bread, artos, made from wheat flour and leavened and baked, and it was good and it existed, but it was not what most people in your situation ate most of the time. Masa was simpler and cheaper, and required less fuel to prepare. To make it, you roasted the barley grain first, which dried it further and gave it a faint nutty smell that would follow you out of whatever room the roasting happened in and into the street, and stay in your clothes for the rest of the day. Then you ground it, either on a saddle quern or a rotary quern depending on the period and the household's equipment, a physical task that your mother or older sisters or you yourself spent real time on every day. The grain feeding in at the top and the coarse flour coming out at the sides, your whole body involved in the motion the way all hand milling required. The flour you produced was not fine. It was not supposed to be fine, it was supposed to be enough. From there you mixed the barley flour with water, sometimes with a little olive oil if there was olive oil to spare, sometimes with nothing more than water and a pinch of salt, and you worked it into a flat, dense cake that could be eaten as it was, or briefly heated on a hot stone. The texture was heavy, substantially heavier than bread. It sat in the body with the serious weight of something that understood its function was not to delight, but to sustain. Masa tasted of barley, which is to say it tasted of grain and earth, and the faint bitterness that barley carries, and if you ate it every day of your life from childhood onward, you did not taste that bitterness anymore, because it was simply the taste of food. Cato the Elder, writing from a Roman rather than a Greek context but describing a Mediterranean agricultural world that shared many of the same conditions, recorded barley cake preparations with the matter-of-fact brevity of someone documenting the obvious. Hesiod does not describe masa directly, but his entire framing of the farming life assumes it. The way you assume the existence of bread when you describe a kitchen. It was not worth describing because it was simply there, every day, the way the floor was there. Alongside the barley, olive oil. These two things, barley and oil, were the structural poles of your diet, the things around which everything else was arranged. The olive trees on the family plot, if your family had a plot, or the oil purchased at the market from the season's pressing, arrived in a smaller clay jar than the grain pithos, sealed at the top with a cloth or a plug of clay to slow the oxidation. You used it carefully, not sparingly in the way that suggests rationing as a conscious choice, but sparingly in the way that suggests oil was understood to be finite, and the jar was understood to be the whole of what there was until the next pressing, or the next market day. Olive oil in a lower-class Greek household did not only go on food, it went on the body, used after exercise or work to clean the skin in the absence of soap, which did not exist in the modern sense, burned in lamps for light, though the cheap oil used for lamps was lower quality than the oil used for cooking, cloudier and stronger smelling, the kind that left a faint haze in a room after an evening's burning. The same substance serving three distinct household functions meant that the jar's contents were always being drawn from in multiple directions, which meant the calculation of how much was left was slightly more complicated than it appeared. The olives themselves, not just the oil, were a regular presence at the table. Cured in brine or in dry salt, they were among the most reliable of the everyday accompaniments to masa, the thing you ate alongside the barley cake that gave the meal something to taste. They were salty and dense and slightly bitter in the way that cured things are, and they kept well, which in a world without refrigeration was a quality worth more than any refinement of flavour. You ate them with your fingers from a shared bowl, the way the whole family ate everything, from shared vessels, the meal being a collective act rather than a sequence of individual portions. What else was on the table depended heavily on the time of year, on what the family had managed to store, and on what was affordable at the market on any given week. Dried figs appeared often. Figs grew throughout Attica, and were dried in the summer sun in quantity, pressed into dense blocks that lasted through the winter, and provided a sweetness that was otherwise largely absent from the daily diet. The sweetness of a dried fig is concentrated and serious. Not the airy sweetness of honey, but something darker and more insistent, the fruit's sugar intensified by the removal of the water that originally carried it. You ate them as part of a meal, or between meals, or instead of a meal if the meal was not available. Aristophanes mentions figs often enough in his comedies that you understand they were part of the texture of ordinary Athenian life, the way bread is part of the texture of ordinary life almost anywhere. Background, essential, unremarkable until they are gone. Legumes were the other pillar. Dried lentils, chickpeas, dried fava beans, stored in the smaller jars in the back of the storage room, cooked slowly with water and sometimes onion and sometimes a little oil into a thick paste or soup that was hot and filling and cheap to produce. Lentil soup in particular appears throughout ancient sources as a standard food of ordinary people, associated so consistently with modest circumstances that the word for it became shorthand for frugality in several ancient writers. You ate it without embarrassment because embarrassment requires a comparison, and the comparison was not present at your table. It was just dinner. Fish arrived when it could. Athens was close enough to the sea and to the Piraeus fishing trade that fish were available at the agora, but fresh fish spoiled quickly, and the better cuts went to people who could pay for them first. What reached a table like yours was more likely to be salted fish, dried and preserved, the ancient Mediterranean equivalent of a shelf-stable protein, intensely salty and needing to be soaked before cooking. It was not luxurious, it was useful, which was the same thing under the circumstances. Meat was occasional. At festivals, when animals were sacrificed and the meat distributed, your family ate it. At other times, if a neighbour had slaughtered a goat or a pig and was selling portions, the decision of whether to buy some was a real decision, weighed against other things the money could do. Meat was not a daily expectation. It was an event marked as such without anyone needing to say so, the way a meal slightly better than usual is always noticed even when nothing is said about it. The psychology of the storage jar is not something that shows up in the written sources, because the people who wrote things down were not generally the people staring into a half-empty pithos in February. But it was real, and it was constant, and if you grew up in a household like yours, it shaped the way you thought about food for the rest of your life. The jar represented time. What was in it was not only grain, it was the number of weeks between now and the next harvest, made physical, made possible to look at and touch and measure with your hand. When the jar was full in October after the harvest came in, there was something in the household that relaxed, a collective exhale that was not named or celebrated but that changed the feeling of the rooms. When the jar was low, as it was now in February, the opposite thing happened. Not panic, nothing so dramatic, just a tightening, a recalibration, a series of small adjustments in how much went into each meal, made without announcement by the person, usually your mother, who understood the jar better than anyone. Hesiod addresses this directly in Works and Days in the context of urging the farmer to store properly and plan carefully, not as moral instruction, but as practical survival guidance delivered with the particular impatience of someone who has seen what happens when people do not listen. The pathos is central to his framing of a well-run household. He describes the man who harvests well and stores properly as someone who can eat his own bread. In the world Hesiod is describing, that is exactly enough. You press your hand into the grain one more time. It is enough. Not comfortably enough. Not enough with room to spare, but enough, which in February in Attica is what you were hoping for when you came in here, and the same thing you will be hoping for when you come back in a week. You put the lid back on the jar, you go back into the main room where the lamp is burning and the evening is settling in, and you sit down to the meal that is ready, which is mazza and olives and the last of the lentil soup from yesterday. Still good, still warm enough, still the taste of the life you are living. Tonight it is enough. The leather smell hits you before you sit down. It is not unpleasant exactly, more like the smell of something that has been worked on for a long time by hands that knew what they were doing. A warm animal smell underneath, and the sharper chemical edge of the tanning process on top, and underneath. Both of those, the faint mineral smell of the stone floor and the particular dusty warmth of a small room that faces south, and catches the morning sun full in the face from the moment it clears the buildings across the lane. You're at the front of the shop, which is to say you're essentially in the street, because the shop has no front wall in any meaningful sense. There is a beam overhead and a roof behind you, and walls on 3 sides, but the 4th side, the one that faces the lane, is open. The work happens here, in this borderland between inside and outside, where the light is best and where the passing trade can see what you're doing and stop if they need what you make. The awl is in your hand, the leather strip is on the last. The morning has maybe 2 good hours of this quality of light before the sun moves and you have to shift position or light the lamp, and you have learned over years of sitting in this spot exactly how to use those 2 hours before they change on you. The lane outside is already moving. A woman with a water jar balanced on her head, walking with the careful upright posture of someone who has done this 10,000 times and stopped thinking about it. 2 men arguing in the unhurried way that suggests neither of them is actually in a hurry. A boy running with the specific purposeful speed of someone carrying a message, already gone before you can see where he came from. The city moves past the open front of your shop the way a river moves past a fixed stone continuously, without acknowledgement, and you are part of it and apart from it at the same time. Xenophon, who wrote about household management and the organisation of labour, with the careful interest of a man who thought deeply about how things ought to work, had a fairly dim view of the kind of work you do. He recorded the opinion, shared by much of the Athenian citizen elite, that the crafts practised in workshops, the Bnautic trades, were corrosive to the body and therefore to the character. The work kept you indoors or in one fixed position. It made you round-shouldered. It narrowed the range of motion in your hands to the specific repeated gesture of whatever your craft required. And over years it changed the shape of those hands, thickened some joints, stiffened others, so that the body became a record of its own occupation, in ways that were visible to anyone who knew how to look. You look at your hands now, mid-morning, while the leather is soaking in water to make it pliable. Xenophon was not entirely wrong. Your hands do not look like the hands of a man who spends his days in the gymnasium or the wrestling ground. The knuckle on your right index finger is larger than it should be, from years of gripping the awl. The skin on your palms is not rough in the general way of outdoor workers, but rough in specific places. The ridge at the base of each finger, the heel of the thumb, a hardness that maps exactly to the grip required by the tools of your trade. What Xenophon did not write, because it was not the kind of thing a man of his background would have thought to note, was what the work felt like from the inside. The satisfaction of a piece of leather cut cleanly along a line you drew by eye. The particular pleasure of a sole-fitted well. The upper attached without puckering. The whole object functional and balanced in a way that required judgment to achieve, and that could not be faked. The craftsman's knowledge that a thing well made will outlast the person who made it, carried in the hands rather than in any written record, was not the kind of knowledge that appeared in the philosophical literature of the period. It was simply the texture of a working day. Your neighbour, 2 shops down, is a bronze worker. His shop sounds different from yours, the rhythmic ring of hammer on metal that starts shortly after dawn and continues with very few interruptions until the light fails. You have worked next to that sound for so long that you no longer hear it as sound. Exactly. It has become part of the texture of the morning the way the smell of leather has become part of the texture of the shop. When he is sick and the hammering does not start, the morning feels wrong in a way that takes you a moment to locate. Not everyone who worked with their hands in classical Athens worked in a shop. The city and the countryside were not as separate as later centuries would make them seem. Many families held both, a small workshop or trade in the city and a plot of land outside it, moving between the two as the season required, urban in winter and rural at planting and harvest, neither one identity nor the other entirely. The line between the craftsman and the farmer in ancient Attica was permeable in ways that the surviving sources, which tend to sort people into categories, do not always capture. If your family had land, and many families of your kind did, it was probably not much. A few acres in the Attic countryside, enough for olives and a little grain, and perhaps some vegetables in a kitchen plot near the house. Not enough to make you wealthy, enough to matter. The difference between a family with a small plot and a family without one was the difference between having something to fall back on and having nothing to fall back on, which in a world without safety nets of any institutional kind was a difference that could determine everything in a bad year. The farming calendar that Hesiod laid out in Works and Days with the methodical patience of someone who had learned it the hard way, organised the agricultural year into a sequence of tasks so specific and so timed that deviation from them carried real consequences. Ploughing happened in autumn, after the first rain softened the ground, when you followed the ox across the field in the particular slow rhythm of a man and an animal who have worked together long enough to have an understanding. The soil in Attica is not generous. It's thin and stony over much of the region, and working it required coaxing rather than force. The plough finding the line of least resistance between the rocks while you steered from behind, your weight on the handles, your eyes reading the ground ahead. The smell of freshly turned Attic soil in October is specific, dry on the surface from the summer and then suddenly damp and dark below, where the moisture that went down in last winter's rain has been sitting in the cool of the subsoil all through the hot months, waiting. When the plough breaks that surface open, the smell comes up all at once, sharp and green and ancient, the smell of something that has been closed being opened, and it carries in it, if you are a person who has ploughed this ground before, the memory of every other October you have stood in this field. Pruning came in late winter, when the olive trees needed to be cut back to encourage the new growth that would carry next autumn's fruit. Olive pruning is slow and cold work. The trees in an old Attic grove are not tall, but they are dense, their branches grown in on themselves over decades in the way that olive trees do, and getting into them requires patience and a pruning hook and a tolerance for the particular cold of a February morning in the hills outside Athens when the wind comes down from the north and has not yet decided to stop. The olive tree is one of the slow commitments of Mediterranean agricultural life. It takes years to begin producing and decades to produce well, which means that the trees you pruned were almost certainly planted by someone before you, your father or your grandfather or someone further back whose name you may or may not have known. When you worked among them, you were working in a landscape that other hands had shaped, and the trees themselves carried that history in the way old trees carry everything. Silently, in the thickness of the trunk and the particular angle of the branches, and the places where old cuts had healed over into smooth grey wood. Hesiod is specific about the timing of pruning and the importance of not letting the trees go too long between cuttings, because an unpruned olive tree puts its energy into wood rather than fruit, and a tree putting its energy into wood rather than fruit is a tree not earning its place in the plan. This is the agricultural calculus that ran underneath every task in the farming year. Nothing wasted, nothing done for its own sake. Every action in service of the yield that would fill the storage jars in autumn. The harvest itself, when it came in October, was the one moment in the farming year that felt like a resolution. Not a celebration exactly, nothing so organised as that, but a collective release of the tension that had been building since the previous harvest. The years-long question about whether the land had done enough finally answered. You pick the olives by hand or knock them from the branches with long poles onto cloth spread beneath the trees, working from first light until the light failed, your arms aching by mid-morning and aching differently by afternoon, the soreness shifting as different muscles took over from the ones that had given up complaining. What you carried home from that harvest, and what went into the press, and what came out of the press, as oil, and how much of that oil was yours and how much went to whatever obligations the land carried, determined the shape of the coming year in ways that nothing else could adjust for. A good harvest meant the pithos full in October, the February calculation coming out in your favour, the evening meal arriving without the particular anxiety that the same food carried in a thin year. In winter you were mostly in the shop, the days too short and too cold for much outdoor work, the leather filling the hours when the fields asked nothing of you. In spring and summer and autumn the balance shifted, the land making its demands in the sequence Hesiod described, the all set aside for the pruning hook, the shop quiet while the harvest happened and resumed when the harvest was done. You moved between these versions of your working life the way you move between the rooms of your house, without thinking of the movement as transition. The year turned and the land turned with it, and you turned with both of them, as you always had. The leather smell hits you before you sit down. It is not unpleasant exactly, more like the smell of something that has been worked on for a long time by hands that knew what they were doing, a warm animal smell underneath, and the sharper chemical edge of the tanning process on top, and underneath both of those the faint mineral smell of the stone floor and the particular dusty warmth of a small room that faces south and catches the morning sun full in the face from the moment it clears the buildings across the lane. You are at the front of the shop, which is to say you are essentially in the street, because the shop has no front wall in any meaningful sense. There is a beam overhead and a roof behind you, and walls on 3 sides, but the 4th side, the one that faces the lane, is open. The work happens here, in this borderland between inside and outside, where the light is best, and where the passing trade can see what you're doing and stop if they need what you make. The awl is in your hand, the leather strip is on the last. The morning has maybe 2 good hours of this quality of light before the sun moves and you have to shift position or light the lamp, and you have learned over years of sitting in this spot exactly how to use those 2 hours before they change on you. The lane outside is already moving. A woman with a water jar balanced on her head, walking with the careful upright posture of someone who has done this 10,000 times and stopped thinking about it. 2 men arguing in the unhurried way that suggests neither of them is actually in a hurry. A boy running with the specific purposeful speed of someone carrying a message, already gone before you can see where he came from. The city moves past the open front of your shop the way a river moves past a fixed stone, continuously without acknowledgement, and you are part of it and apart from it at the same time. Xenophon, who wrote about household management and the organisation of labour, with the careful interest of a man who thought deeply about how things ought to work, had a fairly dim view of the kind of work you do. He recorded the opinion, shared by much of the Athenian citizen elite, that the craft practised in workshops, the Bernautic trades, were corrosive to the body, and therefore to the character. The work kept you indoors or in one fixed position. It made you round-shouldered. It narrowed the range of motion in your hands to the specific repeated gesture of whatever your craft required, and over years it changed the shape of those hands, thickened some joints, stiffened others, so that the body became a record of its own occupation in ways that were visible to anyone who knew how to look. You look at your hands now, mid-morning, while the leather is soaking in water to make it pliable. Xenophon was not entirely wrong. Your hands do not look like the hands of a man who spends his days in the gymnasium or the wrestling ground. The knuckle on your right index finger is larger than it should be from years of gripping the awl. The skin on your palms is not rough in the general way of outdoor workers, but rough in specific places. The ridge at the base of each finger, the heel of the thumb, a hardness that maps exactly to the grip required by the tools of your trade. What Xenophon did not write, because it was not the kind of thing a man of his background would have thought to note, was what the work felt like from the inside. The satisfaction of a piece of leather cut cleanly along a line you drew by eye. The particular pleasure of a sole fitted well, the upper attached without puckering, the whole object functional and balanced in a way that required judgment to achieve and that could not be faked. The craftsman's knowledge that a thing well made will outlast the person who made it, carried in the hands rather than in any written record, was not the kind of knowledge that appeared in the philosophical literature of the period. It was simply the texture of a working day. Your neighbour 2 shops down is a bronze worker. His shop sounds different from yours, the rhythmic ring of hammer on metal that starts shortly after dawn and continues with very few interruptions until the light fails. You have worked next to that sound for so long that you no longer hear it as sound exactly. It has become part of the texture of the morning, the way the smell of leather has become part of the texture of the shop. When he is sick and the hammering does not start, the morning feels wrong in a way that takes you a moment to locate. Not everyone who worked with their hands in classical Athens worked in a shop. The city and the countryside were not as separate as later centuries would make them seem. Many families held both, a small workshop or trade in the city and a plot of land outside it, moving between the two as the season required, urban in winter and rural at planting and harvest, neither one identity nor the other entirely. The line between the craftsman and the farmer in ancient Attica was permeable in ways that the surviving sources, which tend to sort people into categories, do not always capture. If your family had land, and many families of your kind did, it was probably not much. A few acres in the Attic countryside, enough for olives and a little grain, and perhaps some vegetables in a kitchen plot near the house. Not enough to make you wealthy, enough to matter. The difference between a family with a small plot and a family without one was the difference between having something to fall back on and having nothing to fall back on, which in a world without safety nets of any institutional kind was a difference that could determine everything in a bad year. The farming calendar that Hesiod laid out in Works and Days with the methodical patience of someone who had learned it the hard way, organised the agricultural year into a sequence of tasks so specific and so timed that deviation from them carried real consequences. Ploughing happened in autumn, after the first rain softened the ground, when you followed the ox across the field, in the particular slow rhythm of a man and an animal who have worked together long enough to have an understanding. The soil in Attica is not generous. It is thin and stony over much of the region, and working it required coaxing rather than force, the plough finding the line of least resistance between the rocks while you steered from behind, your weight on the handles, your eyes reading the ground ahead. The smell of freshly turned Attic soil in October is specific, dry on the surface from the summer and then suddenly damp and dark below, where the moisture that went down in last winter's rain has been sitting in the cool of the subsoil all through the hot months, waiting. When the plough breaks that surface open, the smell comes up all at once, sharp and green and ancient, the smell of something that has been closed being opened, and it carries in it. If you are a person who has ploughed this ground before, the memory of every other October you have stood in this field. Pruning came in late winter, when the olive trees needed to be cut back to encourage the new growth that would carry next autumn's fruit. Olive pruning is slow and cold work. The trees in an old Attic grove are not tall, but they are dense, their branches grown in on themselves over decades in the way that olive trees do, and getting into them requires patience and a pruning hook, and a tolerance for the particular cold of a February morning in the hills outside Athens when the wind comes down from the north and has not yet decided to stop. The olive tree is one of the slow commitments of Mediterranean agricultural life. It takes years to begin producing, and decades to produce well, which means that the trees you pruned were almost certainly planted by someone before you, your father or your grandfather or someone further back, whose name you may or may not have known. When you worked among them, you were working in a landscape that other hands had shaped, and the trees themselves carried that history in the way old trees carry everything silently, in the thickness of the trunk and the particular angle of the branches and the places where old cuts had healed over into smooth grey wood. Hesiod is specific about the timing of pruning and the importance of not letting the trees go too long between cuttings, because an unpruned olive tree puts its energy into wood rather than fruit, and a tree putting its energy into wood rather than fruit is a tree not earning its place in the plan. This is the agricultural calculus that ran underneath every task in the farming year. Nothing wasted, nothing done for its own sake. Every action in service of the yield that would fill the storage jars in autumn. The harvest itself, when it came in October, was the one moment in the farming year that felt like a resolution. Not a celebration exactly, nothing so organised as that, but a collective release of the tension that had been building since the previous harvest. The years-long question about whether the land had done enough finally answered. You pick the olives by hand or knock them from the branches with long poles onto cloth spread beneath the trees, working from first light until the light failed, your arms aching by mid-morning and aching differently by afternoon, the soreness shifting as different muscles took over from the ones that had given up complaining. What you carried home from that harvest, and what went into the press, and what came out of the press as oil, and how much of that oil was yours and how much went to whatever obligations the land carried, determined the shape of the coming year in ways that nothing else could adjust for. A good harvest meant the pithos full in October, the February calculation coming out in your favour, the evening meal arriving without the particular anxiety that the same food carried in a thin year. In winter you were mostly in the shop, the days too short and too cold for much outdoor work. The leather filling the hours when the fields asked nothing of you. In spring and summer and autumn the balance shifted, the land making its demands in the sequence Hesiod described, the all set aside for the pruning hook, the shop quiet while the harvest happened and resumed when the harvest was done. You moved between these versions of your working life the way you moved between the rooms of your house, without thinking of the movement as a transition. The year turned and the land turned with it, and you turned with both of them, as you always had. You smell it before you turn the corner. Wood smoke. Yes. But underneath the smoke, something richer and darker and more serious. The smell of animal fat rendering over a fire that has been burning long enough to know what it is doing. It reaches you in the narrow lane 2 streets before the source of it, carried on a morning breeze that has picked it up from wherever the sacrificial fires are burning and brought it here, to you, before you were ready for it. You turn the corner and the square opens up and the city has changed overnight into something it only becomes a few times a year. More people than a normal morning, dressed in clothes that are not their working clothes, moving with the particular looseness of people who have nowhere they are required to be by a specific hour. Children running in the purposeless way that children run when they have been released from the structure that normally contains them. Old men sitting on the steps of a stoa in a line, talking with the unhurried quality of people who have decided that today the conversation is the point. The animals sacrificed at the great altars earlier this morning are being distributed now. Portions moved outward from the sanctuary into the surrounding streets, and the city of Athens is, for this one day, feeding everyone. Not lavishly, not in a way that would embarrass a wealthy man's table, but meat, actual meat, the thing that appears on your family's table only when circumstances arrange themselves favourably, is available today without arrangement, without calculation, without the weight of what it costs set against what else the money could do. You take your portion and eat it standing in the street with the sun on your face and the noise of the festival around you, and the taste of it is different from how you remember meat tasting, richer and simpler at the same time. Or maybe it is just that you are eating it without the slight anxiety that accompanies it, when it is a purchase rather than a gift. The great festivals of Athens were not holidays in the way the word is used now, days subtracted from the working calendar as a concession to leisure. They were religious occasions first, civic occasions second, and the fact that they also happened to involve days off work and free food was not incidental. The Panathenaia, held every year in midsummer in honour of Athena, and the Greater Panathenaia, held every 4 years with additional ceremony, organised processions and athletic competitions and musical contests around a central act of sacrifice and offering that the whole city participated in regardless of economic standing. The Thesmophoria, celebrated by women in autumn, closed the city's male-dominated public life out entirely for several days and gave the women who ran the households their own ritual space, their own festival, their own claim on the religious calendar. For a family like yours, these occasions were the punctuation of the year, in a way that the agricultural calendar, though more practically significant, was not quite. The harvest mattered more to survival, but the festivals mattered to something else, to the sense of belonging to something larger than the household and the street, and the daily circuit between home and work and market. On festival days you were not a sandal maker, or a farmer's son, or a person managing a storage jar. You were an Athenian, which was a category that included you regardless of what you owned, and the city made that inclusion visible by feeding you alongside everyone else. Aristotle, who thought carefully about what made a polis function as a polis, rather than simply as a collection of people living near each other, understood the festivals as part of the civic glue, the mechanisms by which a city reminded itself that it was one thing rather than many separate things. The free distributions of meat and grain at public sacrifices, the shared participation in procession and ceremony, the collective experience of watching the same athletic contest from the same hillside, these were not generous gestures from the wealthy to the poor. They were the city performing its own unity to itself. On the days between festivals, the agora served a version of the same function in a lower register. You have seen it as a child, overwhelming and loud from knee height. You have moved through it as an adult with errands to run and calculations to make. But there's another way to be in the agora, one that requires neither money nor purpose, and it is available on any morning when the work can wait. You stand somewhere near the middle of the open space and you listen. Not for anything specific. The agora generates information the way the sea generates noise, continuously, from every direction at once, a constant low roar of individual voices that adds up to something larger than any of its parts. Who has grain to sell and at what price? Which general has done something that someone finds outrageous? Whether the harbour at the Piraeus is expecting a particular shipment? Who has died? Who has married? Who has been seen somewhere surprising? The agora in classical Athens was the fastest information network available to anyone who did not have the resources to employ a private messenger, and standing in it for an hour on a slow morning was the equivalent of reading several days of news at once. Aristophanes understood this agora, the one that existed below the level of official civic business, the one made of gossip and complaint and the particular political frustration of people who had opinions about how the city was being run, but limited means of acting on those opinions. His comedies are full of characters who are recognisably from your world. Farmers irritated about the cost of the war, craftsmen being shortchanged by merchants, ordinary Athenians suspicious of politicians who spoke beautifully and delivered poorly. The audiences who sat in the theatre of Dionysus and laughed at these characters were laughing at themselves, and the laughter had an edge to it that made it more satisfying than ordinary comedy. The laugh of recognition, of seeing your own frustration given a mask and a stage. The theatre of Dionysus sat on the southern slope of the Acropolis, and on the days of the dramatic festivals you were in it, not in the front rows, which went to officials and priests and men of standing. Further back, on the wooden benches that climbed the hillside in tiers, packed in among your neighbours and the neighbours of your neighbours, and people you had never seen before and would not see again, all of you facing the same circular orchestra and the same stage and the same actors, in their masks and their elevated boots. The experience of watching a play in that theatre was nothing like sitting quietly in a darkened room. The theatre held thousands of people, and thousands of people do not sit quietly. They responded, they called out, they expressed approval and occasionally disapproval, with the directness of an audience that understood itself to be a participant in the event rather than merely a witness to it. When Aristophanes made a joke about the price of fish or the duplicity of a particular politician, the laugh that came back from the hillside was not the polite laugh of an audience being entertained. It was the laugh of people being seen. You laughed too. At the fish joke, which was funny because fish was expensive and everyone on that hillside knew it. At the politician joke, which was funny for reasons that did not require explanation to anyone who'd been standing in the agora the previous week listening to what people were saying. The comedy worked because it was made of the materials of your actual life, not elevated above them or transformed into something more dignified, just your life, arranged slightly differently, given a mask and a stage and permission to say the things that were true but that you did not usually say out loud. After the play, the day was still open. The sun was still in the sky. The festival was still going. You were not tired yet in the way you would be tired by evening, and the city around you was still in its loosened state, the normal rules of hurry and purpose suspended for a few more hours. Someone nearby was selling something sweet, honeyed sesame, the smell of it reaching you before you decided whether you wanted it, and you stood there in the afternoon light outside the theatre, with the laughter still somewhere in your chest, and for a little while the calculation of what was in the storage jar could wait. These were the hours that did not fill the pithos, or finish the sandal, or turn the soil, the ones that left no mark on any seasonal accounting, and yet they were, in some way, that you could not have put into words and that no one in your life would have asked you to, the hours that made the other hours bearable. The city fed you today. The play made you laugh. The afternoon held nothing it required of you. Tomorrow the work would resume its ordinary weight. The lamp would go out and the loom would start and the lane outside the shop would fill again with its moving river of legs and errands and noise. The pithos would need checking. The leather would need cutting. The calendar would turn toward the next task in Hesiod's patient sequence. The one that had been waiting while you stood in the sun and ate your meat and laughed at the fish joke with a hillside full of people who already knew the punchline. Tonight the festival fires were still burning somewhere in the direction of the Acropolis, their light faint against the darkening sky, and the city was still making the sound it made on days when it had given itself permission to be something other than serious. You walked home through streets that smelled of smoke and roasting, and the particular sweetness of a day that had asked very little and given more than expected. The joint in your right knee has its own weather system now. You know when rain is coming, not by looking at the sky, but by the particular quality of the ache that settles into the knee sometime in the hour before the clouds arrive. A deep and patient pressure that is not sharp enough to stop you, but present enough that you're never quite unaware of it. You have had this knee for 60 years or more. You have asked a great deal of it. It has kept its own record. The mornings are slower than they used to be, not because you have decided to move slowly. The decision was made for you by a body that has strong opinions about pace now. Opinions it did not feel the need to express when you were younger, and the morning simply began without negotiation. You sit at the edge of the pallet for a moment before standing. You let the night's stiffness work itself out before you ask the day's first thing of your legs. The work is different now, of a body that has learned, across 60 years or more of winters, exactly what it can and cannot be asked to do before it has had time to remember what it is for. The work is different now, not gone, because work does not go, not in a household like yours, not while there are hands that can still do something useful, but its character has changed. The heavy carrying falls to younger people, the field work at harvest, the long days behind the plough in autumn, those belong to your son now, or to whomever in the household has the back for them. What remains for you is the work that requires knowledge more than strength, the slower and more patient kinds of usefulness that a life of labour eventually produces in a person if they have been paying attention the whole time. Hesiod did not write a cheerful account of ageing. He was not that kind of writer. In Works and Days he describes the last of the 5 ages of man, the Iron Age, the one he himself inhabited and the one you inhabit now, as a time of labour and sorrow in which the good is always mixed with the difficult, and the difficult is always present. He does not dress this up. He does not suggest that the difficulty will resolve, or that the good will eventually outweigh it. He simply describes the shape of a mortal life with the patient accuracy of someone who has looked at it long enough to stop expecting it to be otherwise. There is something in that framing that settles, once you have lived long enough to receive it properly. The difficulty was not a mistake. It was not something that happened to you instead of the life you were supposed to have. It was the life. The jar running low in February, the knee that predicts rain, the mornings that require negotiation, the harvests that were not always enough, and the festivals that briefly made everything feel like more than it was. All of it was the life, the whole of it. Not the background against which the real story was happening, but the story itself. You know things now that you did not know when the work was new. You know which soil in the family plot drains quickly after rain, and which holds water too long. You know the particular angle at which the pruning hook needs to meet an olive branch to make a clean cut rather than a tearing one. You know, from decades of watching the agora's price fluctuations, roughly what grain will cost in spring based on what it cost the previous autumn, and how the harvest looked in the fields round the city. This knowledge has no place to be written down. It lives in you, and its destination, if it has one, is the person in your household who is young enough to still be learning and paying attention enough to receive it. Your grandchild is at an age where learning happens sideways, not from instruction, not from anything announced as a lesson, but from proximity, from watching a pair of older hands do something often enough that the hands eventually want to try. You have not sat the child down and explained how to read soil, or how to hold a tool, or how to move through the agora without being short-changed. You have simply done these things in the child's presence, over and over, for long enough that the watching has become its own kind of knowing. From your mother's hands at the quernstone, from your father's posture behind the plough, from the old woman at the agora who sold herbs from a cloth on the ground and knew the price of everything without writing any of it down. None of them sat you down. All of them taught you. The knowledge moved person to person, hand to hand, not recorded but carried, alive in the people who held it and passed it forward. What you're passing forward is the knowledge of how to manage well on very little. Whether the grandchild remembered what you showed them last week about the soil near the eastern edge of the plot. The street outside is the street it has always been. Different people moving through it now, many of them born after you were already old in ways you did not recognise at the time. The fishmonger's stall is tended by someone younger than the person who tended it, when you were bringing your own children to the market. The voices through the walls at night are different voices, the arguments different arguments, but the tone of them is the same tone, tired and practical and occasionally lifted by something genuinely funny that comes through the mud brick as a sound rather than a word. You have watched this street from this doorway for longer than most of the people currently moving through it have been alive. The street will keep moving after you have stopped watching it. The lamp will be lit and the loom will start and the pithos will be checked and the barley will be ground before dawn by hands that are not yours anymore. And the household will go forward the way households go forward, by the same daily acts repeated by different people in the same small rooms. The afternoon sun is on the doorway now. It reaches the threshold in a particular way at this hour, low enough to come under the overhang and fall across the packed earth of the floor just inside the door. A warm rectangle of light that moves slowly across the afternoon, and that you have watched move across 1,000 afternoons without ever finding it less worth watching. You are sitting in it, not doing anything. The work that needed doing today has been done or has been left, and either way the afternoon has arrived at the hour when it asks nothing of you, and you have arrived at the age when the hour that asks nothing of you is not a gap in the day but the thing itself. The street goes by. A woman with a water jar, walking with the careful upright posture of someone who's done this 10,000 times. Two men talking with the unhurried quality of people who are not in a hurry. A child running for the specific purposeful speed of someone carrying a message somewhere. The city in its ordinary motion, neither hurrying nor pausing, neither noticing you nor requiring you to notice it. Hesiod understood this. Not the doorway, not your particular doorway, but the shape of the life that leads to it. The labour and the harvest and the thin years and the festival days and the jar checked in February and the knee that predicts rain. All of it adding up to this, an afternoon in a doorway, the sun moving slowly across the threshold, the street going by, the day asking nothing more. Your eyes are heavy, the sun is warm, the street continues its motion, and you watch it, and the watching is enough, and the day is nearly done, and there is nowhere left to be. Rest now, my tired dumplings. You have worked a very long time, and the doorway will still be there when you wake. You are standing at one of history's most misunderstood turning points. The Roman Empire did not vanish in a dramatic explosion of chaos and darkness. Instead, it gradually transformed over centuries into something entirely new, and you're about to witness how ordinary people navigated this slow, strange metamorphosis into the medieval world. Imagine you're walking through Rome in the year 476. The date means nothing to you yet, because historians far in the future will mark this as the year the Western Roman Empire officially ended. You do not feel any different today than you did yesterday. The streets are quieter than they used to be. Your grandfather told you stories about when this avenue was so crowded you could barely move. Now you can see clear across to the other side. The marble buildings still stand exactly where they always stood. The aqueducts still bring water from the hills. The fountains still run in the forum. But something has changed in ways that are hard to name. The population of Rome has been shrinking for over a century. The city that once held 1 million people now houses maybe 100,000. You can do the math easily enough. Every generation, fewer children are born. Every generation, more families leave for the countryside, where food is easier to grow and life feels more secure. The grand public baths still operate on Tuesdays and Thursdays. You went last week and noticed that only the smaller pools were heated. The massive caldarium that once held hundreds of bathers sat empty and cold. The maintenance staff has dwindled. The man who tends the furnaces told you he used to have 12 assistants. Now he has 2. You walk past the Colosseum. No games have been held there in your lifetime. The building sits quietly like a sleeping giant. Birds nest in the upper arches. Grass grows between the paving stones. Someone has set up a small vegetable garden in one of the former staging areas. Nobody stops them because nobody cares enough to enforce the old rules about public buildings. The funny thing is that the Colosseum looks more peaceful now than it ever did when it was in use. The silence feels appropriate somehow. Nature is slowly reclaiming what humans built. You continue toward the Forum. The Senate building still stands, but the Senate rarely meets anymore. Most of the real decisions affecting your life are made by the local bishop and a few wealthy landowners who stayed in the city when others fled. The imperial bureaucracy that once managed everything from tax collection to road maintenance has simply evaporated like morning mist. This morning you need to get your grain ration. The distribution system still functions, but barely. You remember when distributions happened every day in multiple locations across the city. Now it happens twice a week at one central location. You arrive early because the grain sometimes runs out. The line moves slowly. The man in front of you is a former school teacher. He tells you he stopped teaching because no one can afford to pay for education anymore. His students all left the city anyway. He now works part-time repairing roof tiles. His hands show the evidence of his new profession. You receive your ration and walk home through streets that feel too wide for the number of people using them. The city was built for 1 million inhabitants. Now it feels like wearing a toga made for someone 3 times your size. Your apartment occupies the 3rd floor of an old insula. The building inspector used to come by every year to check for structural problems. He has not visited in 5 years. You notice new cracks in the walls each season, but you patch them yourself with whatever materials you can find. Everyone has become their own maintenance crew. In the evening you sit by your window and watch the sunset paint the remaining marble temples in shades of gold and pink. The temples are mostly empty now. The Christian churches draw the crowds. But the old buildings remain beautiful in their abandonment. You find strange comfort in their persistence. A cat walks along the top of a garden wall below your window. The city has more cats than ever before. With fewer people, the rodent population exploded, and the cats followed the food supply. You appreciate their presence. They keep your building free of mice and rats without any effort on your part. Tomorrow you will wake up and the world will look exactly the same as it does today. The changes happen so slowly that you barely notice them. But if your grandfather could see the city now, he would struggle to recognise it. And if you could see the city 100 years from now, you would face the same confusion. This is how empires end. Not with a bang, but with a gradual forgetting of what they used to be. You decide to visit your cousin in Ravenna. The journey used to take 3 days on well-maintained Roman roads. You pack supplies for 6 days because you know better now. The morning you leave Rome, you stop at the city gate. The guards are gone. No one has staffed this gate in years. The massive wooden doors stand permanently open. You wonder who decided to stop closing them at night, and when that decision was made. Probably no decision was made at all. Probably the guards simply stopped showing up, and no one assigned replacements. The Via Flaminia stretches north through rolling hills. This road was built 400 years ago and engineered to last forever. The Romans were annoyingly good at building roads. The foundation consists of several layers of carefully placed stones. The surface was smooth-fitted paving that allowed carts to roll easily and water to drain away. That was the theory anyway. You walk for 2 hours before you encounter the first major problem. A section of the road has collapsed into a ravine. Heavy rains last spring undermined the foundation. No repair crew came to fix it. You stand at the edge of the gap and look down at the jumble of broken paving stones 30 feet below. A makeshift detour has been worn into the hillside by other travellers. You follow their path through mud and loose rocks. The detour adds an hour to your journey. Your shoes are caked with mud by the time you regain the main road. The road itself is in worse condition than you remember from your last trip 2 years ago. Weeds grow through cracks in the paving. Entire sections have been torn up by local farmers who needed building stone for their walls. You cannot blame them. Why should good stone go to waste when a road nobody maintains anymore passes right through your property? By midday you reach a former way station. These stations used to provide fresh horses, hot meals and comfortable beds for imperial messengers and officials. The building still stands, but it has been converted into a farmhouse. A woman is hanging laundry in what used to be the stable yard. She eyes you suspiciously as you pass. You are not an imperial messenger. You are just a person walking to visit family. The Empire no longer distinguishes between important travellers and ordinary ones, because the Empire no longer exists to make such distinctions. The funny part is that the road system was designed for military and government use. Private travellers were always an afterthought. Now that the military and government are gone, only private travellers remain. The roads serve their original purpose hardly at all, but they still serve this secondary purpose fairly well despite the decay. You stop to rest beneath an old stone bridge. The bridge is Roman engineering at its finest. It has spanned this river for 3 centuries, and will probably span it for 3 more. You eat bread and cheese while watching the water flow beneath perfect arches. Someone carved their initials into the bridge support long ago. The letters are worn smooth by weather, but still visible. The afternoon brings you through territory that used to be carefully patrolled. Bandits were rare when you were young because Roman soldiers maintained order. Now bandits are common enough that you choose your travel clothing carefully. You wear nothing that looks valuable. Your bag contains only food and a change of clothes. You encounter another traveller heading south. He's a merchant carrying salt. You walk together for mutual safety. He tells you that the old mansions where travellers used to stay are mostly abandoned. Some have been taken over by local warlords who demand payment for passage. Others are simply empty ruins. You ask him about the road conditions ahead. He warns you about another collapsed section near Narni. He also mentions that a group of enterprising locals has set up a new toll bridge, where the old free bridge washed away. The toll is reasonable, he says. 2 copper coins, or equivalent value in trade goods. This strikes you as both annoying and entirely logical. If no government maintains the bridges, then someone else will maintain them and charge for the service. You have the coins. You will pay the toll. What choice do you have? By evening you reach a small town. There is no formal inn, but a family offers you floor space in their barn for a small fee. You accept gratefully. The barn is clean and dry. The hay makes a softer bed than you expected. The family's dog curls up near your feet and provides warmth through the night. You fall asleep listening to owls calling in the darkness and thinking about how different travellers become. The roads are the same roads your grandfather travelled, but everything else has changed in subtle ways that add up to a completely different experience. You arrive in Ravenna after 5.5 days of travel. Your cousin greets you with enthusiasm and immediately begins complaining about the local bishop. This is funny because everyone complains about the local bishop. The bishop has become the most important person in most cities. He controls food distribution. He negotiates with barbarian leaders. He organises repairs to public buildings. He settles disputes. He essentially does everything the imperial government used to do. Your cousin's bishop is named Ecclesius. He is 35 years old and phenomenally efficient. He used to be a lawyer before taking holy orders. His legal training shows in everything he does. He keeps meticulous records. He insists on written contracts. He never makes a promise he cannot keep. The people respect him but do not necessarily like him. He's a bit too organised for comfort. He makes them feel disorganised by comparison. You attend Sunday services at Ravenna's main church. The building is relatively new, constructed only 20 years ago. The interior takes your breath away. Mosaics cover every surface in glittering patterns of gold and coloured glass. The images show Christ and the apostles and various saints. Light from high windows makes the gold tesserae sparkle like captured starlight. The craftsmanship is purely Roman. The artists who created these mosaics learned their trade in the old imperial workshops, but the subject matter is entirely Christian. The building represents a perfect fusion of Roman technical skill and Christian religious purpose. Bishop Ecclesius delivers his sermon in clear Latin. He speaks slowly so everyone can understand. His topic is charity toward the poor. He reminds the congregation that they have a duty to share what they have with those who have less. He mentions specific families in need by name. He is not subtle. After the service, people line up to speak with the bishop. He holds these informal audiences every week. You watch as he listens to complaints, mediates arguments, and distributes small amounts of money from the church treasury to people in genuine need. One man complains that his neighbour's sheep keep eating his vegetables. The bishop listens carefully and then suggests building a better fence. He offers to provide materials from church supplies if the man provides labour. The man accepts. Problem solved. A widow asks for help feeding her children. Her husband died last month. The bishop asks her age and how many children she has. He makes notes in a wax tablet he carries. He promises she will receive weekly grain rations starting tomorrow. He also suggests she might find work washing linens for the church. She thanks him repeatedly. You realise that the bishop is basically running a parallel government. He has taken over the social services that the Roman state used to provide. He does this not because he sought power, but because someone had to do it, and he was the person with the resources and organisational ability to make it happen. Your cousin confirms this observation. The official imperial governor still lives in Ravenna. He technically outranks the bishop. But when people have actual problems, they go to the bishop because the bishop can actually help them. The governor mostly sits in his villa and writes reports to Constantinople that may or may not ever get read. The transition of power from imperial officials to church bishops happened gradually over several generations. No one planned it. No one decreed it. It just happened because the church had resources, organisation, and local credibility, while the imperial government had increasingly none of those things. You spend the evening with your cousin's family. They live in a modest house near the port. The house used to belong to a merchant family who left for Constantinople when trade declined. Your cousin rents it for a fraction of what it would have cost in better times. Over dinner, your cousin's wife talks about the changes she has seen. She's 10 years older than you. She remembers when Ravenna was a major imperial centre. The emperor himself lived here for several years when she was a child. The palace employed hundreds of people. Diplomats from across the world visited constantly. Now the palace sits mostly empty. A skeleton staff maintains it. The emperor has not visited in decades. The diplomats stopped coming when they realised no real power resided here anymore. But Ravenna has not died. It has transformed. The city is now a church administrative centre, instead of an imperial administrative centre. The bishops have essentially inherited the infrastructure the emperor has left behind. They use the same buildings, employ many of the same people, and perform many of the same functions. The funny thing is that most people barely notice the transition. They still go to the same buildings to get help with their problems. They still fill out forms in Latin. They still navigate a bureaucracy. The paperwork looks almost identical. Only the person sitting behind the desk has changed from an imperial official to a church official. Your cousin pours wine and laughs about the absurdity of it all. The Roman Empire spent centuries building an administrative system. Then the empire collapsed, but the administrative system kept running under new management. It is like watching a ship lose its captain but continue sailing, because the crew knows how to do their jobs. You raise your cup and toast to continuity in the face of chaos. Your cousin drinks to that. The next day your cousin takes you to meet his employer. This requires some explanation because his employer is a Goth. Your cousin works as a scribe in the court of Theodoric, who rules Italy as an Ostrogothic king. This should feel strange, but it does not. The Goths have been part of the Roman world for so long that they feel less like invaders. and more like new neighbours who moved in and never left. Theodoric's palace is actually the old imperial palace. He uses the same throne room where Roman emperors once held court. He employs Roman administrators, follows Roman laws, and communicates in Latin. His official documents are written in the chancery style that Roman bureaucrats developed centuries ago. The only obvious difference is that Theodoric and his Gothic warriors are Arian Christians, while most Romans are Nicene Christians. This creates some theological tension, but surprisingly little practical conflict. Theodoric is pragmatic enough to let people worship however they want as long as they pay their taxes and maintain order. You wait in an anteroom while your cousin delivers some documents. The walls display mosaics showing both Gothic and Roman symbols side by side. A Gothic warrior on horseback rides next to a Roman magistrate in a toga. The message is clear. This government represents a blending of both cultures. A Gothic soldier stands guard at the door. His equipment is interesting. He wears Roman-style armour made by Roman craftsmen. He carries a Germanic-style sword that his grandfather probably brought from beyond the Danube. His belt buckle shows Roman decorative motifs. He is a visual representation of cultural fusion. Your cousin emerges and takes you on a tour of the complex. You pass through offices where Roman scribes work alongside Gothic administrators. Everyone speaks Latin in the halls. Documents are filed using the Roman system. The bureaucracy functions exactly as it did under Roman emperors. Theodoric himself appears briefly. He's in his 60s now, heavyset and dignified. He wears purple robes like a Roman emperor but keeps his long Germanic hair and beard. He speaks to his advisors in fluent Latin. His accent marks him as someone who learned Latin as a second language, but his vocabulary and grammar are impeccable. He notices you and your cousin and nods politely. Your cousin bows. You bow. The king continues on his way, surrounded by attendants. The encounter lasts maybe 10 seconds, but it leaves you with a strange feeling. This man is technically a barbarian invader. His people were enemies of Rome within living memory, yet here he is, ruling Italy with Roman methods, employing Roman officials, and maintaining Roman traditions. He's more invested in preserving Roman civilization than many Romans are. Your cousin explains the situation as you walk back toward his house. The Goths number maybe 100,000 people. The Romans in Italy number several million. The Goths cannot rule through force alone. They need Roman cooperation. So Theodoric has made a deal. He provides military protection and maintains order. The Romans provide administrative expertise and keep the economy functioning. It works surprisingly well. Trade continues, cities function, laws are enforced, taxes are collected at lower rates than under the old empire, which makes everyone reasonably happy. The system is not Roman and not Gothic, but something new that borrows from both. Your cousin mentions that many young Romans are learning Gothic now, not because they have to, but because it helps with advancement in the military and some administrative positions. Meanwhile, Gothic children of the elite are learning classical Latin literature and rhetoric. The cultural exchange flows both directions. This blending would have seemed impossible a century ago. Romans viewed Goths as uncivilized barbarians. Goths viewed Romans as soft and decadent. Now their children play together in the streets, and their young adults sometimes marry each other. The old prejudices persist, but they weaken with each generation. The funny part is that the Goths are trying desperately to preserve Roman culture, while many Romans have stopped caring about it. Theodoric commissions public works in the Roman style. He restores aqueducts and maintains roads. He patronizes scholars and collects Roman manuscripts. He seems to understand that Roman civilization is valuable and worth preserving, even if Rome as a political entity is gone. You spend the afternoon in Ravenna's marketplace. The vendors are a mix of Romans and Goths. You hear both Latin and Gothic being spoken. The goods for sale include Roman pottery and Gothic metalwork. A Roman woman sells bread next to a Gothic woman selling cheese. They chat pleasantly about the weather and complain together about how expensive olive oil has become. This is the reality of life after the Empire. The grand political structures have changed, but daily life continues. People adapt, cultures blend, former enemies become neighbours and then friends. The transformation happens so gradually that no single moment marks the change. You buy some excellent Gothic cheese and some Roman bread. You eat them together and find they complement each other perfectly. This seems like an appropriate metaphor for everything you have observed. Your cousin suggests you visit a rural estate before returning to Rome. He knows the owner and thinks you would find the transformation interesting. You agree and set out the next morning. The villa lies a day's walk from Ravenna. The road is terrible as expected. You arrive in the afternoon and stop at the entrance gate. The gate used to be guarded but now stands open. You walk through unchallenged. The villa was built 2 centuries ago by a wealthy senator. The main house is a sprawling complex of rooms arranged around a central courtyard. Mosaics decorate the floors. Frescoes cover the walls. The private bathhouse includes heated pools and changing rooms. The whole estate screams wealth and sophistication, or at least it used to. The main house is still inhabited, but only barely. The owner's family lives in about 6 rooms. The rest of the house sits empty and increasingly derelict. Water damage has ruined many of the frescoes. Some of the roof tiles are missing. The bathhouse has not been heated in years. But here is the interesting part. Where the ornamental gardens used to be, there are now vegetable plots. Where decorative fountains once played, there are now chicken coops. The olive groves that provided oil for export now provide food for local consumption. The entire villa has been converted from a luxury residence into a working farm. Even more interesting is what happened to the surrounding estate. The land used to be worked by tenant farmers who paid rent to the senator's family. When the economy collapsed and money became scarce, the arrangement changed. The tenant farmers stopped paying rent in coin and started paying in labour and goods. Over time, they built permanent homes on the estate. Their homes cluster around the main villa like chicks around a hen. You are witnessing the birth of a medieval manor. The Roman villa is becoming the centre of a self-sufficient village. The owner's family provides protection and organisation. The farmers provide labour and food. Everyone depends on everyone else in ways that would have seemed strange under the old system, but make perfect sense now. The villa owner is named Marcus. He's about 50 and remarkably cheerful for someone whose family fortune has evaporated. He gives you a tour and explains the changes with obvious pride. The estate is almost entirely self-sufficient now. They grow wheat, barley, vegetables and fruit. They raise chickens, pigs and sheep. They make their own cheese and butter. They weave their own cloth. They repair their own tools. They rely on the outside world for only a few essentials like salt and iron. Marcus admits this is not the life he imagined when he was young. He was educated in Rome. He studied rhetoric and philosophy. He expected to have a career in imperial service. Instead, he spends his days managing crop rotations and mediating disputes between farmers. But he has made peace with the change. He actually finds satisfaction in the work. The estate produces real things that people need. Under the old system, his family's wealth came from rents and investments that felt abstract and distant. Now he can see the direct results of his decisions. The wheat grows or it does not. The sheep thrive or they do not. The feedback is immediate and honest. The farmers who live on the estate treat him with respect but not civility. They need him, and he needs them. The relationship has become more balanced than it was under the old tenant system. Marcus cannot simply evict someone who displeases him because he cannot replace them. Labour is too scarce. Everyone who can work must work. You spend the night in the villa's former guest wing. The room is spacious but cold. The Hippocaust heating system has not functioned in decades. You sleep under wool blankets and wake to the sound of roosters crowing. In the morning you help with breakfast preparations. Everyone on the estate eats together in the main hall. The meal is simple but abundant. Fresh bread, cheese, fruit and watered wine. Marcus sits at the head of the long table, but the arrangement feels more like a large family gathering than a formal dining situation. One of the farmers asks Marcus to settle a boundary dispute. Two families claim ownership of the same strip of land. Marcus listens to both sides and then walks out to look at the disputed area. He examines the existing stone markers and decides in favour of one family. The losing family grumbles but accepts his judgment. The dispute is settled in 15 minutes. This is Roman law operating at the most local possible level. No courts, no lawyers, no written depositions. Just one man with traditional authority making a decision based on common sense and local knowledge. It is both completely Roman and completely different from how Roman law worked under the Empire. You leave the villa in the afternoon with a bag of fresh apples Marcus insists you take. As you walk back toward Ravenna, you think about what you have witnessed. The Roman villa system is not dying. It is transforming into something new that will eventually be called feudalism. The process will take centuries to complete, but you are seeing the early stages. The structures remain Roman. The legal concepts remain Roman, but the social relationships are changing in fundamental ways. The future is being built from the materials of the past, arranged in new patterns that solve new problems. On your return journey to Rome, you stop at a monastery. Your feet hurt, and the monks have a reputation for hospitality. They welcome you at the gate without asking questions. A novice shows you to the guest quarters and brings you bread and beer. The monastery is only 30 years old but feels ancient. The buildings are simple stone structures arranged around a central church. Everything is clean and well maintained. The monks clearly take pride in their work. You attend evening prayers. The monks sing in Latin. Their voices blend in harmonious patterns that fill the small church with sound. The melodies are based on older Roman musical forms but adapted for Christian worship. The result is hauntingly beautiful. After prayers, the abbot invites you to dine with the community. The meal is vegetarian: lentil stew, bread, cheese, and surprisingly good wine from the monastery's own vineyard. The monks eat in silence while one of their number reads aloud from a religious text. This is new. Communal silent meals are not a Roman tradition. The practice comes from desert monasticism in Egypt and Syria. It has spread to the West and been adapted to local conditions. You're witnessing another form of cultural blending. After dinner, the abbot shows you the monastery's most precious possession, the library. The room is small, but every wall is lined with shelves. The shelves hold perhaps 100 books. This may not sound like much, but you realise you're looking at one of the largest book collections in Italy. The abbot explains that the monastery has made it their mission to preserve texts. They copy books by hand. Each monk spends several hours per day in the scriptorium creating new copies of old works. They copy primarily religious texts, but also classical Roman literature, history and philosophy. You examine some of the books. The craftsmanship is extraordinary. The letters are perfectly formed. The margins are decorated with simple but elegant designs. These books will last for centuries if properly cared for. The funny thing is that these monks are preserving Roman literature better than the Romans did. In the cities, old books are being lost through neglect or destroyed for their valuable parchment. Here in this remote monastery, monks who never met a Roman senator are carefully copying Virgil and Cicero. The abbot is a former Roman official who took holy orders after his wife died. He understands the value of what they are saving. He talks about the books the way other men talk about gold. Each volume represents thousands of hours of human thought and creativity. To lose a book is to lose a piece of human knowledge forever. He shows you the scriptorium, a long room with good light from south-facing windows. A dozen monks sit at individual desks copying texts. They work in complete silence except for the scratching of pens on parchment. The concentration is absolute. One young monk is copying a work by Seneca. Another is working on the Gospel of Luke. A third is creating a new copy of a botanical text by Dioscorides. The subjects are wildly diverse, but the monks approach each text with the same careful attention. You watch as a monk mixes ink. He combines oak gall, iron salts, and water in precise proportions. The recipe comes from ancient Rome. The monks have preserved not just books, but the technical knowledge needed to create them. The abbot mentions that monasteries are springing up all over Europe. Each follows similar patterns: prayer, manual labour, study, copying texts. The network is informal but effective. Books travel from monastery to monastery. Knowledge spreads in slow but steady waves. This is how Roman learning will survive the collapse. Not in cities or universities or imperial libraries. In small monastic communities scattered across the countryside, where dedicated men preserve texts for reasons that mix religious devotion with scholarly passion. You spend 2 nights at the monastery. The routine is soothing in its predictability. Prayers at set hours, meals at set times, work in between. The chaos of the outside world feels very far away. On your last evening, the abbot gives you a gift, a small copy of the Psalms, handwritten on good parchment and bound in leather. He says every traveller should have something beautiful to remind them of moments of peace. You accept the gift with gratitude. The book fits easily in your bag. It weighs almost nothing, but it represents everything about this transitional age. Roman craftsmanship preserving Jewish religious texts copied by Christian monks for a traveller whose future is uncertain. All the threads of the ancient world are being woven into something new. You reach the outskirts of Rome after 8 days of travel. You are tired but satisfied. The journey has shown you things you needed to see. As you walk through the city gates, you notice something you never paid attention to before. People speak differently depending on their age and social class. The Latin spoken by the old senator you pass in the street is formal and complex. The Latin spoken by the children playing nearby is simpler and filled with words their grandparents would not recognize. Language is changing. Latin is slowly splitting into the various Romance languages that will eventually become Italian, French, Spanish, and Romanian. But this process will take centuries. Right now you are in the middle of it. The changes are noticeable but not yet extreme. You stop at a bakery. The baker's wife serves you. She speaks a Latin that would make a classical grammarian weep. She drops case endings. She confuses verb tenses. She uses vocabulary borrowed from Gothic and Greek. But you understand her perfectly, and she understands you. This is the real Latin. Not the literary language preserved in books, but the living language spoken by ordinary people. It has always been more flexible and practical than the formal version. Now it is evolving rapidly in response to new circumstances. The baker's young daughter asks you where you travelled from. You tell her, Ravenna. She asks if people there speak differently. You admit that they do. The northern dialects already sound distinct from the speech patterns in Rome. Give it another few generations and they will be different enough to cause comprehension problems. The girl finds this fascinating. She asks if this means Latin is dying. You tell her no. Latin is not dying. It is multiplying. Each region is developing its own version adapted to local needs and influenced by local languages. All these versions are still Latin, but they are becoming differentiated. Her mother laughs and says philosophers always complicate simple things. People talk, however they talk. The girl should not worry about it. You accept this wisdom and buy 2 loaves of bread. As you walk home, you listen more carefully to the conversations around you. A group of merchants arguing about prices, a mother scolding her children, 2 friends discussing the upcoming religious festival. Everyone speaks Latin, but no 2 people speak it exactly the same way. This diversity would have bothered Roman grammarians. They spent centuries trying to standardize Latin and preserve its classical forms, but their efforts only worked for the educated elite. The common people spoke however they wanted. Now that the educational system has largely collapsed, the common version is taking over completely. You reach your apartment building. Your neighbour is sitting outside enjoying the evening air. She's 90 years old and has lived in Rome her entire life. She speaks a Latin that sounds almost archaic to your ears. Full case endings, complex subordinate clauses, vocabulary that feels ancient. She asks about your trip. You tell her about Ravenna and the Gothic court and the monastery and the transforming villa. She listens and nods. She's seen so many changes in her lifetime that nothing surprises her anymore. She tells you that when she was young, her tutor insisted she learn Greek. All educated Romans spoke Greek as well as Latin. Now almost no one bothers with Greek anymore except monks and scholars. The eastern and western halves of the old empire are drifting apart linguistically as well as politically. You mentioned the monks preserving books. She approves strongly. She learned to read as a child and still considers literacy one of the greatest gifts anyone can receive. She worries that fewer children are learning these days. Without schools and tutors, literacy is becoming a specialised skill instead of a common accomplishment. This is true. In your grandfather's time, perhaps 30% of urban Romans could read. Now the number is closer to 10% and falling. Writing is becoming a professional specialty practiced mainly by monks and scribes. Your neighbour predicts that in another few generations, most people will not read at all. They will depend entirely on oral transmission of information. Stories will be told instead of written. History will be remembered instead of recorded. Knowledge will be preserved in human memory instead of books. She finds this sad but inevitable. The world is changing, and literacy is a casualty of that change. Only the church and the monasteries will maintain reading and writing skills. Everyone else will return to older oral traditions. You sit with her for a while longer as the sun sets over the old city. The conversation drifts to other topics. The price of olive oil, the new bishop's policies, the weather predictions for harvest season. Later, alone in your apartment, you think about language and change. Latin will survive, but it will transform beyond recognition. The books will survive, but only in monasteries. The oral traditions will strengthen as written traditions weaken. Everything is in flux. The old forms persist, but their meanings shift. The future is being created through 10,000 small changes that no one can fully perceive in the moment. The next morning you need to buy olive oil. This simple task reveals the new economic reality. Under the old empire, olive oil from Spain flowed into Rome through well-organised trade networks. Ships carried bulk quantities. Merchants operated on credit backed by imperial banks. Prices were stable, and supply was reliable. Now everything depends on personal relationships and trust. You go to the marketplace. The vendor you usually buy from has no Spanish oil. He has not received a shipment in 6 months. The ships still run, but less frequently, and with less predictability. He does have oil from Sicily. The price is higher than you remember, but he assures you the quality is good. You examine the oil. It looks fine. You ask about his source. He tells you the oil comes from his wife's cousin, who owns groves near Syracuse. Family connections have replaced formal trading companies. If you want a reliable supply, you deal with people you know or people your family knows. This personalisation of trade is happening everywhere. The old imperial economy ran on standardised currency, written contracts, and legal enforcement. That system required a functioning government. Without government backing, merchants have returned to older methods based on reputation and kinship. You buy the oil and chat with the vendor. He tells you trade is not dead, just different. The big merchant companies that moved goods across the Mediterranean have mostly disappeared, but smaller networks based on family and community ties have emerged to replace them. He gives you an example. His wife's cousin in Sicily sends oil to Rome. In return, the vendor sends cloth that his sister weaves. His sister gets wool from a shepherd, whose brother-in-law works for the vendor. Everyone in the network knows everyone else. Trust is built on personal relationships rather than legal contracts. The system is less efficient than the old imperial trade network, but more resilient. When one link breaks, the network routes around it. When the supply of one good becomes scarce, people substitute alternatives. Flexibility matters more than optimization. You wander through the market looking at other goods. Wine from local vineyards has replaced wine from distant provinces. Local pottery has replaced fine ceramics from Africa. Wool and linen from nearby estates have replaced silk from the east. The market has contracted geographically. Most goods now come from within a few days' travel. Long-distance trade still exists, but it focuses on high-value items like spices and precious metals. Bulk goods are too expensive to transport without the infrastructure the empire used to maintain. A merchant displays amber beads from the Baltic. This amber travelled hundreds of miles through networks of traders who each moved it one step closer to Rome. No single person organised the journey. The beads simply passed from hand to hand through existing relationships until they reached their final destination. You ask the merchant how payment works for something that travelled so far. He explains that the amber was exchanged multiple times. The final price in Rome bears little relation to what the original collector in the Baltic received. Each trader along the way added their profit margin. This is inefficient, but it works. The amber reaches customers who want it. The northern collectors get goods they need in return. Value flows in multiple directions through networks that require no central coordination. The funny thing is that this system resembles ancient trade patterns from before Rome built its empire. The world is not moving forward into some new economic model. It is circling back to older patterns that worked for thousands of years before Roman efficiency temporarily replaced them. You buy some items you need: salt from the coast, iron nails from a local blacksmith, a clay lamp to replace one that broke. Each purchase involves a brief conversation about quality, source, and price. The transactions feel personal in ways that shopping in the old imperial markets never did. On your way home, you pass the ruins of what used to be a grain warehouse. The massive building once stored grain from Egypt to feed Rome's population. Now it sits empty. The grain shipments from Egypt stopped decades ago when the Eastern Empire stopped subsidizing them. Rome now feeds itself from nearby farms and estates. The population is small enough that local production suffices. The city has adjusted its size to match available resources. This adjustment required hardship. Many people left or died when food became scarce. But those who remain have adapted to the new reality. They eat more locally. They waste less. They garden in spaces that used to be purely ornamental. You reach your building and climb the stairs to your apartment. The bag of oil is heavy. You bought enough to last several months because you cannot count on finding more when you need it. Storage matters now in ways it did not when supply was reliable. Later you sit by your window and watch the city. Trade continues. Markets function. People exchange goods and services. The economy has not collapsed. It has transformed into something more local, more personal, and more dependent on trust between individuals. The old efficiency is gone, but a different kind of stability is emerging. You notice something odd happening around Rome. Old buildings are being dismantled, and their materials are being reused in new construction. This is practical recycling, but it also represents a fundamental shift in how people think about the past. A church is being built near your apartment. The construction crew is pulling marble columns from an abandoned temple and installing them in the new building. The columns were carved 300 years ago to honour Jupiter. Now they will support a roof over Christian worshippers. You watch the workers for a while. They treat the columns carefully. The marble is valuable and difficult to replace. Modern quarries cannot produce stone of this quality anymore. The techniques have been partially lost, so builders reuse what the Romans made when they still had the skills and resources. The foreman tells you this is happening everywhere. Churches are built from materials scavenged from pagan temples. Houses are constructed from stones taken from old government buildings. Garden walls incorporate fragments of sculptures and monuments. Rome is literally rebuilding itself from its own ruins. The city is becoming its own quarry. Every generation takes pieces from older structures and incorporates them into newer ones. The physical matter of the city remains, but its form changes completely. This should feel like vandalism, but it does not. The old buildings were designed for purposes that no longer exist. No one worships Jupiter anymore, so his temples serve no function. The government offices are empty, so their buildings might as well be useful. The transformation is pragmatic rather than destructive. You see a house where the front wall incorporates a section of an old memorial stone. The original inscription is still visible, but now it forms part of a private residence. The past becomes literal building material for the future. Some people find this disturbing. Your neighbour, who is 90 years old, mentioned that she mourns seeing the old monuments dispersed. She remembers when the city looked different, when the ancient structures stood intact and purposeful. But even she admits the reuse makes sense. What good are beautiful buildings if they serve no function and cannot be maintained? Better to salvage what can be saved and put it to new uses. You visit the Forum. Several of the old government buildings have been partially dismantled. Their marble facings have been removed. Their roof tiles have been scavenged. Their foundations remain, but everything above ground level is gradually disappearing. Within a few generations, the Forum will be a field where cattle graze. The grandest civic centre in the Western world will become farmland. This seems impossible, but you can see it happening in slow motion. The Colosseum is also being slowly mined for building materials. People remove stones from the upper levels. They pry out metal clamps that hold blocks together. They cart away anything useful. The building is so massive that this process will take centuries, but eventually even the Colosseum will be reduced to a partial ruin. You feel oddly calm about this. The buildings were always just buildings. The real Rome was the people and the ideas and the systems they created. Those things are transforming but not disappearing. The physical stones matter less than what they represented. At the same time, you recognise something is being lost. Future generations will not see what you have seen. They will not walk among intact temples and monuments. They will inherit a different city built from fragments of the one you know. You pass a construction site where a wealthy family is building a new house. The design is interesting. It combines Roman architectural principles with new ideas. The floor plan follows traditional patterns. The building techniques are Roman. But the decoration shows influences from Gothic art. The mosaics include Christian symbols mixed with classical motifs. The house represents the same kind of blending you have seen elsewhere. Roman forms filled with new content. Old techniques applied to new purposes. The past and future merge into a present that feels transitional. The stones do not care what they support. Columns hold up roofs, whether those roofs shelter temples or churches. Marble decorates walls, whether those walls surround pagan shrines or Christian homes. The materials remain constant while their meanings shift completely. You think about the monks copying books and the stones being recycled. Both represent preservation through transformation. The words survive by being rewritten. The buildings survive by being disassembled and rebuilt. Nothing stays exactly the same, but nothing is entirely lost either. This is how civilizations work. They do not end cleanly. They evolve continuously. The new is always built from pieces of the old, arranged in patterns that solve current problems rather than past ones. You decide to improve your education. This sounds odd in a collapsing empire, but you have time and curiosity. You find a tutor who teaches rhetoric and grammar in the traditional Roman style. The tutor turns out to be a Vandal. His name is Hilderic. He was born in North Africa, where the Vandals established their kingdom after crossing from Spain. He came to Rome as a young man to study. He liked the city and stayed. Now he earns his living teaching Romans the classical education he learned from Roman teachers in Carthage. This is hilarious in multiple ways. A barbarian teaching Romans how to be Roman. A member of the tribe that sacked Rome teaching rhetoric. A Vandal preserving classical learning that many Romans have abandoned. Hilderic finds the irony amusing. He mentions it during your first lesson. He says the Vandals value Roman culture more than the Romans do, because they had to work harder to acquire it. Romans take their heritage for granted. Vandals and Goths and other barbarians choose it deliberately. His teaching style is rigorously traditional. You read Cicero and Virgil. You practice writing in the periodic style. You learn rhetorical devices and grammatical rules. Everything is exactly as it would have been taught a century ago. You ask Hilderic why he bothers. Classical education has limited practical value now. Most people do not care about rhetoric. You could earn more money doing almost anything else. He considers the question carefully. He says he teaches because civilization is more than buildings and laws. It is a set of ideas transmitted through language and education. If the ideas are lost, then Rome is truly dead regardless of what happens to the stones and structures. By teaching you Cicero, he is preserving not just a text but a way of thinking. By insisting on proper grammar, he is maintaining standards of precision and clarity. By drilling you in rhetoric, He is keeping alive the notion that language matters and can be crafted with care. You have other students in the class. 2 are young Romans from families that still value education. One is a Gothic woman who wants to read classical literature. One is a former soldier who decided learning is more interesting than fighting. The class meets 3 times a week. Hildrich teaches in Latin, but occasionally lapses into Vandal when he gets excited about a particularly good passage from Virgil. No one complains. You all understand enough Latin to follow the lessons. One day Hildrich brings a manuscript he acquired. It is a copy of Sallust's history. The manuscript is old, and the parchment is deteriorating. Hildrich copied the entire text himself because he worries the original will not survive much longer. He shows you his copy. The handwriting is clear and careful. He corrected obvious errors in the original. He added marginal notes explaining obscure references. He treated the work with scholarly respect. This Vandal barbarian has preserved a piece of Roman history that Romans might have let disappear. The situation feels backwards, but it also makes perfect sense. People who choose a culture often appreciate it more than people who inherit it passively. Your lessons continue through the winter. You read, write, and discuss. Hildrich assigns essays on classical themes. You struggle with the complex sentence structures, but improve gradually. One evening, Hildrich invites the whole class to his home for dinner. His house is modest but comfortable. His wife is Roman. She serves a meal that mixes Roman and Vandal dishes. You eat Roman bread with Vandal smoked fish. The combination is unusual but delicious. After dinner, Hildrich's wife tells stories about growing up in Rome. She remembers when the city was more crowded and prosperous. She also remembers constant political instability and violence. She says the current situation is actually more peaceful than what she experienced as a child. Her perspective surprises you. You tend to think of the past as a golden age and the present as decline. But she lived through that past and found it stressful. The present may be poorer, but it is calmer. Hildrich raises his cup and toasts to learning across boundaries. Romans and barbarians studying together. The old and new mixing freely. The future is being created by people who refuse to let knowledge die. You drink to that. The wine is good, the company is pleasant. You realise that civilization is not a fixed thing passed down intact, from generation to generation. It is something recreated continuously by people who care enough to preserve it and adapt it and pass it forward. Hildrich the Vandal is doing more for Roman civilization than many Romans. This fact would have astonished people a century ago. But it makes perfect sense now. Autumn arrives and you help with the grain harvest. Everyone helps. The distinction between city dweller and farmer has blurred. If you want to eat, you need to participate in food production at some level. The harvest takes place on estates surrounding Rome. You join a group walking out to one of the larger villas. The owner agreed to feed everyone who helps bring in the grain. This is a fair exchange. Your labour for a share of the food. The work is hard but social. 40 people spread across the field with sickles. You cut grain stalks and bundle them into sheaves. Your back aches after the first hour, but you keep going. Everyone keeps going. The work must be finished before rain comes. The atmosphere is cheerful despite the labour. People sing while they work. Old Roman songs mixed with newer ones borrowed from Gothic or Gallic traditions. The melodies blend together in pleasant harmonies. A woman working next to you explains that this communal approach to harvest is becoming standard. Individual families cannot manage the work alone, so everyone pools labour and shares the results. It is more efficient and more enjoyable. You break for lunch. The villa owner's staff brings bread, cheese and watered wine. Everyone sits in the shade and eats together. The owner himself sits with the workers. There is no formal separation between classes during harvest. Everyone is equally necessary. After lunch you return to cutting grain. The afternoon is hot, but a breeze makes it bearable. You fall into a rhythm. Cut, bundle and stack. Cut, bundle, stack. The repetitive motion becomes almost meditative. By evening the field is cleared. The grain stands in neat stacks ready for threshing. Everyone is exhausted but satisfied. You accomplish something tangible and important. The city will eat this winter because of today's work. The owner announces that dinner will be served. Long tables are set up in the villa courtyard. The meal is simple but generous. Roasted vegetables, bread, beans, and more wine. You eat until you are full. After dinner, someone produces a flute. Music starts. A few people begin dancing. You watch from the edge of the courtyard, too tired to move but happy to observe. This is not how things worked under the old empire. Back then, agricultural labour was performed by slaves or tenant farmers. Free citizens avoided manual work. Social classes remained strictly separated. Now, everyone works. Everyone eats together. The old hierarchies are weakening under economic pressure. When labour is scarce, it gains value. When food is precious, those who produce it gain status. You sleep in the villa's barn along with dozens of other harvest workers. The accommodations are basic but adequate. Hay provides padding. Blankets provide warmth. You're so tired that comfort hardly matters. In the morning you help with threshing. The grain sheaves are spread on a stone floor and beaten with flails. The rhythmic pounding creates a steady beat. Someone starts singing, and the work becomes synchronized with the music. This communal labour will continue through the week, threshing, winnowing, and bagging the grain. Everyone who helps will receive a share. The villa owner will keep a larger portion, but everyone gets something. The system is fair enough. It rewards participation. It distributes food based on contribution. It creates bonds between people who might otherwise have little in common. You think about how Rome used to feed itself. Grain from Egypt and Africa, ships bringing bulk supplies, government distribution to citizens. The system was efficient but fragile. It required infrastructure, organisation, and political stability. The current system is less efficient but more robust. If one harvest fails, people can turn to another estate. If one region has problems, other regions can help. The network is decentralised and flexible. You finish your work and receive your share of grain, enough to last your household 2 months if used carefully. You thank the owner and begin the walk back to Rome. On the road, you talk with other workers. They discuss weather predictions, planting plans for next season, and the quality of this year's harvest. The conversations reveal deep knowledge of agriculture that Romans used to consider beneath their dignity. Times have changed. Knowledge of farming is now valuable. Practical skills matter more than classical education. You can quote Virgil, but you can also cut grain, and you know which skill keeps you alive. A religious festival approaches. The celebration blends Christian and older traditions in ways that would confuse a strict theologian, but make perfect sense to ordinary people. The festival supposedly honours a Christian martyr, but the date coincides with an older Roman agricultural celebration. The activities include both Christian prayers and rituals that have roots going back centuries before Christianity arrived. You attend the festival because everyone attends. The event combines worship, socialising, and entertainment. The whole community gathers regardless of their specific beliefs. The day begins with a church service. The bishop leads prayers and gives a sermon about the martyr's courage. The story is inspiring. The martyr refused to worship pagan gods and died for his faith. His example teaches that principles matter more than comfort. After the service, people move to the town square. Vendors set up stalls selling food and small goods. Musicians perform. Children run around playing games. The atmosphere shifts from solemn worship to cheerful celebration. You buy roasted chestnuts from a vendor. The chestnuts are hot and delicious. You chat with the vendor about weather and crops. He is cautiously optimistic about the coming winter. Food supplies seem adequate. A procession forms. People carry a statue of the martyr through the streets. The procession follows a route that happens to pass several locations that were sacred in pre-Christian times. This is not accidental. The Church wisely incorporates older sacred geography into new practices. Music accompanies the procession. Christian hymns mixed with older melodies that your grandmother would recognise. The blending feels natural. The distinction between Christian and pre-Christian is less clear in practice than in theory. You join the procession. Walking together creates a sense of community. You're part of something larger than yourself. This feeling was important to Romans in the Old Empire and remains important now. The procession ends at a church. The bishop offers final prayers. He thanks God for the harvest and asks for protection during winter. Everyone says Amen together. The unified response creates a powerful moment of shared purpose. After the religious portion ends, the real party begins. Tables are set up for a communal feast. Every family brings food to share. The result is an enormous spread of dishes representing every household in the community. You contribute bread and cheese. Others bring vegetables, meat, fish, fruit and wine. The variety is impressive considering how limited resources are. People have saved and prepared for this event. The meal is wonderfully chaotic. Everyone eats from shared platters. Conversations overlap. Children run between tables stealing treats. Old people tell stories. Young people flirt and laugh. The festival creates space for every kind of social interaction. You sit with a mixed group. Romans and Goths. Old and young, rich and poor. The festival erases normal boundaries. For one day, everyone is simply a member of the community celebrating together. Someone proposes a toast to the martyr. Everyone raises cups. Then someone else proposes a toast to the harvest. More cups are raised. Then toast to health, peace, friendship, and anything else people can think of. The wine flows freely. As evening approaches, dancing begins. The dances are traditional Roman patterns that everyone knows. Simple circle dances and line dances that require no special skill. The point is participation, not performance. You join the dancing. The movements are easy and repetitive. The music is lively. You dance until you're out of breath and laughing. Around you, the whole community moves together in rhythm. This is civilization. Not marble buildings or complex laws. This shared celebration. This coming together. This creation of community through ritual and feast and dance. The old empire had grand architecture and a sophisticated government. It also had festivals like this. The architecture is crumbling, and the government is gone. But the festivals continue. They adapt and change, but they persist because people need them. You leave the festival as darkness falls. Torches light your way home. You can hear music and laughter continuing behind you. The party will go on for hours yet. In your apartment, you reflect on what you experienced. The festival was Christian in name, but Roman in structure and mixed in practice. The church has not destroyed older traditions. It has absorbed them and given them new meaning. This is how cultures really change. Not through dramatic breaks, but through gradual incorporation. The new takes the shell of the old and fills it with different content. The forms remain familiar even as their significance shifts. You fall asleep thinking about continuity and transformation. The two are not opposites. They are partners in the endless process of human adaptation. Winter settles over Rome. The days are short and cold. You spend evenings by your small brazier trying to stay warm. The apartment is never quite comfortable, but it is better than being outside. One night you cannot sleep. You wrap yourself in blankets and sit by the window looking out at the city. The moon is full and bright. The old buildings cast sharp shadows. Everything looks silver and black. You think about all the changes you have witnessed, the shrinking population, the abandoned buildings, the new powers arising, the blending of cultures, the transformation of everything familiar into something strange yet recognizable. For the first time you truly understand that the Roman Empire is gone, not gone in the sense of completely vanished, gone in the sense that it has become something else entirely. The chrysalis is split open and something new is emerging. This realization makes you feel unmoored. Your whole identity was built on being Roman. But what does that mean now? The old definitions no longer apply. The empire you were taught to honour exists only in memory and books. Yet you are still here. The city is still here. The language is still here. The laws and customs and ways of thinking are still here. They have changed, but they persist. Maybe being Roman means something different now than it did a century ago. You think about Hilderic the Vandal teaching rhetoric, about Theodoric the Goth ruling from a Roman throne, about the bishop organising social services, about the monks copying books, about farmers sharing harvests. None of these things would have happened under the old empire, yet all of them preserve something essentially Roman even while transforming it. Maybe civilization is not a fixed thing passed down unchanged. Maybe it is a conversation across generations. Each age receives what the previous age created and then adapts it to current needs before passing it forward again. The moon moves across the sky. The shadows shift. You remain at your window thinking about continuity and change. In the morning things will look the same as always. You will buy bread and chat with neighbours and go about your business. The dramatic thoughts of a sleepless night will fade. Life will resume its normal patterns. But something has shifted in your understanding. You see now that you live in a transitional moment. The old world is dying, but slowly. The new world is being born, but gradually. Most people do not even notice because the changes happen across decades and generations. You're fortunate to recognize what is happening. This awareness will not change your daily life. You will still need to eat and find work and maintain shelter. But it gives meaning to the small transformations you observe. Every Gothic word entering Latin. Every church is built from temple stones. Every villa is becoming a village. Every monk is copying a book. Every harvest was shared communally. These are not random events. They are pieces of a larger pattern that will become clear only in retrospect. You finally feel sleepy. You return to your bed and pull the blankets tight. Outside, the city sleeps under moonlight. The old walls stand as they have stood for centuries. The new churches rest in darkness. The future waits patiently to unfold. Spring arrives with unexpected warmth. The flowers bloom early. The farmers predict a good growing season. Hope feels possible after the long cold winter. You decide to plant a garden. A small plot behind your building has sat unused for years. You claim it and begin preparing the soil. The work is harder than expected. The ground is packed hard and full of rocks. Your neighbour sees you working and offers advice. She grew vegetables when she was younger. She teaches you about soil preparation and planting times. You listen carefully and follow her instructions. Over several weeks you create a functioning garden. Beans, onions, lettuce and herbs. The plants are small but healthy. You water them every evening and watch them grow. This is new for you. Romans of your class traditionally did not garden. That was work for farmers and slaves. But class distinctions mean less now. Everyone does what needs to be done. You find satisfaction in the work. The garden responds to care. Watering and weeding produce visible results. You feel connected to the earth in ways you never experienced before. Other people in your building notice the garden and ask if they can help. You agree. The garden becomes a communal project. Several families contribute labour, and everyone shares the harvest. This small cooperation reveals how society is reorganising itself. People form voluntary associations based on mutual benefit. The old hierarchies based on class and status are being replaced by networks based on reciprocity and trust. Your garden thrives. By early summer you are harvesting lettuce and beans. The produce is fresh and delicious. You eat better than you have in months. The garden also becomes a social centre. Neighbours stop by to check on the plants. Conversations happen naturally. You learn things about people who have lived in your building for years but whom you barely knew before. One neighbour is a widow who used to work as a seamstress. Another is a former soldier who lost his leg in battle. A third is a young couple with 2 children. They all have stories and skills and knowledge to share. The garden creates opportunities for exchange. The seamstress repairs your cloak in return for vegetables. The former soldier teaches you how to sharpen tools. The young couple helps with heavy work in exchange for a share of the harvest. These informal barter arrangements are becoming the foundation of the local economy. Money is scarce, so people trade goods and services directly. The system works because everyone has something to offer, and everyone needs something from others. You think about how different this is from the old empire. Back then, most transactions involved money. Services were professionalised. People interacted through formal markets and legal contracts. Now interaction is more personal and direct. You know the people you trade with. You trust them because you live near them and see them regularly. Reputation matters more than formal credentials. The garden produces through the summer. You learn by doing. Some plants thrive, others fail. You adjust your approach based on results. This practical education is valuable in ways that book learning never was. By autumn, you're an experienced gardener, not an expert, but competent. You know what works in this particular soil under these specific conditions. Your knowledge is local and practical and hard-won. The other gardeners in your building have similar stories. They started knowing nothing and learned through trial and error. The collective knowledge of the group is now substantial. You harvest the last of the summer crops and prepare the garden for winter. Some of the plants will regrow in spring. Others you will replant. You already know what you will do differently next year. As you work, you realise the garden is a perfect metaphor for everything happening in the world. The old empire was like a formal garden with strict plans and professional maintenance. That garden is overgrown now, but new gardens are sprouting everywhere. Small plots tended by ordinary people. Less grand than the old formal gardens, but more resilient. If one fails, others continue. The system survives through diversity and adaptation. You finish preparing the garden for winter and stand back to admire your work. It is not much. A small plot of earth behind a decrepit building in a shrinking city. But it is yours, and it produces food, and it connects you to your neighbours. This is enough. This is actually everything that matters. Chapter 15. The future that already arrived. Years pass. You grow older. The changes you observed continue. Rome shrinks further. The population stabilises at a lower level. The city reimagines itself as a church centre rather than an imperial capital. You attend your neighbour's funeral. She lived to 95. She saw the empire at its height and watched it transform completely. She adapted to every change and maintained her dignity throughout. At the funeral, the bishop speaks about continuity through faith. He suggests that earthly empires rise and fall, but spiritual truth persists. This is a Christian interpretation, but it contains wisdom. You think about what persists. Language changes, but people still speak. Buildings crumble, but people still build. Governments fall, but people still organise themselves. The forms change, but human needs and human creativity continue. Your cousin visits from Ravenna. He's middle-aged now with grown children. He tells you that Theodoric died and was succeeded by his grandson. The Gothic kingdom continues to function. Life goes on. You tell him about your garden and your tutoring sessions with Hilderic. He approves of both, practical skills and classical learning. The combination is necessary for the new age. He asks if you ever regret living through such dramatic changes. You consider the question carefully. The answer is complicated. You lost many things. The security of the old system, the grandeur of the imperial city, the certainty that came from clear hierarchies and roles. These losses are real and sometimes painful, but you gained things too. Community connections, practical skills, understanding that life continues even when systems collapse, appreciation for what truly matters versus what merely appears important. On balance, you do not regret your life. You adapted when adaptation was necessary. You preserved what you could. You contributed what you were able to contribute. This is enough. Your cousin stays for a week. You show him around Rome. He marvels at how much has changed since his last visit. Whole neighbourhoods are abandoned. Churches have replaced temples. Gardens grow in former public squares. Yet the city remains recognisably Rome. The 7 hills still shape the landscape. The Tiber still flows through the centre. The ancient walls still define the boundaries. The physical reality persists even as its meaning transforms. On his last evening you sit together drinking wine and talking about the future. Your cousin is optimistic. He believes the new kingdoms will stabilise. Trade will recover. Population will grow again. Civilization will rebuild on new foundations. You're less certain, but you hope he is right. The future is always uncertain. The only guarantee is that change will continue. How people respond to that change determines whether the future is better or worse than the present. You walk your cousin to the city gate in the morning. You embrace and promise to write letters. He begins his journey north. You watch until he disappears around a bend in the road. Then you return to your apartment and your daily routines. There is work to be done. The garden needs attention. Hildrick expects you at your lesson. The communal meal requires your contribution. Life continues. Empires rise and fall, but people endure. They adapt and persist and create meaning in whatever circumstances they face. This is the real lesson of Rome's transformation. The empire ended not with apocalypse, but with gradual adjustment. The dramatic narrative of collapse is false. The truth is quieter and stranger. The old world slowly became a new world, while most people simply lived their lives and adapted as necessary. You are part of this story, not a hero or a leader, just a person who witnessed change and responded as well as you could. Your contribution is small but real. You helped build the future by maintaining gardens and learning rhetoric and participating in the community. This is how history actually happens, not through the actions of emperors and generals alone, through millions of ordinary people making small decisions that collectively create large patterns. You sit at your window one last time watching the sunset paint the old city in shades of gold. The buildings that remain standing glow in the fading light. The new churches cast long shadows. The ancient and the modern exist side by side. Tomorrow will look much like today. The day after will look much like tomorrow. Change happens too slowly to perceive in any single moment. But over years and decades and generations, everything transforms. You have witnessed the end of one age and the beginning of another. You have seen how the Roman world became the medieval world through countless small transformations. You have lived through history's hinge point and survived. This knowledge brings peace. Whatever comes next, people will adapt. They will preserve what matters and discard what does not. They will create new systems suited to new circumstances. Life will continue, because life always continues. The sun sets completely. Darkness spreads across the city. You light a lamp and return to your evening tasks. The world keeps turning. Tomorrow waits with its own small dramas and quiet transformations. And you will be there to witness them, as you have been there all along. A quiet observer of empire's end, and the patient emergence of whatever comes next. This is your story. This is everyone's story. The long, slow, fascinating process of becoming something new while remaining somehow the same. Imagine living in ancient Greece around 600 BCE, when the only technological concern you might have had was whether your olive oil lamp would have enough fuel to last the entire night. People who entered this world of basic tools and sophisticated ideas did something revolutionary. They began to ask why, rather than merely accepting because the gods said so. Instead of calling themselves physicists, the first physicists called themselves natural philosophers, which sounds far more respectable than people who spend too much time wondering why rocks fall down instead of up. However, that's exactly what they were doing, viewing the everyday world from a new perspective and rejecting the idea that mystery was a sufficient explanation for anything. One of these early wanderers was Thales of Miletus, who reportedly spent so much time gazing up at the stars that he once fell into a well while out for a walk. According to reports, his maid made fun of him by pointing out that he was attempting to comprehend the heavens while ignoring the ground beneath his feet. This may be the earliest known case of someone becoming so engrossed in theoretical physics that they failed to observe their surroundings, a practice that is still common in physics departments all over the world. However, Thales had a crucial insight. According to his theory, water in its various forms makes up everything in the universe. Now, before you write this off as archaic thinking, remember that he was putting forth a profound idea, that the astounding diversity of the natural world could have straightforward underlying causes. He was completely correct that the way forward was to look for straightforward explanations of complicated phenomena, but he was mistaken that water was the fundamental substance. Democritus expanded on this notion with a notion so revolutionary that it would not be fully comprehended for more than 2 millennia. He proposed that cutting something into ever tinier pieces would eventually result in pieces that were too small to cut. He referred to these fragments as atoms, which in Greek means uncuttable. In essence, Democritus was suggesting that the universe was composed of inconspicuous, minuscule building blocks, akin to cosmic LEGO pieces. Since Democritus lacked particle accelerators and microscopes, it wasn't that he was accurate in every detail. Rather, it was that he was thinking in the right way. He was saying that you could comprehend large, complex things by comprehending their smallest components. Although it would take centuries for anyone to figure out how to actually test these ideas, this reductionist approach would eventually become one of the most potent tools in physics. The ancient natural philosopher Aristotle, who was arguably the most influential, adopted a different strategy. He concentrated on what he could actually see, rather than making assumptions about invisible atoms. He observed how objects moved, fell, and behaved under various conditions. He then made an effort to arrange these findings into a logical framework that would account for everything. The physics of Aristotle resembled a complex categorization system for natural phenomena. Because they want to hit the ground more urgently than light objects, heavy objects fall more quickly. When something pushes something, it moves, and when that push stops, it stops moving. Heavy objects naturally congregate at the center of the universe, which is why the Earth is there. Because it wants to ascend to its proper location in the heavens, fire rises. We now know that the majority of Aristotle's particular conclusions were incorrect. However, his method, careful observation followed by methodical explanation, was spot on. He was looking for trends in the behavior of nature, rules that could forecast the future in novel circumstances. Even though he had few scientific instruments at his disposal, he was conducting research. These early natural philosophers were brilliant because they believed that the universe made sense, even though some of their discoveries were remarkably prescient. They thought that rather than being the random whims of irrational gods, natural phenomena adhered to understandable laws. This presumption would turn out to be possibly the most significant concept in human thought history. A tradition of rigorous reasoning about the natural world was also being established by them. They were willing to approach problems methodically and follow reasoning wherever it led, even if it resulted in uncomfortable or counterintuitive conclusions, rather than simply accepting conventional wisdom. Every significant development in physics that followed would depend on this intellectual bravery. As you go to bed tonight, remember that these ancient philosophers were answering questions that still captivate us. What is the composition of the universe? How do things change and move? What basic laws apply to everything from far-off stars to falling apples? They lacked our resources and expertise, but they possessed something just as valuable, an insatiable curiosity and the endurance to consider basic issues carefully. The Islamic world kept the flame of natural philosophy burning after the fall of the Roman Empire, when Europe was busy forgetting much of what the Greeks had discovered. The next great leap in human understanding would eventually be supported by the picture libraries in Baghdad and Cordoba, where scholars preserved Greek texts while adding their own observations and insights. Ibn al-Haytham, also referred to as Al-Hazan in the West, was one of these scholars who made the revolutionary move of insisting that theories about the natural world be put to the test against meticulous observations. This may seem like common sense, but keep in mind that for centuries most people were satisfied to settle disputes by citing historical authorities rather than paying attention to actual events. Light and vision particularly captivated Al-Hazan. The ancient Greeks had some rather strange theories about how we see the world. For example, many thought that our eyes emit invisible rays that reflect off of objects, much like biological radar systems. Through meticulous experimentation, Al-Hazan discovered that light moves from objects to our eyes rather than the other way around. In order to prove that light moves in straight lines, he constructed the first camera obscura, which is basically a gigantic pinhole camera. Al-Hazan gained insights from his work with optics that would take centuries to fully comprehend. He understood that light is bent by the atmosphere, which functions as a lens and influences our perception. This explains why stars appear to twinkle and the sun appears larger when it is close to the horizon. Al-Hazan was learning that observation itself might be trickier than it seemed, which would be important for future advances in physics. By translating Arabic texts, scholars in medieval Europe were rediscovering Aristotle. This led to an intriguing situation. Like playing telephone across centuries and cultures, European thinkers were learning Greek physics from Islamic commentaries. During a time when original scientific thinking was comparatively uncommon in Europe, this process kept the discussion about natural philosophy alive, even though it occasionally brought new concepts and confusions. English monk Roger Bacon, who lived in the 13th century, took Al-Hazan's focus on experimentation and ran with it. Bacon believed that thorough observation and methodical idea testing could reveal the mysteries of nature. He studied the characteristics of magnets, experimented with lenses and mirrors, and even conjectured about flying machines and mechanically propelled ships, concepts that would not be realised for centuries. Bacon's method was revolutionary because rather than merely interpreting ancient authorities, he argued that humans could uncover new truths about the natural world. This was potentially theologically dangerous as well as intellectually radical. What did it say about the completeness of revealed knowledge if people could learn new things about God's creation on their own? For centuries, the conflict between religious authority and natural philosophy based on observation would simmer and occasionally explode into major battles. However, rather than questioning religious doctrine, the majority of natural philosophers of the Middle Ages were able to present their work as a means of comprehending God's creation. It was believed that the same divine intelligence wrote both the book of Scripture and the book of nature, which they were reading side by side. Some of these conflicts were eased by the renowned medieval theologian Thomas Aquinas, who maintained that faith and reason were complementary rather than antagonistic. While theology addressed spiritual issues, natural philosophy was able to uncover truths about the material world. By avoiding direct confrontations with religious authorities, this intellectual division of labour allowed natural philosophy to flourish. Additionally, more advanced mathematical instruments emerged during the Middle Ages. Islamic sources taught European scholars algebra and Arabic numerals, which significantly enhanced their computational skills. They established the foundation for the quantitative method that would ultimately revolutionize physics by starting to apply mathematical analysis to physical issues. The stage was set for something extraordinary by the end of the Middle Ages. The value of meticulous observation and experimentation had been established by natural philosophers. They had access to progressively more potent mathematical instruments. They had established a framework for considering natural philosophy to be a valid approach to studying God's creation. They also had centuries' worth of observations on everything from how light behaves to how planets move. The next thing they needed was someone who was prepared to question basic beliefs about the structure of the universe. Even though he wouldn't transform astronomy for several more decades, someone was already being born in a small Polish town. It's important to recognise the amount of intellectual foundation that had been established by centuries of patient thinkers who were happy to make observations, pose questions, and gradually advance human knowledge of the natural world before we met. Nicolaus Copernicus. Imagine living a lifetime under the assumption that the sun, moon, planets, stars and earth all revolve around us in a complex celestial dance, and that the earth remains motionless at the centre of the universe. Then picture someone gently pointing out that perhaps we're in reverse, that perhaps we're the ones dancing while the sun remains motionless. It's difficult to exaggerate how fundamentally this idea upended the medieval worldview, which is precisely what Nicolaus Copernicus suggested in the 16th century. Copernicus had no intention of igniting a revolution. In reality, he was a fairly conservative man. A church canon who managed church finances, occasionally practiced medicine, and had a hobby of studying mathematics and astronomy. A technical issue in Ptolemaic astronomy troubled him. The mathematical models used to forecast planetary motions were growing more complex and laborious. He thought it was inelegant to keep adding circles within circles to account for observed planetary positions, like a lovely equation ruined by too many correction factors. Copernicus therefore attempted a thought experiment. What if the sun, not the earth, were at the centre of the planetary system? Something lovely occurred when he solved the math. The limited range of Mercury and Venus from the sun, the way Mars occasionally seems to move backwards against the background stars, and many other complex aspects of planetary motion suddenly made perfect sense. These were the inevitable results of tracking planetary motion from a moving platform, not enigmatic anomalies that needed intricate explanations. It was similar to realizing that the scenery outside a train window seems to move backwards because you are moving and not the scenery itself. Everything else's apparent motion becomes completely understandable once you comprehend your own motion. Copernicus, however, was reluctant to publish this theory. He realized that implying that the Earth moves was a fundamental challenge to how people perceive their place in the universe, not just a technical astronomical adjustment. According to the medieval perspective, humanity's unique place in God's creation was symbolized by the Earth's location at the center of the universe. Humanity appeared to be devalued from the center of divine attention to just another wandering planet, when the Earth was moved out to orbit the Sun. Copernicus spent decades refining his mathematical models and gathering evidence, but he was reluctant to expose his ideas to public criticism. Finally, in 1543, he published On the Revolutions of the Celestial Spheres, presenting his heliocentric model as a mathematical convenience that happened to provide more elegant explanations for astronomical observations. The book was dedicated to the Pope and carefully framed to minimise theological controversy. The immediate reaction was remarkably muted. Most astronomers treated the Copernican system as an interesting mathematical tool rather than a literal description of reality. It was useful for calculations, but didn't necessarily mean the Earth actually moved. This response allowed the heliocentric idea to circulate and gain supporters without immediately triggering the religious backlash that Copernicus had feared. But some people understood the broader implications immediately. If the Earth was just another planet orbiting the Sun, what did that say about humanity's special status? If the universe was much larger than previously thought, and it had to be to explain why we don't observe stellar parallax as Earth orbits the Sun, what did that suggest about our cosmic significance? These questions would trouble theologians and philosophers for generations. The Copernican revolution also demonstrated something important about how scientific ideas develop and spread. Revolutionary concepts often begin as technical solutions to narrow problems within specialized fields. Copernicus was trying to improve astronomical calculations, not overthrow medieval cosmology. But ideas have consequences that extend far beyond their original contexts, and those consequences can transform entire worldviews. Moreover, the acceptance of new ideas often depends as much on their practical utility as on their theoretical elegance. The Copernican system gained supporters partly because it provided better predictions of planetary positions, which was important for navigation, calendar reform, and astrological calculations. People adopted heliocentric astronomy not necessarily because they were convinced the Earth actually moved, but because it worked better for practical purposes. This pattern, technical improvements leading to conceptual revolutions, would repeat throughout the history of physics. Improvements in mathematical techniques, observational instruments, or experimental methods often reveal new phenomena that require fundamental changes in theoretical understanding. The Copernican revolution was one of the first clear examples of this process, but it certainly wouldn't be the last. As you drift off tonight, consider how comfortable assumptions about the nature of reality can be quietly undermined by patient technical work. Copernicus didn't set out to revolutionize human thought. He just wanted to make astronomical calculations more elegant. But sometimes the pursuit of mathematical beauty leads to profound insights about the structure of the universe. Insights that force us to reconsider our most basic assumptions about our place in the cosmic order. Picture yourself in 1609, living in a world where the most distant things you can see clearly are perhaps a few miles away on a clear day. Suddenly, someone hands you a device that lets you see the craters on the moons of Jupiter, and thousands of previously invisible stars. This is what happened when Galileo Galilei turned his newly improved telescope toward the sky, and the universe has never looked the same since. Galileo didn't invent the telescope. That honour belongs to Dutch spectacle makers who discovered that certain combinations of lenses could magnify distant objects. But Galileo heard about these devices, immediately grasped their potential, and set about improving their design with the enthusiasm of someone who had found the perfect tool for satisfying his curiosity about the natural world. Within months, Galileo had built telescopes that magnified objects 20 times or more, far better than anything previously available. Then he did something that seems obvious in retrospect but was actually quite revolutionary. He pointed his telescope at the night sky and systematically observed what he saw there. Most people had been using telescopes to observe distant ships or enemy fortifications, practical applications that everyone could understand. Galileo was using them to explore the cosmos. What he discovered changed everything. The moon, which had appeared to be a perfect smooth sphere in classical astronomy, turned out to have mountains, valleys, and what appeared to be ancient impact craters. The Milky Way, which looked like a faint cloud to the naked eye, resolved into thousands of individual stars. Venus showed phases like the moon, cycling from full to crescent as it orbited the sun. Most dramatically, Galileo discovered 4 moons orbiting Jupiter. These weren't just distant stars that moved slightly from night to night. These were clearly satellites revolving around the giant planet in regular, predictable patterns. For the first time in human history, someone had direct observational evidence that not everything in the universe revolved around Earth. The discovery of Jupiter's moons was particularly significant because it demolished one of the main objections to the Copernican system. Critics had argued that if the Earth moved through space, it would leave the moon behind, like a horse outrunning its rider. But here was Jupiter, clearly moving through the heavens while keeping 4 moons in tow. If Jupiter could maintain satellites while moving, why couldn't Earth do the same? Galileo published his telescopic observations in a book called Sidereus Nuncius, the Starry Messenger, and it became an immediate sensation. Educated people across Europe were fascinated by these revelations about the true nature of the celestial realm. Some were sceptical. How could a mere optical instrument reveal truths that had been hidden from human eyes for all of recorded history? Others worried about the theological implications of discovering that the heavens were far more complex and diverse than anyone had imagined. But Galileo's telescopic observations were just the beginning of his contributions to physics. He was equally fascinated by motion here on Earth, and he approached the study of moving objects with the same systematic methodology that he applied to astronomy. This terrestrial work would prove even more revolutionary than his celestial discoverers. Galileo realized that Aristotelian physics, which had dominated European thought for over a millennium, was simply wrong about some fundamental aspects of motion. Aristotle had taught that heavy objects fall faster than light ones, that objects in motion naturally come to rest, and that the motion of projectiles required continuous pushing by the surrounding air. Galileo's careful experiments and mathematical analysis revealed that none of these ideas accurately described how things actually moved. Through ingenious experiments with inclined planes, pendulums, and projectiles, Galileo discovered that all objects fall at the same rate in the absence of air resistance, that objects in motion tend to stay in motion unless something stops them, and that projectile motion can be understood as a combination of horizontal motion at constant velocity and vertical motion under constant acceleration. These insights laid the groundwork for a completely new understanding of mechanics. Perhaps more importantly, Galileo pioneered the use of mathematics to describe physical phenomena quantitatively. Instead of just saying that objects fall quickly or slowly, he measured exactly how their velocities change with time. Instead of simply observing that pendulums swing back and forth, he discovered the mathematical relationship between a pendulum's length and its period of oscillation. This mathematical approach to physics was revolutionary because it allowed theories to make precise, testable predictions. If you knew the mathematical laws governing motion, you could predict exactly where a projectile would land, how long a pendulum would take to complete its swing, or how fast an object would be moving after falling a given distance. Physics was becoming a quantitative science capable of making precise predictions about natural phenomena. Galileo's combination of systematic observation, careful experimentation, and mathematical analysis established the methodology that would guide physics for centuries to come. He showed that human beings could discover the mathematical laws governing natural phenomena through patient, systematic investigation. This was a profoundly optimistic vision. The universe might be vast and complex, but it was also comprehensible to human intelligence, equipped with the right tools and methods. There's something deeply satisfying about the story of Newton's apple, even though it probably never happened quite the way popular legend tells it. The image of a young man sitting under a tree, struck by inspiration when a piece of fruit falls on his head, captures something essential about the nature of scientific discovery. Sometimes the most profound insights come from paying attention to the most ordinary phenomena. The real Newton was far more complex than the legend suggests. He was a mathematician of extraordinary talent, an alchemist who spent years trying to transmute base metals into gold, a theologian who wrote more about biblical prophecy than about physics, and a natural philosopher who somehow managed to create a unified mathematical description of motion that worked equally well for falling apples and orbiting planets. When Newton began his serious work on mechanics and gravitation in the 1660s, he inherited a collection of important but disconnected insights from his predecessors. Galileo had discovered the mathematical laws governing motion on Earth. Kepler had discovered that planets move in elliptical orbits, according to precise mathematical relationships. Descartes had suggested that all natural phenomena could be understood through mechanical principles, but no one had figured out how to tie these discoveries together into a coherent theoretical framework. Newton's genius lay in recognizing that terrestrial and celestial mechanics were really the same thing. The force that makes an apple fall from a tree is the same force that keeps the moon in orbit around Earth and the planets in orbit around the sun. This insight, the universality of gravitation, was one of the most profound unifying principles in the history of science. But Newton didn't just propose that gravity was universal. He worked out the mathematical details with extraordinary precision. He showed that gravitational force decreases with the square of the distance between objects, and that this inverse square law could account for all of Kepler's observational discoveries about planetary motion. He demonstrated that the same mathematical principles could explain the tides, the precession of Earth's rotation, and the complex motions of comets. The mathematical sophistication of Newton's work was unprecedented. To solve the problems he was tackling, Newton had to invent entirely new mathematical techniques, what we now call calculus. He developed methods for analysing continuously changing quantities, for understanding the relationship between instantaneous velocity and position, and for calculating the forces required to produce complex motions. Newton's Principia Mathematica, published in 1687, was unlike anything that had ever been written. It presented a complete mathematical system for understanding motion and force, derived from just a few basic principles, and applicable to everything from projectiles to planets. The book was so mathematically sophisticated that only a handful of people in Europe could fully understand it when it was first published. But the implications of Newton's work extended far beyond technical mathematics. He had shown that the universe operated according to precise mathematical laws that human beings could discover and understand. The same principles that governed the laboratory bench also governed the motions of stars and galaxies. This was a breathtakingly unified vision of nature, and it suggested that everything in the universe, from the smallest particle to the largest celestial body, was part of a single, coherent, mathematically describable system. Newton's mechanics also established a new standard for what scientific theories should accomplish. A good theory didn't just explain known phenomena, it made precise predictions that could be tested against future observations. Newton's gravitational theory predicted the existence of previously unknown celestial objects, explained puzzling features of cometary orbits, and even allowed astronomers to discover new planets by analysing tiny irregularities in the motions of known planets. The success of Newtonian mechanics had profound cultural implications. If the universe operated like a vast, precise clockwork mechanism, what did that suggest about the role of divine intervention in natural affairs? If human reason could discover the mathematical laws governing all natural phenomena, what were the limits of human knowledge? These questions would occupy philosophers and theologians for generations. Newton himself was deeply religious, and saw his scientific work as revealing the mathematical harmony of God's creation. He believed that the elegant mathematical structure of natural laws provided evidence for divine intelligence and design, but later thinkers would sometimes use Newtonian mechanics to support more materialistic or deterministic worldviews. The practical applications of Newtonian mechanics were equally revolutionary. Engineers could now calculate the precise forces and motions involved in mechanical systems, leading to dramatic improvements in everything from mill machinery to naval architecture. Navigators could predict the positions of celestial bodies with unprecedented accuracy. The Industrial Revolution was built in part on the mathematical understanding of mechanics that Newton had provided. As you settle into sleep tonight, consider the extraordinary intellectual achievement that Newton represented. He took the scattered insights of his predecessors and wove them into a mathematical tapestry that revealed the fundamental architecture of the physical universe. For the first time in human history, people could understand the cosmos not as a collection of mysterious phenomena, but as a single, integrated system operating according to comprehensible mathematical principles. While Newton was revealing the mathematical architecture of motion and gravitation, other natural philosophers were grappling with phenomena that seemed more subtle and mysterious: heat, light, electricity, and magnetism. These forces could be felt and observed, but they didn't fit neatly into the mechanical framework that worked so well for understanding the motion of solid objects. Consider heat, something so fundamental to human experience that we rarely think about what it actually is. For centuries, most people assumed that heat was a kind of invisible fluid called caloric that flowed from hot objects to cold ones like water flowing downhill. But Dalton's atoms were still hypothetical entities inferred from indirect evidence. Nobody had actually seen an atom or measured its properties directly. The atoms remained invisible and, for all practical purposes, undetectable by any direct means available to 19th century science. The first hints that atoms might have internal structure came from studies of electricity. Michael Faraday's experiments with electrolysis, passing electric currents through solutions of various compounds, showed that electric charge and matter were related in precise quantitative ways. It took a definite amount of electric charge to deposit a definite amount of any given element from solution, suggesting that atoms themselves might carry discrete amounts of electric charge. These studies led to the discovery of what we now call the electron. J.J. Thomson, working at Cambridge University in the 1890s, was studying the behaviour of electric currents in evacuated glass tubes. He found that these currents consisted of streams of tiny, negatively charged particles that were much lighter than any known atom. These corpuscles, as Thomson initially called them, seemed to be fundamental constituents of matter, pieces of atoms rather than complete atoms. Thomson's discovery was revolutionary because it showed that atoms were not indivisible after all. They had internal structure and could be broken apart under the right conditions. This raised fascinating questions. If atoms contain negatively charged electrons, they must also contain positively charged material to balance the negative charge. How are these positive and negative components arranged within atoms? Thomson proposed what became known as the plum pudding model of atomic structure. Atoms consisted of a diffuse sphere of positive charge with negatively charged electrons embedded within it, like raisins in a pudding. This model explained the overall electrical neutrality of atoms while accounting for the emission of electrons under certain conditions. But the plum pudding model wouldn't survive for long. Ernest Rutherford, working with his students Hans Geiger and Ernest Marsden, conducted experiments that revealed the true structure of atoms in dramatic fashion. They fired alpha particles, energetic, positively charged particles emitted by radioactive elements, at thin gold foils and observed how these particles were deflected. According to the plum pudding model, alpha particles should pass through the diffuse positive charge of gold atoms with only slight deflections, like bullets passing through soft targets. Instead, Rutherford's team found that while most alpha particles did pass through with little deflection, a small percentage bounced back almost directly toward their source. This was completely unexpected. As Rutherford later said, it was like firing artillery shells at tissue paper and having some of them bounce back. The only way to explain these results was to assume that atoms had a very different structure than Thomson had proposed. Instead of diffuse spheres of positive charge, atoms must contain tiny, dense nuclei carrying all the positive charge and most of the mass, with electrons orbiting these nuclei like planets around the sun. Most alpha particles pass through the mostly empty space between nuclei, but the few that happened to approach nuclei closely were deflected or reflected by the intense electrical forces near these dense concentrations of positive charge. Rutherford's nuclear model of the atom was a triumph of experimental physics. It showed that atoms were mostly empty space. If an atom were expanded to the size of a football stadium, the nucleus would be about the size of a marble at the centre, with electrons somewhere in the stands. This was a startling picture of the structure of matter. The solid objects of everyday experience were revealed to be mostly emptiness, held together by electromagnetic forces between tiny, widely separated particles. But the nuclear model also created new puzzles. According to classical electromagnetic theory, orbiting electrons should continuously emit electromagnetic radiation, lose energy, and spiral into the nucleus in a fraction of a second. Atoms should be completely unstable, yet they were obviously stable enough to constitute the entire material universe. Something was seriously wrong with the classical understanding of electromagnetic radiation at atomic scales. Meanwhile, other investigators were discovering even more puzzling aspects of atomic behaviour. Studies of atomic spectra, the light emitted or absorbed by atoms, showed that atoms could only emit or absorb radiation at very specific frequencies, producing characteristic patterns of bright or dark lines. These spectral lines were like fingerprints that could be used to identify different elements, but classical physics provided no explanation for why only certain frequencies were allowed. Max Planck's work on blackbody radiation had already suggested that energy might come in discrete packets, rather than continuous amounts. Einstein's explanation of the photoelectric effect had proposed that light itself consisted of discrete particles carrying quantized amounts of energy. Now, atomic spectroscopy was suggesting that atoms themselves could only exist in discrete energy states. All of these discoveries were pointing toward a radical conclusion. The classical physics that worked so well for describing the behaviour of large objects might not apply to the microscopic world of atoms and electrons. The atomic realm seemed to operate according to different rules. Rules that allowed only certain energies, certain orbital paths, and certain frequencies of radiation. As you settle in for the night, consider how these early atomic investigators were discovering that the familiar, solid world of everyday experience was built from components that behaved in utterly unfamiliar ways. The atoms that make up your pillow, your blanket, and even your own body are mostly empty space populated by particles obeying rules that would have seemed like magic to earlier generations of scientists. The universe was revealing itself to be far stranger and more wonderful than anyone had imagined. As the 19th century drew to a close, physics found itself in a curious position. On one hand, the achievements were breathtaking. Newton's mechanics explained the motion of everything from billiard balls to planets. Maxwell's electromagnetism unified light with electricity and magnetism, and thermodynamics had revealed the fundamental principles governing heat and energy. The universe appeared to be a vast, comprehensible mechanism operating according to mathematical laws that human intelligence had successfully decoded. Yet careful observers were noticing cracks in this magnificent edifice, small experimental results that didn't quite fit the theoretical predictions, puzzling phenomena that seemed to violate established principles, strange behaviours that suggested the familiar laws of physics might not apply everywhere and under all conditions. These weren't dramatic failures that demanded immediate attention, but subtle anomalies that hinted at deeper mysteries. The behaviour of light presented some of the most perplexing puzzles. Maxwell's electromagnetic theory had triumphantly explained light as waves in the electromagnetic field, and this wave picture successfully accounted for interference, diffraction, and most other optical phenomena. But certain experiments seemed to require treating light as discrete particles rather than continuous waves. The photoelectric effect was particularly troubling. When light shines on certain metals, electrons are emitted from the surface, a phenomenon that should be easily explained by electromagnetic theory. The energy of the light waves should be transferred to electrons, heating them up until some have enough energy to escape the metal. This suggested that brighter light should produce more energetic electrons, just as brighter sunlight produces more heating. But experiments showed something completely different. The energy of emitted electrons depended only on the frequency, colour, of the light, not on its brightness. Dim blue light produced more energetic electrons than bright red light. Even stranger, below certain frequencies no electrons were emitted at all, no matter how bright the light became. This was like finding that whispered words could break glass while shouted words could not, depending only on the pitch of the voice rather than its volume. Meanwhile, studies of atomic spectra were revealing that atoms could only emit or absorb light at very specific frequencies, producing characteristic patterns of bright or dark lines that were as distinctive as fingerprints. Classical physics suggested that atoms should be able to emit or absorb electromagnetic radiation at any frequency. Yet experiments showed that only certain discrete frequencies were allowed. It was as if atomic violins could only play certain specific notes, never the notes in between. The structure of atoms themselves presented equally puzzling contradictions. Rutherford's experiments had revealed that atoms consisted of tiny, dense nuclei, surrounded by orbiting electrons, but classical electromagnetic theory predicted that such a system should be completely unstable. Orbiting electrons should continuously emit electromagnetic radiation, lose energy, and spiral into the nucleus in a tiny fraction of a second. Yet atoms were obviously stable enough to constitute the entire material universe. Perhaps most mysteriously, careful measurements of the speed of light were producing results that seemed to violate common sense. Maxwell's equations implied that light should travel at a constant speed relative to the electromagnetic field that supported it, just as sound travels at a constant speed relative to the air that carries it. This suggested that there should be a preferred reference frame, the frame in which the electromagnetic field was at rest, and that measurements of a light speed should depend on the observer's motion relative to this frame. But the famous Michelson-Morley experiment found no evidence for such a preferred frame. The speed of light appeared to be the same for all observers, regardless of their motion. This was like finding that the sound of a train whistle had the same pitch whether you were running toward or away from the train, a result that seemed to contradict everything physics had learned about waves and relative motion. These experimental puzzles were accumulating throughout the 1890s and early 1900s, creating a sense that classical physics, despite its remarkable successes, was approaching the boundaries of its applicability. The clockwork universe was still running remarkably well for most purposes, but careful examination was revealing phenomena that didn't quite fit the classical mechanical framework. Most physicists initially assumed that these puzzles would eventually be resolved through minor modifications to existing theories, perhaps by discovering new effects or making more precise calculations. The basic principles of classical physics, Newton's laws of motion, Maxwell's electromagnetic theory, and the kinetic theory of heat, seemed so well established and so successful that fundamental revision seemed almost unthinkable. But a few prescient investigators were beginning to suspect that something more radical might be required. Lord Kelvin's famous comment about two small clouds on the otherwise clear horizon of physics reflected the general optimism that these minor puzzles would soon be resolved. Instead, these small clouds would grow into the conceptual storms that would transform our understanding of space, time, matter, and energy. The The stage was set for the most profound revolution in the history of physics. The classical worldview had reached its limits, and nature was ready to reveal principles far stranger and more wonderful than anyone had imagined. The comfortable mechanical universe of the 19th century was about to give way to a cosmos governed by quantum uncertainty and relativistic space-time. A universe in which the familiar rules of everyday experience would prove to be approximations valid, only under limited conditions. But that's a story for another bedtime tale. For now, it's enough to appreciate how the patient, systematic work of 19th century physicists had pushed human understanding to the very edges of the classical worldview. They had explored the mechanical universe as thoroughly as it could be explored, discovered its fundamental principles and mapped its boundaries. In doing so, they had unknowingly prepared the ground for the revolutionary insights that would follow. As we near the end of our journey through pre-Einstein physics, it's worth pausing to appreciate the extraordinary pattern that had emerged from centuries of patient investigation. What had begun with ancient philosophers wondering why things fell down instead of up had evolved into a magnificent intellectual edifice that revealed deep mathematical harmonies underlying the apparent chaos of natural phenomena. The story of physics before Einstein is really a story about the gradual discovery that the universe speaks mathematics. Not the dry abstract mathematics of homework assignments, but a living, breathing mathematical language that describes everything from the flutter of falling leaves to the dance of distant galaxies. Each generation of investigators had decoded a little more of this cosmic language, gradually revealing the elegant simplicity that underlies nature's complexity. Newton's great insight was recognizing that the same mathematical principles governed motion everywhere in the universe. The parabolic path of a thrown stone and the elliptical orbit of Mars were both consequences of the same underlying laws. This mathematical unity suggested that the universe was not a collection of separate, unrelated phenomena, but a single, integrated system operating according to comprehensible principles. Maxwell's electromagnetic theory extended this unification even further, showing that light, electricity, and magnetism were all manifestations of a single electromagnetic field oscillating through space. The rainbow of colours in a sunset, the spark from a doorknob on a dry day, and the invisible forces that aligned compass needles were all different notes in an electromagnetic symphony that filled the universe. The kinetic theory of heat revealed that thermal phenomena, the warmth of sunlight, the expansion of heated metals, the pressure of steam in engines, were really consequences of the random motion of countless tiny particles. Temperature was molecular motion. Heat transfer was the sharing of kinetic energy between particles. The gas laws were statistical descriptions of particle behaviour. Once again, apparently different phenomena were revealed to be different manifestations of the same underlying reality. This progressive unification was more than just intellectual satisfaction for physicists. It demonstrated that human reason, equipped with careful observation and mathematical analysis, could penetrate the deepest mysteries of nature. The universe might be vast and complex, but it was also comprehensible. Natural phenomena might appear chaotic and unpredictable, but they followed mathematical laws that could be discovered and understood. This was an extraordinarily optimistic worldview. It suggested that every mystery could eventually be solved, every phenomenon eventually understood, and every natural law eventually decoded. The universe was like an enormous but finite book written in the language of mathematics. Human beings had learned to read this language, and given enough time and effort, they could eventually read the entire book. The practical consequences of this mathematical understanding were transforming human civilization. Steam engines designed using thermodynamic principles were powering the Industrial Revolution. Telegraph systems based on electromagnetic theory were shrinking the world by enabling near-instantaneous communication across vast distances. Precision navigation, using gravitational astronomy, was making global commerce safer and more reliable. But perhaps most remarkably, the mathematical laws discovered by physicists were revealing unexpected connections between apparently unrelated phenomena. The same equations that described the vibration of violin strings also described the oscillation of electromagnetic fields. The same principles that governed the flight of projectiles also governed the orbits of comets. The same statistical methods that explain the behavior of gases also explain the properties of heat and temperature. These connections suggested that the universe possessed a kind of mathematical coherence that went far deeper than anyone had suspected. It wasn't just that natural phenomena obeyed mathematical laws. It was that these laws were interconnected in ways that revealed a profound underlying unity. The universe appeared to be constructed according to mathematical principles that human minds could discover and appreciate. This mathematical harmony had an almost musical quality. Just as a symphony weaves together different instruments and melodies to create a unified artistic experience, the universe seemed to weave together different physical phenomena to create a unified natural order. The ancients had spoken of the music of the spheres, the idea that celestial motions produced harmonious sounds that reflected the mathematical order of creation. While this literal interpretation had been abandoned, 19th century physics had revealed a deeper sense in which the universe really did possess mathematical harmony. Yet even as physicists celebrated these achievements, they were beginning to encounter phenomena that didn't quite fit the established patterns. The small experimental anomalies we discussed earlier were like discordant notes in an otherwise harmonious symphony. They suggested that the classical mathematical description of nature, however successful, might be incomplete. These puzzles weren't necessarily failures of the classical approach. They might simply indicate that nature's mathematical language was richer and more subtle than anyone had realized. Just as a simple melody can be developed into complex variations that reveal hidden possibilities within the original theme, the mathematical laws of classical physics might be special cases of more general principles that would prove even more beautiful and unified. This possibility was both exciting and unsettling. Exciting because it suggested that the greatest discoveries might still lie ahead, that the universe might possess mathematical depth that would dwarf even the remarkable achievements of Newton and Maxwell. Unsettling because it implied that the comfortable mechanical worldview of classical physics might need to be abandoned in favour of principles that would challenge basic assumptions about the nature of space, time, matter, and causality. As you drift off to sleep tonight, listen for the mathematical music that classical physicists had learned to hear in the natural world. The steady tick of a clock measures the flow of time according to principles Newton would recognise. The warm glow of a lamp represents electromagnetic radiation behaving exactly as Maxwell's equations predict. The gentle settling of your house reflects thermal expansion and contraction governed by the kinetic theory of heat. But also consider that this familiar music might be just the beginning of a much grander composition, one that would require new mathematical languages to appreciate fully and new conceptual frameworks to understand completely. The classical symphony of physics had reached a magnificent conclusion, but the universe was preparing to reveal entirely new movements that would transform our understanding of reality itself. As our journey through pre-Einstein physics draws to a close, take a moment to appreciate the extraordinary intellectual adventure we've shared. We've travelled from ancient Greek philosophers throwing rocks and wondering about the nature of motion, through medieval scholars rediscovering Aristotle and inventing new ways to think about natural phenomena, to 19th century investigators revealing the mathematical harmonies that govern everything from heat and light to electricity and magnetism. What emerges from this long story is a picture of human curiosity gradually unveiling the deep structure of reality through patient observation, careful experimentation, and creative mathematical thinking. Each generation built upon the insights of their predecessors, slowly constructing an edifice of understanding that revealed the universe to be far more elegant, unified, and comprehensible than anyone had originally dared to hope. The physicists whose work we've explored weren't trying to revolutionize human thought. They were simply trying to understand how things worked. Galileo wanted to know why pendulums swung with regular periods. Newton was curious about why planets moved in elliptical orbits. Maxwell was trying to make sense of the relationship between electricity and magnetism. Yet their modest investigations into specific phenomena gradually revealed universal principles that transformed our understanding of the cosmos. This is one of the most remarkable features of scientific progress. Local investigations often reveal global truths. When you study falling objects carefully enough, you discover universal laws of motion. When you investigate heat transfer systematically, you uncover fundamental principles about energy and molecular behavior. When you explore electromagnetic phenomena thoroughly, you realize that light itself is an electromagnetic wave. The universe seems to be constructed in such a way that deep truths are accessible through careful study of commonplace phenomena. The classical physics that emerged from these centuries of investigation provided a worldview that was both scientifically powerful and psychologically comfortable. It suggested that the universe operated like a vast but comprehensible machine, governed by mathematical laws that human reason could discover and understand. Every phenomenon had a cause, every effect followed necessarily from its antecedents, and given sufficient information about the present state of any system, its future behaviour could be predicted with perfect accuracy. This deterministic, mechanical picture of nature had profound cultural implications. It suggested that human beings, through scientific investigation, could eventually understand everything about the natural world. Mystery wasn't a fundamental feature of reality, it was simply a temporary condition that would be eliminated as scientific knowledge advanced. The universe might be complex, but it wasn't ultimately mysterious. Yet even at the height of classical physics success, careful observers were noticing small anomalies that didn't quite fit the established framework. These weren't dramatic failures that demanded immediate attention, but subtle puzzles that suggested the classical picture, however successful, might not be complete. The photoelectric effect, atomic spectra, the stability of atoms, and the constancy of light speed. These phenomena hinted that nature might operate according to principles stranger than anyone had imagined. These puzzles were like faint sounds from a distant country, barely audible but suggesting the existence of territories that hadn't yet been explored. Classical physics had mapped the familiar landscape of everyday experience with extraordinary precision, but there were regions beyond this familiar territory where different rules might apply, where new kinds of phenomena might exist, and where reality itself might prove to be far stranger and more wonderful than the clockwork universe of 19th century physics. Standing on the threshold of the 20th century, physics was in a position remarkably similar to geography in the 15th century. The known world had been mapped with increasing accuracy, trade routes had been established, and navigation had become a reliable science. But beyond the edges of the known world lay vast territories waiting to be discovered, territories that would prove to be far larger and more diverse than the familiar landscapes of Europe and the Mediterranean. Einstein and his contemporaries would prove to be the explorers of these new physical territories, discovering that space and time were far more flexible than Newton had imagined, that matter and energy were interchangeable, that uncertainty was built into the fundamental structure of reality, and that the universe was expanding, evolving, and far stranger than anyone had dreamed. But these revolutionary discoveries were only possible because of the solid foundation that classical physics had provided. You can't appreciate the strangeness of relativistic space-time without first understanding Newtonian mechanics. You can't grasp the weirdness of quantum uncertainty without first mastering classical electromagnetic theory. The revolution that was about to unfold in physics wasn't a rejection of classical insights. It was their fulfillment and transcendence. As you settle into sleep, consider that you've been privileged to witness one of the greatest intellectual adventures in human history. The gradual discovery that the universe is both more orderly and more mysterious than common sense suggests. The work of Galileo, Newton, Maxwell and their colleagues established that human reason, carefully applied, could penetrate the deepest secrets of nature. Their successors would discover that those secrets were far deeper and more wonderful than anyone had imagined. Tomorrow's sunrise will illuminate a world governed by the same physical laws that fascinated these earlier investigators. Gravity will still follow Newton's inverse square law for all practical purposes. Light will still behave as electromagnetic waves as Maxwell described. Heat will still flow according to the principles of thermodynamics. The classical physics we've explored together continues to govern the world of everyday experience with remarkable accuracy. But that same sunrise will also illuminate a universe that extends far beyond everyday experience. A cosmos where space and time are woven together in a fabric that can be stretched and curved, where particles exist in quantum superpositions of multiple states simultaneously, and where uncertainty is not just a limitation of our knowledge, but a fundamental feature of reality itself. The gentle story of physics before Einstein is really the story of human beings learning to see the universe with new eyes, discovering that reality is both more comprehensible and more mysterious than we originally supposed. It's a story that continues today, as each generation of investigators pushes further into the unknown territories that surround our island of understanding, always finding that the universe is stranger, more beautiful, and more wonderful than we had dared to imagine. Sleep well, knowing that you live in a cosmos whose secrets have been partially revealed through centuries of patient human curiosity, and whose deeper mysteries continue to beckon from beyond the edges of our current understanding. The universe delights in surprising us, usually in ways that reveal it to be more elegant and unified than we had previously thought possible. Sweet dreams of mathematical harmonies, electromagnetic symphonies, and the gentle dance of atoms that creates the solid reality of your pillow, your blanket, and the beating of your own heart. You stand on the Southampton dock this crisp April morning, watching your breath form small clouds in the air. The year is 1912, and before you rises something that makes the nearby buildings look like children's toys. Titanic towers above the waterfront, her black hull stretching so far in both directions that you actually have to turn your head to see where she begins and ends. 4 massive funnels painted in buff yellow with black tops reach toward the sky, each one wide enough to drive 2 automobiles through side by side. The noise around you creates a peculiar symphony. Stevedores shout to each other in dock language you can barely decipher, their voices mixing with the grinding of loading cranes and the constant clatter of luggage carts on cobblestones. Somewhere nearby, a street vendor calls out about fresh pastries, his voice nearly lost in the general commotion. Yet despite all this activity, you keep looking back at the ship because nothing else seems quite real by comparison. Your first-class ticket feels substantial in your gloved hand, the paper thick and official. It cost you more than many people earn in a year, but looking at Titanic now, you understand why. This isn't merely a ship. It's a statement about what human beings can accomplish when they decide nothing is impossible. The white superstructure gleams in the morning light, and you count the decks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, stacked like a tiered wedding cake designed by someone with extraordinary ambition. A steward in a crisp White Star Line uniform approaches you with practiced efficiency. His jacket buttons shine like tiny suns, and his cap sits at precisely the correct angle. He touches the brim politely and asks to see your ticket, which he examines with the careful attention of someone who knows exactly what to look for. Satisfied, he gestures toward a covered gangway that leads up to C deck, reserved exclusively for first-class passengers like yourself. "Welcome aboard, sir," he says, and you notice he doesn't shout despite the noise around you. His voice carries a quiet confidence that suggests he's said these words hundreds of times today alone. The gangway slopes upward at an angle that's gentle enough to manage easily, even though you're wearing your travelling clothes and still feeling the effects of last night's farewell dinner. Other first-class passengers walk ahead of you, women in enormous hats that require them to tilt their heads carefully when passing through doorways, and men in dark suits carrying walking sticks they probably don't actually need. Everyone moves with the unhurried pace of people who've never had to rush for anything in their lives. Halfway up the gangway, you pause and look back at Southampton. The city spreads out behind the docks, church spires rising above rows of buildings, smoke from morning fires drifting lazily upward. In a few minutes, you'll leave this view behind, and something about that moment feels significant. You're not particularly superstitious, but boarding the Titanic feels like stepping across a threshold into something new. At the top of the gangway, you step onto the ship itself, and the sensation surprises you. You'd expected to feel movement immediately, some sense of being on water, but Titanic is so massive that she barely registers the gentle swells in the harbour. The deck beneath your feet feels as solid as any floor in any building you've ever entered. For a moment, you almost forget you're on a ship at all. The entrance area on C deck opens before you, and your first impression is of warmth. The space glows with electrical lighting that doesn't flicker or smoke like gas lamps. Dark wood panelling covers the walls, polished to such a shine that you can almost see your reflection. The floor features intricate tile work in geometric patterns, and the ceiling rises high enough that the space feels open rather than confined. More stewards wait inside, directing passengers toward their accommodations. The air smells of fresh paint, new carpet, and something else. Maybe furniture polish or the particular scent of wood that hasn't yet absorbed the ocean's dampness. Everything looks so pristine that you wonder if you're the first person ever to walk here. A young steward with red hair and freckles steps forward, consulting a list. "Cabin number, sir?" You tell him, and he nods immediately, clearly having memorised the ship's layout. "B52, excellent. Just this way, please." He doesn't offer to carry your small travelling case because another crew member has already appeared to handle that task, moving with such efficiency that you barely noticed his approach. As you follow the steward deeper into the ship, you pass other passengers having their own first moments aboard. An elderly woman examines the light fixtures with evident approval. A businessman stands motionless in the middle of the corridor, apparently overwhelmed by the sheer grandeur. Two children press their faces against a window overlooking the harbour, their nanny trying unsuccessfully to encourage them toward their cabins. The corridors branch and turn, but your steward never hesitates. He knows every passage and stairway, guiding you through Titanic's interior with the confidence of someone who could do this blindfolded. You pass doorways marked smoking room and reading and writing room, catching glimpses of spaces furnished with overstuffed chairs and tables set with lamps. Then you're climbing a staircase, the main first-class grand staircase, though you don't know that yet. Your hand touches the balustrade, and the wood feels impossibly smooth under your gloves, worn to perfection by craftsmen who understood their trade. Above you, a glass dome lets in natural light that plays across every surface, creating an effect like being inside a kaleidoscope. At the top of the stairs, you pause again. This landing features a clock set into an ornate carved panel, showing two figures holding up the clock face. The detail in the carving catches your attention. Each fold of the figure's robes has been shaped with care, each expression thoughtfully rendered. Someone spent days, maybe weeks, creating this single decorative element. The clock shows honour and glory crowning time, your steward mentions, noticing your interest. Rather fitting for a maiden voyage, don't you think? You agree, though privately you're thinking that it's an ambitious motto for any ship, no matter how grand. Still, looking around at the perfection surrounding you, perhaps Titanic has earned the right to such confidence. The steward leads you along B-deck now, past more cabin doors with brass numbers gleaming in the electric light. Other passengers emerge from their own rooms, beginning to explore. You hear American accents, British inflections, and languages you don't immediately recognise. Titanic is carrying a cross-section of the world's wealthy, all drawn together by curiosity about this legendary vessel. Finally, you reach B-52. The steward produces a key and unlocks the door with a solid click that suggests quality hardware. He pushes it open and steps aside, allowing you to enter first. Your luggage will arrive shortly, he says. If you need anything at all, simply press the call button and someone will attend to you immediately. Lunch is served at 1 o'clock in the dining saloon. Welcome aboard the Titanic, sir. He's gone before you can even think about tipping him, disappearing back into the corridor with practiced discretion. You stand in the doorway of your cabin, looking in at what will be your home for the next week, and realise that your understanding of luxury is about to be completely redefined. Your cabin is not what you expected. Somehow you'd imagined a ship's cabin would be small and cramped, a place to sleep between days spent on deck. But a B-52 opens before you like a comfortable hotel room that happens to be moving across the Atlantic. The sitting room, because this cabin has multiple rooms, measures perhaps 12 feet by 14, with genuine windows rather than portholes. Through the glass you can still see Southampton Harbour, the water choppy with morning wind. The walls wear a soft cream-coloured fabric above dark mahogany wainscoting. This isn't paint trying to look like fabric. You can see the actual weave when you look closely. The furniture includes a sofa upholstered in rose-coloured material, 2 armchairs, a writing desk with its own chair, and a coffee table displaying a small vase of fresh flowers. Real flowers. Someone placed fresh flowers in your cabin before you arrived. You walk to the desk and run your finger along its surface. Not a single rough spot, not one imperfection. The wood grain flows in patterns that suggest this piece was crafted from a single, yes, high-quality board rather than assembled from scraps. A blotter sits ready with several sheets of white star-lined stationery, the paper so thick you could probably use it as cardstock. Next to it, someone has placed a fountain pen and a small brass bell for summoning the steward. The bedroom opens off the sitting room through a wide doorway. Here the colour scheme shifts to gentle greens and creams, creating an atmosphere of restfulness. The bed itself is larger than you'd thought possible on a ship. A full double bed with a brass frame and a mattress that, when you press it experimentally, feels as comfortable as any in a luxury hotel. The headboard features more of that intricate carving you're beginning to recognise as Titanic's signature detail. A wardrobe stands against one wall, already open to reveal hanging space that could accommodate several trunks worth of clothes. More drawers than you'll probably need occupy a dresser. Above it hangs a mirror in a gilded frame, and you catch a glimpse of yourself, still in travelling clothes, hair slightly mussed from the morning's activities, looking somewhat stunned by your surroundings. The bathroom makes you actually laugh out loud. You've stayed in expensive hotels that didn't have bathrooms this well appointed. A full-sized bathtub sits on decorative claw feet. The porcelain's so white it almost glows. Both hot and cold running water flow from taps that feel substantial in your hands. A sink with its own mirror occupies one corner. The toilet is modern and connected to a proper plumbing system. Thick towels hang from heated racks, and someone has provided soap that smells faintly of lavender. You turn on the hot water tap just to see what happens. After a moment's wait, steam begins rising from the stream, and you realise that you're going to be able to take a hot bath in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. The absurdity of that luxury, the sheer improbability of it, strikes you as both wonderful and slightly ridiculous. Back in the sitting room, you discover more details. The electrical lighting can be adjusted with switches on the wall. No more fumbling with gas valves or oil lamps. A small bookshelf holds a selection of volumes, including what appears to be a ship's directory. You pull this out and flip through it, discovering maps of every deck, lists of facilities, and menus from various restaurants. Titanic isn't just large, she's complex. A floating city with more amenities than you could explore in a week. A knock at the door announces the arrival of your luggage. 2 stewards enter with your trunk and bags, moving with choreographed efficiency. They know exactly where things should go, placing your trunk at the foot of the bed, hanging your travelling coat in the wardrobe, and setting your smaller bags on the dresser. The whole operation takes perhaps 90 seconds, and then they're gone, one of them having somehow slipped a copy of the day's schedule onto your desk without you noticing. You pick up the schedule and scan it. Breakfast is served from 8 until 10:30. Bouillon in the cafe at 11. Lunch at 1. Tea at 4. Dinner at 7:30. Between meals, passengers can occupy themselves in the gymnasium, the swimming pool, the squash court, the libraries, the smoking rooms, the lounges, or simply walking the decks. The schedule reads more like a country house party than a sea voyage. Through your window, you watch the final preparations for departure. More passengers continue boarding via the second-class gangway further down the ship. Cargo nets swing loads into the holds. White uniformed crew members move along the decks, checking equipment, securing hatches, and performing the 1,000 small tasks required before a ship can leave port. You decide to unpack, though you're aware that this is something your personal valet would normally handle. But you didn't bring a valet on this trip, partly because you're travelling alone, and partly because you sometimes enjoy doing things yourself. You open your trunk and begin hanging suits in the wardrobe, placing shirts in drawers, and arranging your personal items on the dresser. Your neighbour in cabin B54 apparently has no such independence. Through the wall you hear voices, a gentleman giving instructions to what must be his valet, discussing which evening clothes to prepare for dinner tonight. The walls are thick enough that you can't make out individual words, just the rise and fall of conversation. But it reminds you that you're surrounded by people of means, folks accustomed to being served. The ship's horn sounds suddenly, so deep and loud that you feel it in your chest rather than just hearing it. The departure signal. You abandon your unpacking and hurry to the window, watching as the gangways are pulled back and the mooring lines are cast off. For several minutes nothing seems to happen. Then, almost imperceptibly, the view through your window begins to change. Buildings start sliding past. The dock pulls away. Titanic is moving. You grab your coat and head for the deck, wanting to experience this moment in the open air. The corridors are full of other passengers with the same idea, all of us flowing toward the exits like water-finding channels. Nobody runs. We're all too dignified for that, but everyone moves with purpose. On deck, the wind hits you immediately, cold and sharp with April chill. You should have brought a heavier coat, but you're too excited to care. Southampton spreads out to port now, the city growing smaller as Titanic makes her way down the channel toward open water. Other ships sound their horns in greeting. People on shore wave handkerchiefs and hats. You find yourself waving back. though you don't know any of them. Other first-class passengers line the railing with you. Nobody says much. We're all caught up in the moment, watching England recede, beginning this grand adventure. A woman next to you dabs at her eyes with a handkerchief. A man lights a cigar, the smoke whipping away instantly in the wind. Children point at seabirds wheeling overhead. The deck beneath your feet vibrates with engine power, a deep thrumming that you feel through your shoes. Titanic moves with surprising grace for something so enormous, cutting through the water as though it offers no resistance. Wakes spread behind the ship in wide white trails. The four funnels above release steam in controlled bursts. The sound is like giant sighs. You stay on deck for perhaps half an hour, watching until Southampton disappears from view and only open water surrounds the ship. Other passengers gradually drift away, heading back inside to warmth and comfort. Eventually you follow, your fingers numb from cold, but your spirits high. Back in your cabin, everything looks exactly as you left it, except that someone has been in to light a small fire in the electric heater. The room glows with warmth and welcome. You finish unpacking, hanging the last of your clothes, placing your books on the shelf, and arranging your personal items until the space feels like yours. Then you stretch out on the sofa, listening to the ship's sounds, the distant hum of engines, the creak of woodwork adjusting to motion, footsteps in the corridor outside, and the muffled conversations of other passengers settling into their own cabins. The window shows only ocean now, grey-green water stretching to the horizon under an overcast sky. You think about that clock on the grand staircase with honour and glory crowning time and smile. Perhaps that's exactly what this voyage is. A moment when human achievement reaches a pinnacle, when everything seems possible, when luxury and engineering combine to create something genuinely remarkable. Your eyes grow heavy. The gentle motion of the ship, the warmth of the cabin, and the comfort of the sofa all conspire to make you drowsy. You didn't sleep well last night, too excited about today's departure. Now that excitement is giving way to contentment, a deep satisfaction with your surroundings and circumstances. Outside your window, Titanic carries you toward America. Moving through the Atlantic swells with power and grace. But in this moment, all of that seems distant. You're warm, comfortable, surrounded by luxury, and beginning an adventure that will become a story you'll tell for the rest of your life. You wake from your sofa nap to the sound of the bugle call for lunch, its notes floating through the corridors with cheerful insistence. Checking your pocket watch, you're surprised to find it's already past 12:30. The morning has vanished into unpacking and settling in, and now your stomach reminds you that breakfast was many hours ago. After refreshing yourself in that magnificent bathroom, splashing cold water on your face, straightening your collar, running a comb through your hair, you step out into the B-deck corridor. Other cabin doors are opening as well, passengers emerging like butterflies from chrysalises, everyone dressed appropriately for midday dining. The women wear afternoon dresses in soft colours. The men sport lounge suits rather than formal dinner attire. We're all finding our sea legs together, learning the rhythms of shipboard life. You follow the general flow of passengers toward the dining saloon, but take your time, wanting to see more of this remarkable ship. The corridors branch and connect in ways that will take days to fully understand. Every passage offers something worth noticing: a painting of ships at sea, a decorative mirror, or a carved panel depicting nautical themes. Nothing looks mass-produced or generic. Every detail suggests careful planning by people who care deeply about getting things right. You climb the grand staircase again, and this time you pause on each landing to examine the carved oak panelling. The wood grain flows like water frozen in mid-movement. Your hand on the balustrade feels the silky smoothness that comes only from patient craftsmanship. Above you, the glass dome filters the afternoon light into something soft and golden, making everyone look slightly better than they do in ordinary daylight. On a deck you discover the promenade, a covered walkway that runs the length of the ship, lined with windows on one side and cabin doors on the other. Deck chairs arranged in neat rows wait for passengers seeking fresh air, without the full force of Atlantic wind. You can see the ocean through those windows, Watch the waves rolling past and observe the horizon line tilting gently as Titanic moves through the swells. A few hardy souls already occupy deck chairs, wrapped in blankets provided by attentive stewards. An elderly gentleman reads a newspaper, the pages snapping in the breeze each time a door opens. Two women sit close together, conversation animated, hands moving expressively. A young couple stands at the railing looking out at the water, standing close but not quite touching. That careful distance that suggests courtship rather than marriage. You continue exploring, discovering the reading and writing room with its white wicker furniture and delicate colour scheme clearly designed to appeal to female passengers. Next door, the lounge offers more masculine comfort, leather chairs, dark wood, and tables perfect for cards or conversation. The smoking room lies further forward, its stained glass windows and ornate ceiling creating an atmosphere of a gentleman's club transported to sea. But it's the general room, a spacious area near the entrance, that truly captures the ship's spirit. Here, passengers gather naturally, drawn by comfortable furniture arranged in conversational groupings. A piano sits in one corner, though nobody plays it at the moment. Potted palms add greenery, their leaves creating small private spaces within the larger public area. The ceiling rises 2 decks high, making the space feel more like a hotel lobby than part of a ship. You observe how people inhabit this space. Some sit alone, reading books or writing letters. Others form small groups, conversation flowing with the ease of travellers sharing common experience. A few children play a quiet game in one corner, supervised by nannies who chat among themselves. Everyone seems relaxed, comfortable, and already adapting to life aboard Titanic. The attention to comfort extends to temperature. The ship maintains perfect warmth throughout. Not the stuffy heat of over-fired rooms, but a gentle climate that makes you forget you're wearing your coat. Hidden vents circulate fresh air, and you never smell that stuffiness that accumulates in closed spaces. Someone engineered these systems with remarkable sophistication. Following your nose and the increasing number of passengers, you find your way to the dining saloon. The entrance takes your breath away. The room stretches the full width of the ship, with tables arranged in precise rows that could seat hundreds. Windows along both sides let in natural light. The ceiling arches overhead, cream-coloured with ornate moulding that draws the eye upward. Chairs upholstered in deep red provide splashes of colour against the neutral walls. White tablecloth cover every surface, so bright they almost hurt to look at directly. Crystal glassware catches and reflects light. Silver cutlery lines each place setting with mathematical precision. Fresh flowers bloom in vases on every table. The overall effect suggests a very fine restaurant that happens to be crossing the Atlantic. A steward in formal attire materialises at your elbow. "Table for one, sir?" You confirm, and he guides you to a small table near one of the windows. As you're seated, you notice how the room fills with passengers, families, couples, and solo travellers like yourself. The noise level rises, but never becomes overwhelming. People speak in modulated tones, maintaining that atmosphere of refined civilization, even as hundreds of conversations happen simultaneously. Your table settings include more pieces of silverware than you strictly need for any meal. Working from the outside in, you remember from some half-forgotten etiquette lesson. The menu, presented in an embossed folder, offers choices that would impress even the most demanding diner. For lunch, this is the selection available for a casual midday meal. You can choose from consommé or cream soup. Fish courses include salmon with mousseline sauce. Meat options range from chicken to lamb to beef, each with its own accompaniments. Vegetables come separately: asparagus, potatoes prepared 3 different ways, and fresh peas despite it being only April. Desserts take up an entire section of the menu. Even the cheese selection requires careful consideration. You order modestly: soup, fish, vegetables, perhaps a light dessert, aware that dinner will be a much more substantial affair. The steward nods approvingly and glides away, moving between tables with practiced efficiency. While waiting for your food, you observe your fellow diners. The diversity of the first-class passengers surprises you. Yes, there are obvious millionaires, men whose names you recognise from newspapers, and women dripping with jewellery even at lunch. But there are also middle-aged couples who might be successful merchants, younger people who could be inheriting family wealth, and older passengers who've clearly been rich long enough to wear it comfortably. The soup arrives in delicate china, steaming gently, and tastes exactly as good as it looks. The fish follows, perfectly cooked, flaking easily under your fork. Everything is served at the correct temperature, seasoned properly, and presented beautifully. You're eating better than you do in most restaurants ashore, and you're doing it while travelling at more than 20 knots across the Atlantic. Through the window beside your table, you watch the ocean roll past. The water today looks grey-green under cloudy skies, but you can see how it might turn brilliant blue under better weather. Waves rise and fall in patterns that never quite repeat. Occasionally the spray catches the wind and creates momentary rainbows before disappearing. After lunch you wander outside to the boat deck, the highest deck accessible to passengers. The wind up here blows stronger, carrying the salt smell of the ocean and the faint tang of smoke from the funnels. You walk toward the stern, passing ventilation equipment, past the entrance to the gymnasium, and around the base of those massive funnels that dominate the upper deck. Other passengers have the same idea. We stroll in informal groups, taking constitutional walks, getting exercise, and enjoying the fresh air despite the chill. Nobody rushes. There's nowhere to rush to, after all. The beauty of ocean travel lies partly in this enforced leisure, this necessary slowing down. You lean against the railing at the stern and look back at Titanic's wake. A wide white path stretching toward the horizon, evidence of the ship's passage through the Atlantic. The propellers churn beneath the surface, driving this enormous vessel forward with relentless power. Yet standing here, you barely feel any vibration. The engineers who designed these engines understood their craft. A steward appears with a tray of bouillon in cups, offering it to passengers on deck. You accept one gratefully, wrapping your cold hands around the warm cup, sipping the rich broth. This is what luxury means, not just comfortable cabins and excellent food, but someone anticipating your needs before you voice them, appearing with hot soup exactly when the April wind makes you wish for warmth. You spend the afternoon exploring more of the ship. The swimming pool, located deep in the ship's interior, echoes with the sound of water and voices. The Turkish bath offers heated rooms and massage facilities. The squash court provides exercise for those energetic enough to want it. The libraries stock books in multiple languages. Everywhere you go, you find evidence of careful planning, of designers who try to imagine every possible passenger need and meet it. The bugle call for dinner sounds at 7 o'clock, giving passengers 90 minutes to prepare for the evening meal. In your cabin, you've laid out your formal dinner clothes, white tie and tails, the uniform of first-class evening dining. The bow tie gives you trouble, as it always does. You fumble with it for several minutes before achieving something that looks approximately correct. The transformation of passengers between afternoon and evening remains one of shipboard life's small miracles. The same people who lounged in casual clothes at lunch now emerge from their cabins looking like they're attending an opera or palace ball. The women especially have undergone complete metamorphosis. Afternoon dresses replaced by evening gowns that showcase the latest Paris fashions, jewellery that probably required safe deposit boxes in their cabins, and hair arranged in elaborate styles that must have taken their maids an hour to create. You join the general flow toward the dining saloon, but the experience differs dramatically from lunch. The evening crowd moves more slowly, with more awareness of being on display. Ladies adjust their gloves, gentlemen check their pocket watches. We're all performing the ritual of dressing for dinner, an ancient tradition of civilization asserting itself even in the middle of the Atlantic. The dining saloon has transformed as well. The natural light of afternoon has given way to electric chandeliers that hang from the ceiling like crystallized starlight. Every bulb blazes, creating an atmosphere of almost theatrical brilliance. The white tablecloths look even brighter against the evening darkness visible through the windows. Candles on each table add flickering warmth to the electric glow. Your table assignment tonight places you with several other passengers, a system designed to encourage social mixing. You introduce yourself to your table mates, a railroad investor from Philadelphia and his wife, a British wool merchant travelling home from business in America, and a young couple whose fortune apparently derives from timber. Everyone maintains that careful politeness of strangers thrown together by circumstance. The menu for dinner requires serious study. This isn't lunch's modest selection. This is a document that describes what might be 10 separate courses. You read through the options with growing amazement. Oysters, hors d'oeuvres, soup, 2 kinds, both available if you want them. Fish with the elaborate sauces, an entree of chicken or lamb or beef, a poultry course separate from the entree, cold asparagus with vinaigrette, roasted meat, duckling, beef sirloin, spring lamb, various vegetables, punch sorbet to cleanse the palate, puddings, ice cream, fresh fruit, cheese and coffee. They feed us like Roman emperors, the wool merchant observes, studying his own menu with evident approval. I've crossed the Atlantic a dozen times, and I've never seen a menu quite like this. His comment prompts discussion of other voyages, other ships. The railroad investor prefers German liners for their engineering. The British merchant swears by Cunard for reliability. The timber couple, this is their first ocean crossing, listens with the fascination of newcomers hearing experienced travellers compare notes. You order carefully, knowing you can't possibly eat everything offered but wanting to experience the range of kitchen capabilities. The first course arrives, oysters on ice, each one looking perfect, tasting of cold salt water and the sea. You squeeze lemon over them and experience that peculiar sensation of eating something that was alive in the ocean just hours ago. The courses continue with clockwork precision. Soup appears exactly when you finish the oysters. Fish follows soup. Each plate arrives at the perfect temperature, arranged with artistic attention. Sauces complement without overwhelming. Vegetables retain their colour and texture. Everything tastes as good as it looks, which is saying something because it looks spectacular. Between courses, conversation flows around the table. The railroad investor discusses investment opportunities in American infrastructure, new rail lines pushing west, electrification of existing routes, and the endless appetite for expansion. His wife talks about their daughter's upcoming wedding and the challenges of planning a society event while travelling. The wool merchant offers dry observations about British textile markets and the quality of Australian imports. You notice how the dining saloon is filled with life as dinner progresses. Individual conversations combine into a general hum of voices, punctuated by occasional laughter. Silverware clinks against china. Crystal glasses ring gently when toasts are made. Stewards move constantly between tables, replacing dishes, refilling glasses, and anticipating needs before they're voiced. The orchestra begins playing during the main course, stationed on a small balcony overlooking the dining saloon. They perform light classical pieces and popular tunes, nothing too demanding or intrusive. The music provides oral wallpaper, creating atmosphere without commanding attention. Occasionally someone hums along, but mostly we eat and talk and let the melodies wash over us. You order the beef for your main course, and when it arrives, you understand why people pay premium prices for first-class passage. The meat has been cooked precisely to your specifications, the exterior dark and caramelized, the interior still showing a hint of pink. It cuts with minimal resistance and tastes rich without being heavy. The accompanying vegetables, tiny potatoes, fresh beans and glazed carrots, provide perfect complements. The young couple at your table holds hands between courses, a gesture they probably think goes unnoticed. The railroad investor's wife catches your eye and smiles, both of us seeing and choosing to ignore this small intimacy. Young love on an ocean voyage carries its own sweetness, and we're all old enough to remember when the world felt new. Dessert offers yet more choices. You select the chocolate pudding, which arrives in an individual portion that looks almost too pretty to disturb. But disturb it you do, and discover that it tastes even better than it looks. Rich chocolate balanced by cream, sweet without being cloying, the perfect ending to an excessive meal. Coffee follows dessert served in delicate china cups with sugar cubes and cream. Someone at a nearby table requests brandy, and suddenly several of us are ordering the same. The steward produces a bottle and pours generous measures into snifters, the amber liquid catching the light. You warm the glass between your palms, inhaling the complex aroma, then take a small sip that burns pleasantly down your throat. The meal has stretched past 2 hours, but nobody seems hurried. This is what evenings are for aboard Titanic. Leisurely dining, good conversation, and the pleasure of excellent food and wine in beautiful surroundings. Through the windows you can see complete darkness now. The ocean has disappeared into night. Only Titanic exists, a pocket of light and civilization moving through the void. As dinner winds down, passengers begin departing in casual groups. The men drift toward the smoking room for cigars and further brandy. The women head to the lounges for conversation and perhaps cards. The young couple, predictably, escapes toward the deck for a romantic moment under the stars. You follow the men to the smoking room, curious about this male sanctuary. The space lives up to expectations, deeply masculine with all leather chairs and dark wood panelling. Stained glass windows depict maritime scenes. The ceiling features ornate plasterwork painted to resemble tooled leather. Every surface suggests wealth and permanence. Men settle into chairs with practiced comfort, loosening collar buttons and lighting cigars and cigarettes. The air quickly fills with smoke that hangs in blue-grey layers under the lights. Stewards circulate with trays of drinks. Someone calls for whiskey, another for port, and a third for more brandy. The bartender prepares each drink with professional efficiency. Conversation flows in the smoking room, but with a different quality than at dinner. Topics become more frank, opinions more freely stated. Someone discusses American politics with more heat than wisdom. Another passenger offers investment advice that might or might not be sound. A third tells a moderately scandalous story about a friend's business dealings that has everyone chuckling. You claim a leather chair near the window and nurse your brandy, content to listen rather than contribute. The chair embraces you with the comfort of expensive furniture, and the brandy creates a pleasant warmth in your chest. Outside, the ocean remains invisible, but you can hear waves against the hull, a rhythmic sound that becomes hypnotic if you pay attention. The railroad investor settles into the chair next to yours. "Remarkable ship," he says, more to himself than to you. You agree, because what else can you say? Titanic exceeds superlatives. "I've built things," he continues, staring at his glass. "Bridges, rail terminals, even a small dam once. But this..." He gestures vaguely at the room, the ship, and the entire enterprise. "This makes my accomplishments look like amateur efforts." You understand what he means. There's something about being aboard Titanic that makes you aware of human capability, of what we can achieve when we combine resources, knowledge, and ambition. This ship shouldn't exist. It's too large, too complex, and too luxurious. Yet here you sit, drinking brandy in a floating palace that moves across the Atlantic with the confidence of inevitability. The evening passes in a pleasant haze. More drinks arrive without being ordered, the steward somehow knowing when glasses are nearly empty. Conversation ebbs and flows. Some passengers depart for their cabins, others settle deeper into their chairs, apparently planning to spend hours here. Eventually you decide you've had enough brandy and tobacco smoke. You excuse yourself and make your way back through corridors that have grown quiet. Most passengers have retired. The ship's night watch has taken over, maintaining Titanic's course while we sleep. Your cabin welcomes you with familiar comfort. Someone has been in to turn down your bed, leaving a small chocolate on the pillow, a detail so thoughtful you almost laugh. You prepare for bed, moving through the rituals of evening ablution in that magnificent bathroom. The ship rocks gently beneath you, a motion you're already beginning to find comforting rather than unsettling. In bed, you listen to Titanic's nighttime sounds. The engines maintain their steady thrumming. Water rushes along the hull. Somewhere distant, footsteps echo on metal stairs. Voices murmur in the corridor as late passengers return to their cabins. You think about dinner, about the food and wine and conversation. You think about the railroad investor's comment about human achievement and ambition. You think about being in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, surrounded by luxury that would have seemed impossible just a few decades ago. Sleep comes easily, pulling you down into dreams of light and motion, of endless dining tables and orchestras playing in the distance, of a ship moving through darkness toward tomorrow. Morning light through your cabin window wakes you gently, and for a moment you forget where you are. Then the ship's motion registers, that subtle rocking that has become familiar overnight, and memory returns. You're aboard the Titanic somewhere in the Atlantic with another day of the voyage ahead. After washing and dressing in casual clothes suitable for morning aboard ship, you make your way to the cafe for breakfast. This smaller dining area offers a more relaxed atmosphere than the grand dining saloon, with tables scattered informally and passengers coming and going at their own pace. You order eggs, toast, bacon and coffee, simple food, perfectly prepared. The day's programme, printed on fresh paper and delivered to your cabin while you slept, lists the morning's activities, gymnasium hours, swimming pool availability, divine service in the dining saloon at 10:30, inspection of the ship for interested passengers at 11. The schedule suggests possibilities without demanding participation, leaving you free to structure your day however you prefer. You decide to explore the gymnasium first, curious about this facility you've heard other passengers discussing. Located on the boat deck, the gym occupies a surprisingly large space fitted with equipment that looks both modern and slightly strange. Mechanical horses that simulate riding, rowing machines, something called an electric camel that apparently mimics desert travel, stationary bicycles, weight machines with pulleys and cables. The gymnasium instructor, a fit man in white flannels who introduces himself as Mr. Macaulay, demonstrates each machine with enthusiastic professionalism. He helps an elderly lady onto one of the mechanical horses, adjusting the settings for gentle motion. He shows a teenager how to use the rowing machine properly. He explains to you how the electric camel provides exercise without requiring actual camel ownership. "Rather marvellous, isn't it?" Mr. Macaulay says, patting the electric camel affectionately. "You can experience the exercise benefits of exotic travel without leaving the ship. Modern science is making the world smaller. You try several machines, finding them amusing more than challenging. The mechanical horse rocks back and forth with a steady rhythm, and you imagine you're cantering across some imaginary landscape. The rowing machine provides real resistance, and after 5 minutes your arms feel the effort. The electric camel lives up to its billing. It does indeed simulate the lurching motion of camel travel, though why anyone would want to simulate that particular experience remains unclear. After the gymnasium, you venture to the swimming pool located deep in the ship's interior. The descent takes you down several staircases, past machinery spaces and crew areas, until you reach a section clearly designed for passengers. The pool itself measures perhaps 30 feet long and 15 wide, filled with seawater that sloshes gently with the ship's motion. Tiles cover the walls in white and blue patterns. Changing rooms line one side. A few brave souls are actually swimming. A man doing determined laps. A young boy splashing near the shallow end under his mother's watchful eye. The water looks cold, and you decide to save swimming for another day. Instead, you explore the adjacent Turkish baths, a series of rooms decorated in Arabic style with colourful tiles and carved wooden screens. The baths offer gradual progression through increasingly warm rooms. The temperate room feels pleasant, like a sunny day. The hot room makes you start sweating within minutes. The steam room envelops you in vapour so thick you can barely see your hand in front of your face. Attendants in white robes move like ghosts through the steam, offering towels and glasses of cool water. You endure the heat for perhaps 20 minutes before retreating to the cooling room, where you wrap yourself in a thick robe and stretch out on a comfortable lounger. Your body feels loose and relaxed, and muscles you didn't know were tense are now releasing. Other passengers occupy nearby loungers, all of us looking slightly pink and very content. "First time in the baths?" asks a man with an impressive moustache on the next lounger. You confirm, and he nods knowingly. "Remarkable facility. I use Turkish baths regularly in London, and these rival the best I've experienced. Extraordinary that they've installed them on a ship." He's right, of course. The existence of Turkish baths aboard an ocean liner represents another example of Titanic's commitment to comprehensive luxury. Why should passengers sacrifice any comfort just because they're travelling? Why not bring every amenity of shore life to sea? After the baths, you return to your cabin for fresh clothes, then join the growing crowd gathering on the boat deck for the inspection tour. An officer in a crisp white uniform leads the group, explaining technical details as we walk. He shows us the bridge where the captain and his officers navigate. He demonstrates the wireless equipment, those mysterious machines that can send messages through empty air. He explains the ship's watertight compartments, designed to keep Titanic afloat even if the hull suffers damage. "She's practically unsinkable," the officer says with understandable pride. "The designers thought of everything. These watertight doors can be closed instantly from the bridge, sealing off any flooding. Even if several compartments fill with water, the Titanic will remain afloat." The group murmurs appreciation. We're impressed by the engineering and reassured by the safety measures. Titanic represents the pinnacle of maritime technology, and standing on her deck, hearing these explanations, you feel confidence in the ship and the men who operate her. Lunch arrives with its usual variety and excellence. You eat lightly, saving your appetite for dinner. The afternoon stretches ahead with pleasant emptiness. Some passengers play cards in the lounges, others write letters in the library. A few brave souls walk the deck despite the April chill. You find yourself drawn to the reading and writing room, that feminine sanctuary done in delicate colours and white wicker furniture. Despite being designed for ladies, the room welcomes male visitors, and you claim a comfortable chair near the windows. Someone has left a book, a popular novel about adventure in Africa. You pick it up, intending to read just a chapter or two. The next time you check your pocket watch, 2 hours have passed. The story captured you completely, pulling you into fictional jungles and adventures that seem both exotic and slightly ridiculous. But that's what good entertainment does. It takes you somewhere else and lets you forget your surroundings completely. Tea service begins at 4 o'clock, and you make your way to the cafe for this very British ritual. The servers have laid out impressive spreads, sandwiches with the crusts removed, small cakes, pastries, and scones with jam and cream. Tea arrives in proper pots, strong and hot. You prepare yours with milk and sugar, the way your grandmother taught you decades ago. Other passengers gather for tea, and the cafe fills with quiet conversation. This meal, really more of a snack, provides opportunity for social mixing without the formality of dinner. People move between tables, greeting friends made yesterday, striking up conversations with strangers. A sense of community is building among the first-class passengers, that peculiar bonding that happens when people share an adventure. After tea, you return to the deck for a constitutional walk. The wind has picked up since morning, and the ocean looks rougher, with waves showing white caps. Titanic handles the swells with barely noticeable motion, but you can see spray occasionally reaching high enough to catch sunlight. The air tastes strongly of salt, and your face feels windburned after just minutes outside. You complete several circuits of the promenade deck, walking briskly enough to elevate your heart rate. Other passengers have the same idea: exercise before dinner, working up an appetite for the evening's feast. We nod to each other as we pass, fellow travellers sharing space and purpose. Back in your cabin, you rest before beginning the evening's preparations. The sun is setting, visible through your window as a golden glow on the horizon. The ocean catches this light and transforms it into something magical. The water appearing to hold fire, the waves edged in gold. You stand at the window and watch until the sun disappears completely, leaving only afterglow and the approach of night. Evening returns you to formal dress, to white tie and tails, to the transformation into your most elegant self. Dinner tonight features different table mates. The assignments rotate, ensuring passengers meet various people during the voyage. Your new companions include a steel magnate from Pittsburgh, a British lord travelling with his sister, and a doctor returning from a medical conference in New York. The conversation flows toward more intellectual topics than last night. The doctor discusses advances in surgery. The steel magnate offers thoughts on industrial development. The British lord, surprisingly well read, quotes poetry and philosophy. His sister listens with patient attention, occasionally contributing observations that reveal sharp intelligence. After dinner, you skip the smoking room and instead wander to the lounge where someone is playing the piano. The musician performs with real skill, moving from classical pieces to popular songs to improvised melodies that might be original compositions. A small crowd gathers, some people singing along softly, others simply listening. The music creates an atmosphere of gentle melancholy, beautiful but tinged with something indefinable, perhaps awareness of time passing, of this voyage representing a brief moment outside ordinary life. Tomorrow Titanic will be further across the Atlantic, the day after, further still. Eventually this floating palace existence will end, returning us all to normal life ashore. But not tonight. Tonight you're here, listening to piano music in an elegant lounge, surrounded by strangers becoming friends, carried across the ocean by this extraordinary ship. Tonight is enough. By the third day aboard, you've begun to recognise faces and remember names. The ship's social world has organised itself into loose groups based on shared interests and compatible personalities. You find yourself drawn to a particular cluster of passengers who gather in the lounge after breakfast. A mix of ages and backgrounds united by curiosity about fellow travellers and enjoyment of good conversation. The core group includes Margaret, a widow from Boston with sharp wit and bottomless energy. Thomas, a banker from Philadelphia who collects rare books and loves discussing literature. Edward, a British diplomat returning from posting in Washington. Sarah, a young woman travelling with her considerably older aunt, both heading to Italy for an extended stay. And you, the observer who sometimes becomes a participant. Your conversations range widely. Margaret tells stories about Boston society with humour that makes everyone laugh, while also revealing complex social dynamics. Thomas describes rare volumes he's acquired, his enthusiasm infectious even for those who don't share his passion for first editions. Edward offers insider perspectives on international relations, carefully avoiding anything too confidential. Sarah asks questions that reveal her intelligence and curiosity about the wider world. These morning gatherings become ritual. You claim the same area of the lounge, those comfortable chairs near the windows. Stewards learn your preferences and deliver coffee or tea without being asked. The conversations start casually, but often develop unexpected depth. Discussions of art, politics, philosophy, and the changing world of 19 to 12. Everything's accelerating, Thomas observes one morning, stirring sugar into his coffee. Technology, society, and even time itself seem to move faster. When I was young, life felt stable. Now each year brings dramatic changes. Progress, Edward says. Inevitable and mostly positive, though not without costs. I wonder if we're progressing towards something or just moving, Margaret muses. Speed doesn't necessarily indicate direction. These conversations make you think, challenge assumptions and open perspectives. You realise that one of luxury's true gifts is time. Time to think, to talk, to explore ideas without the pressure of schedules and obligations. Titanic provides space for intellectual leisure that modern life rarely permits. You also notice how the ship's environment encourages unexpected connections. One afternoon you strike up a conversation with an older gentleman on the promenade deck. He turns out to be a professor of history at Oxford, and you spend an hour discussing the fall of Rome while walking circles around the deck. His knowledge impresses you, but so does his ability to make ancient events feel relevant to contemporary life. Another time you end up playing bridge with 3 strangers, 2 sisters from New York and a mining engineer from Colorado. None of you play particularly well, but the game provides a framework for getting to know each other. You learn about their lives, their reasons for travelling, and their hopes and worries. By the end of the evening, you feel like you've made genuine friends, people you might actually stay in contact with after the voyage ends. The children aboard deserve special mention. Titanic carries perhaps 24 first-class children, ranging from infants to teenagers. They bring energy and spontaneity that contrasts beautifully with adult formality. You often see them racing along corridors until their nannies call them back to decorum. They explore the ship with fearless curiosity, discovering spaces and perspectives that adults miss. One morning you encounter a small boy, perhaps 6 years old, standing at a window staring at the ocean with such intensity that you stop to see what he's watching. At first you see nothing unusual, just waves and horizon. Then you spot it, a distant whale, visible as a dark shape briefly surfacing before disappearing back into the depths. "Did you see?" the boy asks, turning to you with excitement that can't be contained. "A whale! An actual whale!" You confirm that yes, you saw it too, and the boy's face lights up with joy, which makes you smile for the rest of the day. That simple moment, a child's wonder at the natural world, provides more genuine pleasure than all of Titanic's manufactured luxuries. Social events punctuate the voyage's rhythm. One evening, the ship's officers host a reception, giving passengers the opportunity to meet the captain and crew who operate Titanic. Captain Smith appears exactly as you'd imagine a ship's captain should. White-bearded, dignified, and radiating calm competence. He moves through the crowd with practiced ease, spending a few minutes with each passenger, making everyone feel acknowledged. Another night features a concert by the ship's orchestra, transformed from background dinner music to featured performers. They play a full programme of classical and popular pieces, the musicians revealing skills that dinner service doesn't fully showcase. The lounge fills with passengers dressed in their evening finest, all of us enjoying culture in the middle of the Atlantic. You also observe the quiet romances developing aboard ship. That young couple from dinner the first night spends hours together on deck, talking and laughing, clearly falling deeper into love with each passing day. An older pair, he perhaps 60, she in her 50s, also seems to be discovering each other, their courtship more subtle but no less real. Ocean voyages apparently encourage romance, the enclosed world and temporary nature of the experience creating conditions where feelings develop quickly. Your own social experience includes several conversations with attractive women, encounters that might have developed into something more if circumstances were different. A charming widow invites you to walk the deck with her. A sophisticated woman your own age engages you in extended discussion about art and literature. In another context, these meetings might have led somewhere. But shipboard romance requires either quick development or acceptance of a temporary connection, and you find yourself preferring friendship to the complications of brief romance. The dining room continues providing theatre each evening. By now you've learned to recognise various personalities among the first-class passengers. The millionaire who always orders the most expensive wine, the British aristocrat who treats stewards with casual condescension. The nouveau riche couple is trying too hard to fit into high society. The genuinely wealthy who wear their money comfortably, without need for display. You also note how the stewards manage this diverse group with remarkable skill. They remember names, preferences, and small details that make each passenger feel individually served. A steward might recall that you prefer your coffee very hot, or that you typically skip the soup course, or that you once mentioned enjoying a particular wine. These small acknowledgements of individual preference create the illusion of personal service, even within the industrial scale of Titanic's operations. One evening, Margaret organises an impromptu gathering in the lounge after dinner. Perhaps a dozen passengers attend, forming a loose circle of chairs. Someone suggests telling stories, and suddenly we're entertaining each other with tales from our lives. Margaret describes a disastrous dinner party where everything went wrong, but somehow became the most memorable evening of the season. Thomas tells about discovering a valuable book in a dusty shop where the owner had no idea what he possessed. Edward shares diplomatic anecdotes carefully edited to remove confidential details. When your turn comes, you tell about a business venture that succeeded far beyond expectations, the combination of planning and luck that made everything work perfectly. But as you talk, you realise the story's real point isn't the success. It's the journey, the uncertainty, the gradual realisation that things were going to work out. Your listeners seem to understand this, nodding at recognition of universal experiences dressed in individual circumstances. The gathering continues past midnight, passengers telling stories, laughing, and sharing moments of connection that make Titanic feel less like a ship and more like a floating community. Eventually people drift away to their cabins, but you linger in the lounge thinking about this evening, about these temporary friendships that feel surprisingly substantial. Walking back to your cabin through quiet corridors, you reflect on how ocean travel creates unique social conditions. Remove people from their normal contexts, put them in close proximity for several days, add comfort and leisure, and connections develop that might never form ashore. You'll probably never see most of these people again after the voyage ends, yet right now they feel like friends, companions on a shared adventure. In your cabin, you prepare for bed while thinking about tomorrow. The voyage is more than half finished. Titanic is crossing the Atlantic's middle sections now, the deepest waters, furthest from any land. Each day brings you closer to New York, to the end of this experience and to returning to normal life. But tonight, that seems distant and unimportant. Tonight you're here, surrounded by new friends, carried across the ocean in luxury, experiencing something you'll remember forever. The ship takes on a different character after midnight. You discover this one night when sleep eludes you, and you decide to explore rather than lie in bed wrestling with wakefulness. Putting on a robe over your pyjamas and slipping into shoes, you venture out into corridors that have transformed from daytime bustle into something quieter, almost meditative. Night lighting replaces the brilliant illumination of daytime. Softer bulbs cast gentle pools of light separated by stretches of shadow. The effect creates intimacy, making the huge ship feel smaller and more manageable. Your footsteps echo differently in these empty passages, each sound reaching further without daytime noise to absorb it. You climb the grand staircase, meeting no one. The carved oak panels look different in reduced lighting, the wood grain deeper and richer. That clock showing honour and glory crowning time reads 2:15. Somewhere in the ship, crew members maintain their watches, but here in the passenger areas, you have the world to yourself. On the boat deck, cold air hits immediately. You'd expected this, but the reality still takes your breath away. The April night temperature must be barely above freezing, and the wind makes it feel colder. Yet something about the cold appeals to you. It's honest, demanding attention, refusing to be ignored. The sky above Titanic overwhelms with its vastness. You've seen night skies before, but never like this. Never so far from any competing light. Stars pack the darkness in numbers that seem impossible. More stars than sky to hold them. The Milky Way stretches overhead like spilled milk frozen in place. Constellations you've known since childhood appear embedded in this greater pattern, familiar markers in overwhelming abundance. You walk to the railing and look down at the ocean. The water appears black under starlight, invisible except where Titanic's lights reach it. Along the hull, portholes create pools of golden illumination on the surface, giving you glimpses of waves rolling past. Beyond that narrow band of visibility, darkness extends infinitely in all directions. The ship's engines maintain their constant rhythm, felt through your feet as much as heard. Somewhere forward, the watch officers stand on the bridge, monitoring instruments, maintaining course. In the engine rooms far below, crew members tend machinery that drives this enormous vessel forward. But up here, you're alone with the night and the stars and the vast ocean. You think about distance. How far Titanic has travelled from Southampton? How far remains to New York? How deep the water flows beneath the keel? The numbers become abstract at this scale. 3 miles to the ocean floor, hundreds of miles to the nearest land. Thousands of stars visible overhead, measurements that dwarf human comprehension. The cold eventually drives you inside, but you're not ready to return to your cabin. Instead, you explore the ship's public rooms, finding them empty but still lit. The reading room maintains its quiet charm even without readers. The lounge looks almost mysterious in reduced lighting, familiar furniture transformed into unfamiliar shapes and shadows. You discover you're not completely alone after all. In the smoking room, one other passenger occupies a leather chair, staring into the middle distance while nursing a glass of whiskey. He's older, perhaps 70, dressed in a robe similar to yours. He nods acknowledgement when you enter, but doesn't speak, and you respect his desire for solitude by claiming a chair on the opposite side of the room. For perhaps half an hour, you both sit there in comfortable silence. The smoking room's stained glass windows look black from inside, reflecting the room rather than showing anything beyond. The carved ceiling seems to press down slightly without crowds and conversation to push it back. Everything feels compressed, concentrated and essential. Eventually the older gentleman rises, nods again and departs. You remain thinking about nothing in particular, letting your mind drift like the Titanic across the water. Thoughts come and go without demanding attention. Worries that might keep you awake in your cabin feel distant here, manageable and small. Around 3 o'clock, you return to the promenade deck for another exposure to cold and stars. This time you notice the horizon, a line barely visible where starry sky meets dark ocean. The division between up and down, the edge between two infinities. Staring at that line, you feel both very small and somehow connected to something larger, though you couldn't articulate exactly what. A shooting star crosses the sky, there and gone in a breath, then another, then a third. You realise you're watching a meteor shower, pieces of cosmic debris burning up in the atmosphere far above. Each streak of light represents matter older than human civilization. Material that's travelled through space for millions of years before ending its journey in a brief flash above the Atlantic. The beauty of it makes your chest tight. You're watching something that has nothing to do with human concerns, the universe simply being itself, indifferent to observers. Yet here you stand, observing, creating meaning from natural phenomena that carry no inherent meaning at all. Back inside again, you wander toward the stern, down staircases you haven't explored before, and through crew areas where signs indicate passengers shouldn't go. Nobody stops you. The night watch apparently assumes any passenger wandering around at this hour has good reason. You emerge onto a lower deck where you can hear the propellers more clearly and feel their vibration more strongly. Looking back along Titanic's length from this position, you see the ship's full scale in a way daytime viewing never quite captures. She rises above you like a cliff face, deck stacked upon deck, lights marking windows and passages. The 4 funnels tower against the stars. The whole structure seems impossible, too large to float and too complex to operate. Yet she moves through the water with grace, carrying hundreds of passengers in comfort while they sleep. You make your way back to familiar areas, climbing toward the boat deck again. The sky has begun showing the first hints of dawn, not light exactly, but a lessening of absolute darkness, a suggestion that day approaches. You're tired now in a pleasant way, the sort of exhaustion that promises deep sleep. One final circuit of the promenade deck serves as the conclusion to your nighttime exploration. The wind still blows cold, but you've adjusted to it, accepted it. The stars still fill the sky, though they seem less overwhelming now, more familiar. The ocean still stretches endlessly, but you've made peace with its vastness. Back in your cabin, finally, you remove your robe and shoes and climb into bed. The sheets feel warm and welcoming after the cold deck. The mattress embraces you. The gentle motion of the ship rocks you like a cradle. You think about the night just past, about stars and darkness and solitude. You think about being awake while others sleep, about seeing the ship in her nighttime aspect, and about discovering that Titanic contains layers of experience beyond daytime luxury. Sleep arrives like a friend you'd been expecting, pulling you down into dreams coloured by starlight and ocean depths, by the rhythm of engines and the whisper of waves along the hull. Tomorrow will bring another day of leisure and luxury, of meals and conversation and social ritual. But tonight belongs to something else, to quiet wonder, to connection with vastness, to moments of pure existence without purpose beyond being. The last thought before sleep claims you completely. You're glad you couldn't sleep earlier, glad you went exploring, and glad you discovered this secret version of Titanic that only reveals herself to the wakeful and the wandering. You wake late after your nighttime adventures, sunlight streaming through your cabin window. Checking your pocket watch, you're startled to find it's nearly 10 o'clock. You've slept through breakfast service, something you haven't done since boarding. But the extra rest feels deserved, and besides, the cafe will still serve lighter fare for late risers. After washing and dressing, you make your way to the cafe, finding it moderately populated with other passengers who've also slept late. You order coffee and toast and settle at a window table to watch the ocean while you eat. The sea looks calmer today, the waves gentler, and the water a deeper blue than you've seen yet on this voyage. Margaret appears with her own coffee and, spotting you, comes over to join. You look rested, she observes, settling into the chair across from yours. You tell her about your nighttime wandering, about stars and solitude and seeing the ship in darkness. She listens with evident interest, then shares her own similar experience from a previous voyage. Apparently many passengers eventually discover the appeal of nighttime exploration, drawn by restlessness or curiosity into seeing their floating home from different perspectives. It's like visiting a familiar house at an unfamiliar hour, Margaret says. Everything looks different. You notice details that daytime activity obscures. The conversation drifts to other topics, her plans once reaching Italy, your own upcoming business in New York, and the strange feeling that this voyage exists outside normal time. We're both aware that Titanic will reach New York in a few days, ending this interlude, returning us to regular life. I always feel slightly melancholy toward the end of ocean voyages, Margaret admits. All these connections we've made, the friendships that feel real despite their brevity. Most of them won't survive contact with shore life. We'll exchange addresses, promise to write, and maybe even mean it sincerely, but then regular life resumes, and this shipboard world fades into a pleasant memory. You recognise the truth in her words. Already you can feel this voyage becoming a story you'll tell, an experience you'll remember rather than something you're actively living. The present moment keeps sliding into past tense, each day adding to accumulated memory. After coffee, you decide to attend the church service being held in the dining saloon. You're not particularly religious, but the service provides an opportunity to see the passenger community gathered for something beyond meals and entertainment. The dining saloon has been transformed, with chairs arranged theatre-style facing a small lectern at the front. Captain Smith conducts the service with the same dignity he brings to ship operations. His voice carries authority but also warmth as he reads from the Book of Common Prayer. The hymns, familiar ones that most people know, rise from hundreds of voices, creating harmony that feels both solemn and uplifting. Looking around at your fellow passengers singing together, you feel connected to something older than Titanic, older than ocean travel, something about humans seeking meaning and community. The sermon, brief and non-controversial, focuses on gratitude and safe passage. Captain Smith thanks God for calm seas and favourable weather, asks for blessings for the remainder of the voyage, and reminds everyone to appreciate the remarkable vessel carrying us across the ocean. It's good pastoral care, appropriate for the setting, demanding nothing while offering comfort. After the service, passengers linger in small groups, conversation flowing naturally. You speak with Thomas about the music, with Edward about maritime traditions, and with several other passengers you've come to know during the voyage. The gathering feels like church fellowship anywhere, people connecting over shared experience, finding comfort in community. Lunch follows its usual pattern of excellence. You've stopped being amazed by the food quality, accepting it as normal rather than exceptional. This adaptation strikes you as interesting. How quickly luxury becomes expected, how standards adjust upward when exposed to consistently high quality. You'll probably find ordinary restaurants disappointing after this voyage. The afternoon brings you to the library, where you've spent minimal time so far. The room contains an impressive book selection, novels, histories, travel narratives, poetry, and reference works. You browse the shelves, pulling volumes at random, reading opening paragraphs and trying to decide what appeals to your current mood. Eventually you select a book about Arctic exploration and settle into a comfortable chair. The contrast appeals to you, reading about extreme cold while sitting in Titanic's perfect comfort, learning about dangerous expeditions while experiencing the safest possible ocean travel. The explorers in the book struggled against hostile nature, risked death regularly, and suffered incredible hardship. You're eating chocolates while reading about their frostbite and starvation, yet you don't feel guilty about this contrast. Civilization's entire purpose is creating comfort from hostile nature, building systems that protect humans from environmental dangers. Titanic represents the culmination of that project. Nature completely tamed, ocean travel transformed from dangerous necessity into comfortable pleasure. An older woman sits near you also reading. Eventually she looks up and catches your eye. Good book. You show her the cover and she nods in recognition. I read that last year. Remarkable stories. Makes you grateful for modern technology, doesn't it? You agree, and conversation develops naturally. She's a professor's widow, travelling to visit family in America. This is her third Atlantic crossing, and she's watched ships evolve from relatively basic vessels to modern marvels like Titanic. Her observations about maritime progress reveal sharp intelligence and genuine curiosity about technological change. My late husband believed we were living through humanity's great age of advancement, she tells you. He thought future generations would look back at our era, the way we look back at the Renaissance, a time when human capability exploded, when we achieved things previously thought impossible. Do you think he was right, you ask? She considers carefully before answering. Yes, though perhaps not quite the way he imagined. Progress always comes with costs he didn't fully anticipate. But yes, this is a remarkable time to be alive. The conversation continues for perhaps an hour, ranging across topics with the freedom that comes from intelligent strangers meeting by chance. She's read widely, travelled extensively, and thought deeply about the world and humanity's place in it. Talking with her reminds you that education and intelligence aren't limited to any particular age or gender, that wisdom can appear anywhere if you're paying attention. Eventually she returns to her book, and you to yours. But the interaction leaves you feeling enriched, grateful for unexpected connections that ocean travel facilitates. Tea service at 4 o'clock brings you to the cafe again, where the usual crowd has gathered. Your core group sits together, and conversation flows with the ease of established friendship. We've shared enough meals and discussions that inside jokes have developed, references that wouldn't make sense to outsiders but send us into laughter. Sarah describes her aunt's reaction to the Turkish baths. Apparently the older woman found the heat shocking, but the massage afterward deeply satisfying. Thomas reports finishing an excellent novel from the library and offers recommendations for what others should read. Edward shares news from the ship's daily bulletin about events in the wider world, though these reports feel distant and somewhat unreal from the middle of the Atlantic. You mention your nighttime exploration, and this prompts others to share similar experiences. We discover that several of us have been drawn to late-night wandering, each finding our own version of that peaceful solitude the ship offers after most passengers sleep. We compare favourite spots. Margaret likes the reading room at night, Thomas prefers the smoking room, and Sarah has discovered a quiet corner of the promenade deck. We're like ghosts haunting our own voyage, Edward observes, smiling at the metaphor. Moving through empty spaces while everyone else dreams. Dinner that evening feels especially convivial. Your table includes several people you've come to know well, and conversation flows with unusual warmth. Someone proposes a toast to Titanic and Captain Smith, and we all raise our glasses, genuinely grateful for this experience. The meal itself, course after course of exquisite food, hardly registers now. You've become accustomed to culinary excellence, and while you still appreciate the quality, it no longer astonishes. What matters more is the fellowship, the shared experience, and the sense of being part of something special. After dinner, the group migrates to the lounge where the pianist plays and passengers gather for the evening's final social hours. You notice how relationships have developed over the voyage. The young couple you observed early on now seems firmly attached, likely engaged or soon to be. Several passengers who began as strangers now sit together like old friends. The ship's social world has organised itself into a functioning community. Margaret pulls you aside at one point. "I'm going to miss this," she says quietly. "This feeling of being outside regular life, of having time to just be without endless obligations pressing on every moment." You understand exactly what she means. Titanic provides a bubble, a protected space where normal rules don't quite apply. Time moves differently here. Concerns that loom large ashore seem distant. The enforced leisure allows for thought and conversation that regular life rarely permits. We should all do this more often, you suggest. Take deliberate breaks from normal routine and create space for reflection and connection. We should, Margaret agrees. We won't, but we should. The evening winds down slowly. Passengers drift toward their cabins in ones and twos. The pianist plays softer selections, music for ending rather than beginning. Stewards move through the room, collecting empty glasses, straightening furniture, and preparing spaces for tomorrow. You're among the last to leave, reluctant to let this evening end. On the walk back to your cabin, you pause one more time on deck, looking up at stars now familiar from previous nights. The air feels warmer than your first night aboard. Either the temperature has actually risen or you've adapted to the cold. In your cabin, preparing for bed, you reflect on the cultural snapshot this voyage represents. A particular moment in time, April 1912, when technology had advanced far enough to make ocean crossings comfortable, but not so far as to make them routine. When wealthy passengers could experience luxury that previous generations would have considered impossible. When the world felt both larger and smaller than ever before. Larger because global travel was expanding horizons, smaller because technology was connecting distant places. This voyage captures something about early 20th century aspirations. The belief that human ingenuity could solve any problem. The confidence that progress was inevitable and positive. The sense that we were building a better world through engineering and industry. You drift towards sleep thinking about Titanic as a cultural artifact, as a symbol, and as a representation of an era and attitudes. She's more than a ship. She's a statement about what humans can achieve, about our ambitions and capabilities and determination to conquer challenges. The engines throb steadily, carrying you through the night toward New York, toward the end of this experience, toward tomorrow and whatever comes after. But tonight, right now, you're here, part of this moment, experiencing something that will live in memory long after the voyage ends. Sleep comes with the gentle rocking of waves against the hull, with the whisper of water rushing past, and with the distant sound of the Titanic's orchestra playing one last waltz before silence claims the night. Imagine you're sitting around humanity's first controlled fire, maybe 400,000 years ago, give or take a few millennia. You're not quite a modern human yet. Your brow ridge is more pronounced, your posture slightly different. But your brain is asking the same questions humans still ask today. What is this? How does it work? And most importantly, how can I use this to make my life better? The fire itself was already miraculous enough. Your ancestors had watched lightning strikes for generations and seen the devastating and cleansing power of wildfire. But now they could carry this elemental force in their hands, feed it, control it, and make it dance to human rhythms. The warmth alone would have been revolutionary, transforming caves from cold stone chambers into something approaching homes. But then something unexpected happened. Someone, let's call her the world's first accidental aromatherapist, threw some green wood onto the fire. Maybe it was wet sage or pine boughs, or some resinous branch that hadn't dried properly. The smoke that rose wasn't the usual grey plume. This smoke was thick and aromatic, and when it drifted past someone's face, something changed. You have to understand that these early humans had no context for what we'd call relaxation or stress relief. Life was an endless cycle of hunting, gathering, avoiding predators, and trying not to die from infected wounds or bad weather. The concept of deliberately calming yourself would have seemed as alien as quantum physics. But when that fragrant smoke passed by, muscles that had been tense for days suddenly loosened. Minds that had been vigilantly scanning for danger found themselves drifting into something approaching peace. It probably took generations to connect the dots. Fire plus certain plants equals feeling different. But humans are pattern recognition machines, and eventually someone noticed that burning juniper made the cave smell clean and left people feeling lighter. Burning certain resins made everyone drowsy and content. Burning others seemed to sharpen the mind or lift the spirits. These early experiments weren't written down. Writing wouldn't be invented for hundreds of thousands of years, but they were passed down through demonstration and experience. The knowledge became embedded in human culture so deeply that by the time we invented writing, smoking various substances for various effects was already an ancient practice. The interesting thing is that this discovery was almost certainly made independently in dozens of different locations around the world. Humans in Africa, Asia, Europe, and eventually the Americas all figured out that smoke could be more than just a byproduct of fire. It could be a tool, a medicine, a pathway to altered states of consciousness, or simply a moment of relief in otherwise relentless lives. Consider the sensory experience for these early humans. They lived in a world that was simultaneously more vivid and more limited than ours. No artificial lights meant that fire was the only thing holding back absolute darkness. No processed foods meant every meal was an adventure in wild flavours, and no air pollution meant that the smell of burning herbs was a profound departure from the normal sense of earth, animals, and unwashed humans. When aromatic smoke filled a cave, it transformed the space entirely. The flickering firelight would make the smoke visible as it rose and swirled, creating patterns that human eyes, evolved to spot predators and prey, couldn't help but follow. The smell would announce itself immediately, overwhelming the cave's normal odours with something intentional and controlled. And the taste, because smell and taste are intimately connected, would linger on the tongue, a reminder that this moment was different from normal moments. Some of these early smoke experiments probably went badly. Certain plants, when burned, produced toxic fumes that caused nausea, headaches, or worse. There must have been countless trial and error incidents that ended with everyone stumbling out of a cave, gasping for fresh air and wondering why their ancestors had recommended burning that particular plant. But the successes, those plants that produced pleasant, calming or consciousness-altering smoke, those got remembered and repeated. By the time humans were anatomically modern, roughly 300,000 years ago, the knowledge of smoke and its effects was already an established part of human culture. Archaeological evidence shows that even Neanderthals, our close cousins who died out around 40,000 years ago, used aromatic plants deliberately. We've found traces of medicinal herbs in their teeth, suggesting they were either eating them or breathing their smoke for therapeutic purposes. This wasn't superstition or primitive ignorance. These early humans were conducting empirical experiments with their own consciousness, discovering that certain substances could reliably produce specific effects. They were, in their way, the world's first pharmacologists, working without laboratories or double-blind studies, but with a deep intuitive understanding of how plants and human bodies interact. The smoke itself became a teacher. Watch how it rises, always seeking the sky, never moving straight but dancing in response to air currents too subtle for human senses to detect. See how it gathers along the cave ceiling, creating a visible layer between earth and stone. Notice how it clings to hair and clothing, marking those who sat closest to the fire with a lingering reminder of the experience. These observations would later become metaphors and spiritual concepts. Smoke rises like prayers. Smoke connects earth to sky. Smoke transforms solid matter into something ethereal and temporary. But before the metaphors came the simple, physical reality. Burning certain things produces smoke that makes you feel different, and feeling different can be exactly what you need. Fast forward several 100,000 years, humans have invented agriculture, built cities, developed writing systems, and created the first civilizations. We're now in the ancient world of temples and priests, of organized religion and institutionalized ritual, and smoke, our old friend from the cave, has become absolutely central to how humans interact with the divine. Picture yourself in an ancient Egyptian temple around 2000 BCE. You've been awake since before dawn, preparing for a ceremony that will honour the gods and hopefully secure their blessings for the coming harvest. The temple itself is a marvel. Massive stone columns carved with hieroglyphs, painted in colours that would seem garish by modern standards, but that shimmer beautifully in lamplight. But what hits you first, before you even enter the inner sanctuary, is the smell. Incense has been burning in this temple for hours, maybe days. The priests know that the sacred space must be properly prepared, and preparation means filling the air with fragrance so thick you can almost see it. The ancient Egyptians took their incense seriously. And by seriously, I mean they built an entire economic system around it. They imported frankincense and myrrh from the mysterious land of Punt, probably modern Somalia or Yemen, paying enormous sums for resins that were literally worth their weight in gold. The famous reliefs at Deir el-Bahari show Queen Hatshepsut's expedition to Punt, bringing back living myrrh trees like botanical trophies. Why this obsession with aromatic smoke? The practical answer is that temples were located in hot climates, filled with animal sacrifices, and attended by crowds of people who bathed less frequently than we do. Incense was, among other things, the ancient world's most sophisticated air freshener. But that's only part of the story. The Egyptians believed that fragrant smoke was literally food for the gods. When they burned incense before a statue of Ra or Osiris, they weren't just creating a pleasant atmosphere. They were providing sustenance to divine beings who existed in a realm beyond human senses. The smoke rising from the censer was a bridge between worlds, carrying prayers and offerings to places humans couldn't reach. The physical effect of this constant incense burning would have been significant. Ancient temples used frankincense, myrrh, styrax, and other resins that we now know contain psychoactive compounds. Frankincense, for instance, contains tetrahydrocannabinol and other chemicals that can produce mild euphoria and reduce anxiety when burned in enclosed spaces. Stand in a temple filled with frankincense smoke for hours, and you're going to feel different. Calmer, more contemplative, perhaps more receptive to spiritual experiences. The priests understood this, even if they couldn't explain it in modern pharmacological terms. They knew that the right combination of incense, chanting, drumming and ritual could induce states of consciousness that felt like communication with the divine. Whether these states actually involved supernatural contact or were simply altered brain chemistry is almost beside the point. The experience was real, profound, and reliably reproducible. Now travel west to ancient Greece, around 500 BCE. You're at the Oracle of Delphi, that famous sanctuary where priestesses delivered prophecies that kings and generals would stake their fortunes on. The oracle sits in a small chamber built over a geological fault, and modern researchers have discovered something fascinating. That fault releases ethylene gas, a sweet-smelling substance that produces euphoria and dissociative states in moderate concentrations. The Greeks didn't know about ethylene chemistry, but they certainly knew that the Pythia, the priestess who served as the oracle, would breathe deeply from the vapours rising from the earth, then enter a trance state during which she would speak the words of Apollo. They burned additional substances, laurel leaves, barley and other materials, to enhance the effect and create an atmosphere thick with smoke and mystery. You can imagine standing in that sacred precinct, waiting your turn to consult the oracle. The smell of burning laurel fills your nostrils, sharp, slightly medicinal, strangely compelling. The Pythia's attendants maintain the fires, adding more leaves when the smoke begins to thin. The whole process has been refined over centuries to produce maximum psychological and pharmacological effect. When the Pythia finally speaks, her words are often cryptic and ambiguous, famously so. But in that smoke-filled chamber, with your own consciousness slightly altered by the atmospheric compounds you've been breathing, those ambiguous words seem pregnant with meaning. Your mind makes connections, sees patterns, and finds significance that might not survive exposure to clear air and sober reflection. The Romans, practical as always, took incense culture and industrialized it. They imported so much frankincense and myrrh that the trade routes carrying these materials became some of the most important economic arteries of the ancient world. Roman temples burned incense constantly, not just during special ceremonies, but as a regular offering to maintain good relations with the gods. But Romans also recognized the secular uses of aromatic smoke. Wealthy households burned incense to mask unpleasant odours and create an atmosphere of luxury. Roman physicians like Galen and Dioscorides wrote extensively about the medicinal properties of different incenses, recommending specific substances for specific conditions. Headache? Try burning willow bark. Anxiety? Chamomile smoke. Insomnia? Valerian or poppy. The censers themselves, those ornate metal containers designed to burn incense, became works of art. Some were simple clay bowls, others were elaborate bronze constructions with chains for carrying, perforated lids to control airflow, and decorative elements that showed exactly how important incense had become to Mediterranean culture. Across the Mediterranean in ancient Judea, incense played a central role in temple worship. The Book of Exodus describes a specific incense recipe: stacte, onycha, galbanum, and frankincense, mixed in precise proportions, that was so sacred that making it for any purpose other than temple worship was punishable by exile. The cloud of incense smoke in the temple's Holy of Holies was thought to veil the very presence of God, making the divine bearable to human eyes. This period, roughly 3000 BCE to 500 CE, represents the high water mark of institutional incense culture in the ancient world. Smoke had evolved from a cave discovery to a cornerstone of religious practice, from an accidental finding to a deliberate technology for altering consciousness and creating sacred space. While priests were burning incense in temples, another group of professionals was discovering that smoke could heal the body as directly as it elevated the spirit. The ancient physicians, those observers of human suffering who combined empirical observation with theoretical frameworks that seem both sophisticated and charmingly wrong by modern standards, developed an entire branch of therapeutics based on inhaling medicinal smoke. Let's visit ancient China around 200 BCE. You're suffering from a persistent cough that's been keeping you awake at night, and your family has finally scraped together enough money to consult a physician. He's a learned man who has studied the classics, understands the flow of qi through the body, and has access to the accumulated medical wisdom of centuries. After examining your tongue, checking your pulse at several points, and asking detailed questions about your diet and daily routine, he nods thoughtfully. The problem, he explains, is an imbalance of energies in your lungs, complicated by excess dampness. The treatment requires a careful combination of approaches, but one element will be therapeutic smoke. The physician produces a small bundle of dried herbs, mahuang, ephedra, some dried mulberry leaf, and other materials you don't recognise. He instructs you to burn these over charcoal and breathe the resulting smoke deeply, 3 times per day, always facing east in the morning and west in the evening. The ritual specification isn't arbitrary. Chinese medicine viewed the body as intimately connected to cosmic patterns, and timing treatments to align with daily cycles was thought to enhance their effectiveness. The herbs he's prescribed actually work, though not for the reasons he believes. Mahuang contains ephedrine, a bronchodilator that opens airways and makes breathing easier. The other herbs have antimicrobial and anti-inflammatory properties that would genuinely help a respiratory infection. The act of deliberately slowing your breathing to inhale the smoke probably helps too, inducing a relaxation response that reduces stress-related coughing. The Chinese weren't alone in developing smoke-based therapeutics. In ancient India, Ayurvedic physicians created elaborate systems of dhumapana, therapeutic smoking. The Sushruta Samhita, a medical text composed around 600 BCE, describes specific herbs to be smoked for specific conditions. Asthma, try a mixture that includes cannabis and datura. Mental disturbances, different combinations of aromatic woods and resins. Even hiccups had their own prescribed smoke treatment. These Ayurvedic physicians understood something important. Different substances produce different effects depending on how they're consumed. Cannabis eaten as food produces one set of effects. The same plant smoked produces different, faster-acting results. This wasn't superstition. It was practical pharmacology based on careful observation. The Greeks and Romans also incorporated therapeutic smoking into their medical practice. Hippocrates, the father of Western medicine, described using smoke inhalation to treat gynecological problems. His reasoning was based on the theory that the uterus could wander through the body, a delightfully wrong idea called the wandering womb, and strong-smelling smoke would drive it back to its proper position. The theory was nonsense, but some of the herbs he recommended had genuine anti-inflammatory or muscle-relaxing properties that probably provided actual relief. Galen, probably the most influential physician of the ancient world, wrote extensively about smoke therapeutics. He distinguished between different types of smoke based on their properties: hot or cold, wet or dry, subtle or thick. A physician needed to match the qualities of the therapeutic smoke to the imbalance in the patient's body. Too much heat in the lungs. Use cooling smoke from cucumber seeds or lettuce. Too much cold. Warming smoke from pepper or mustard. The interesting thing is that many of these ancient smoke remedies actually worked, even if the theoretical explanations were completely wrong. When you burn eucalyptus and breathe its vapour, your congested sinuses do clear, not because you're balancing humours or adjusting your key, but because eucalyptol is a genuine expectorant and decongestant. Ancient physicians didn't need to understand the chemistry to observe that it worked and to incorporate it into their practice. Some ancient smoke therapies were surprisingly sophisticated. Greek and Roman physicians developed fumigation tents where patients with respiratory problems could sit surrounded by therapeutic smoke from carefully chosen herbs. The dosage could be controlled by adjusting ventilation. The duration of treatment was specified precisely, and patients were monitored for adverse reactions. In ancient Persia, physicians at the famous medical school in Gundashapur compiled extensive pharmacopoeias that included detailed descriptions of therapeutic smoking. They categorized hundreds of plants by their effects when burned and inhaled, creating reference works that physicians could consult when treating specific conditions. The sensory experience of these treatments would have been significant in itself. Imagine suffering from some chronic condition, joint pain, respiratory problems, or digestive issues, and being prescribed a treatment that involves sitting in a warm room filled with aromatic smoke while a physician monitors your response. The relaxation induced by the setting, the attention from a respected healer, and the pleasant smell of the burning herbs, all of these factors would work together to produce what modern medicine calls placebo effects, though that term doesn't quite capture the complexity of what's happening. Because here's the thing about placebo effects. They're real. When your brain believes healing is occurring, it triggers physiological processes that promote actual healing. Stress hormones decrease, immune function improves, pain perception changes. The ancient physicians may not have understood the mechanisms, but they understood that healing involved the whole person, body, mind, and spirit, and that therapeutic smoke could address all three aspects simultaneously. While physicians were refining therapeutic smoke into a medical art and priests were perfecting incense rituals, merchants were creating networks that would carry aromatic substances across continents and oceans. These trade routes, particularly the famous Silk Road and the maritime spice routes, didn't just transport goods. They carried knowledge, practices, and entire cultural traditions around smoke and its uses. Picture yourself as a merchant in a caravan travelling the Silk Road around 200 CE. You've been on the road for months, moving slowly from oasis to oasis across the heart of Asia. Your camels are loaded with various goods, but the most valuable items are small, light, and incredibly expensive. Resins, herbs, and aromatic woods that will eventually be burned in temples, palaces, and wealthy homes across the known world. The economics of the incense trade were fascinating and sometimes absurd. Frankincense and myrrh, harvested from trees in southern Arabia and the Horn of Africa, could increase in value by a factor of 50 or more by the time they reached Rome or Shangan. Merchants could become wealthy from a single successful caravan, though they could also lose everything to bandits, sandstorms, or simple miscalculations about market demand. But these merchants were carrying more than commodities. At each stop along the route, they shared information about how different cultures used aromatic smoke. A Buddhist technique for burning incense learned in India might be combined with Chinese theories about herbal properties and Persian aesthetic preferences to create something entirely new. The Silk Road was like a massive slow-motion cultural blender, mixing practices and beliefs about smoke into increasingly complex combinations. Consider sandalwood, that aromatic wood from India that has been prized for thousands of years. In its homeland, sandalwood was primarily a religious substance, burned in Hindu and Buddhist temples to purify space and honour the divine. But as it travelled along trade routes, it acquired new uses and meanings. Chinese Buddhists adopted sandalwood incense but integrated it with Taoist practices and Confucian aesthetics. Japanese culture eventually transformed incense appreciation into kodo, literally the way of incense, a ceremonial art form as refined as tea ceremony. Islamic cultures incorporated sandalwood into their own devotional practices, while developing new combinations with rose, oud, and other aromatics. Christian churches began using it as an alternative to frankincense. The same substance, moving through different cultural contexts, became multiple different things while remaining itself. This is one of smoke's interesting properties. It's concrete enough to be a definite substance with specific effects, but ephemeral enough to acquire whatever symbolic meanings humans want to project onto it. The maritime spice routes that connected the Indian Ocean world were equally important for spreading smoke culture. Arab traders sailing from East Africa to India to Southeast Asia carried not just cinnamon, cloves and pepper, but also knowledge about aromatics and their uses. An Indonesian method for processing benzoin resin might be combined with Indian Ayurvedic theories and Arab perfumery techniques to create new products and practices. Some of these aromatic substances travelled astonishing distances. Camphor from Borneo found its way to Chinese temples and European apothecaries. Aloes wood from Southeast Asia became prized in Middle Eastern palaces. Dragon's blood resin from the Socotra Islands off Yemen travelled to China, India, Rome, and eventually medieval Europe. Each substance carried with it stories, practices, and beliefs about smoke and its properties. The traders themselves often became experts in aromatic substances. They needed to know not just market prices, but also how to identify genuine materials versus adulterations, how to store and transport delicate resins without losing their aromatic properties, and what different customers in different regions preferred. A successful incense merchant was part chemist, part cultural anthropologist, and part logistics expert. These trade routes also spread technologies for using aromatic smoke. The sensor designs we discussed earlier, those specialised containers for burning incense, evolved through contact between different cultures. Chinese designs influenced Persian metalwork. Indian temple practices inspired Southeast Asian Buddhist rituals. Arab innovations in perfumery influenced European approaches to aromatic substances. By the medieval period, you could track cultural influence by following incense practices. When you see a particular way of blending aromatics or a specific ritual use of smoke appearing in a new region, you're usually seeing evidence of trade contact and cultural exchange. Smoke became a marker of cultural connection, a visible sign that ideas and practices were flowing between regions. The economic importance of the incense trade also shaped political relationships. Control over frankincense and myrrh-producing regions was contested by various powers throughout ancient history. The Romans even launched military expeditions into Arabia, partly to try to control incense supplies and reduce the enormous costs they were paying to Arabian merchants. The expeditions failed. Desert warfare is hard, but the attempt shows just how valuable these aromatic substances had become. What's remarkable is that this vast, complex trade system existed primarily to serve human desires for pleasant smells and altered consciousness. Yes, some aromatic substances had important medicinal uses, and yes, incense played crucial roles in religious practices. But at its core, the incense trade existed because humans across cultures agreed that filling the air with fragrant smoke was worth enormous effort and expense. This tells us something about human priorities. We're not purely practical creatures focused only on immediate survival needs. We're also aesthetic beings who value beauty, pleasure, and experiences that transport us beyond ordinary consciousness. The ancient incense trade served these deeper human needs and merchants became wealthy because they understood something essential about what humans want from life. By now, several thousand years into humanity's relationship with aromatic smoke, something interesting had happened. Smoke hadn't just become a tool or commodity, it had become a language, a system of symbols through which humans expressed ideas about the sacred, the mysterious, and the boundaries between different realms of existence. Let's explore how different cultures turn this physical phenomenon into metaphor, and how those metaphors shaped human understanding of consciousness, divinity, and the structure of reality itself. Start in ancient Mesopotamia, that cradle of civilization between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers. The Babylonians and Assyrians burned incense in their temples, but they also carefully observed the patterns smoke made as it rose. Specialized priests, Baru they were called, practiced divination by smoke, reading messages from the gods in how incense smoke curled, drifted, or suddenly changed direction. This wasn't as arbitrary as it might sound. Smoke is exquisitely sensitive to air currents, temperature gradients, and subtle environmental factors that human senses can't directly detect. The Baru were essentially using smoke as a visualization tool for invisible atmospheric conditions, then interpreting these patterns according to complex symbolic systems that had been refined over generations. They were wrong about the god sending messages, but right that smoke reveals information about the environment that would otherwise be hidden. The symbolism was clear. Smoke connects the visible and invisible, the known and unknown. It emerges from the solid matter of incense or herbs, transforms into something ethereal, and disappears into air, travelling perhaps to realms beyond human perception. This made smoke a perfect metaphor for the soul's journey after death, for prayers seeking divine attention, and for any movement between material and spiritual realms. In ancient China, smoke took on different but related meanings. Taoist philosophers watched incense smoke rising in temples and saw lessons about the nature of reality. The smoke follows its nature, they noted. It doesn't try to be anything other than what it is, doesn't resist its own transformation from visible to invisible, and doesn't cling to any particular form or place. This made smoke a teaching tool about wu wei, effortless action, and about accepting change rather than fighting it. Chinese poets wrote extensively about incense smoke, using it as a metaphor for everything from romantic longing to political frustration to the transience of life itself. Li Bai, one of China's greatest poets, wrote about smoke from his incense burner twisting like dragon shapes, connecting his writing desk to the realm of immortals. The smoke wasn't just decoration, it was a visual representation of the connection between mundane reality and transcendent experience that poetry sought to capture. In India, smoke symbolism became deeply embedded in both Hindu and Buddhist practice. The Sanskrit word dhuma, smoke, appears in countless religious texts, usually associated with transformation, purification, and the transition between states. When a Hindu cremation releases smoke into the sky, that smoke represents the deceased's essence beginning its journey to whatever comes next. When Buddhist monks burn incense, the rising smoke visualizes the rise of merit from good actions, the dispersion of negative karma, and the movement of consciousness toward enlightenment. The Buddha himself apparently used smoke as a teaching metaphor. In various sutras, he compared clinging to impermanent things to trying to grasp smoke. The harder you squeeze, the faster it escapes, and you're left with nothing but perhaps a lingering smell on your hands. The lesson was about non-attachment, about recognizing that everything like smoke is temporary and cannot be possessed. Native American cultures developed their own rich smoke symbolism, though we should be careful here about generalizing across hundreds of distinct cultures. Many groups use smoke from sacred plants, tobacco, sage, sweetgrass, in ways that combined practical purposes with deep symbolic meaning. Smoke might purify a space, carry prayers to the spirit world, mark the boundaries of sacred ground, or seal agreements between peoples. The peace pipe, sage, and/or ceremonial pipe. Traditions found in many North American cultures treated smoke as a covenant mediator. When former enemies shared smoke from the same pipe, they were creating a physical and symbolic bond. The smoke they exhaled had been inside their bodies, mingling with their breath and blood. Sharing that smoke meant sharing something essential. Breaking an agreement made over the pipe wasn't just political betrayal, it was spiritual violation. In Islamic cultures, smoke acquired meanings related to both beauty and transcendence. Persian poetry frequently mentioned incense smoke as a symbol of devotion, longing, and the attempt to reach beyond material limitations. Sufi mystics sometimes used aromatic smoke as part of their practices, seeing in its rising movement an image of the soul's aspiration toward God. The best smoke, pure, fragrant, rising straight and true, represented the ideal spiritual state. Medieval European Christianity inherited its smoke symbolism partly from Jewish temple traditions and partly from broader Mediterranean cultures. The smoke of incense in a cathedral represented prayers rising to heaven, but it also had more practical symbolic functions. It marked sacred space as distinct from ordinary space, created an atmosphere for experiences of the numinous, and literally illustrated theological concepts about mediation between human and divine realms. The writers of medieval mystical texts often used smoke as a metaphor for spiritual experiences that couldn't be captured in ordinary language. How do you describe a vision of God? It's like seeing through smoke. You perceive something. You know something is there, but you can't make out clear details and the experience is inherently transitory. Smoke became the language for describing encounters with the ineffable. What's interesting across all these traditions is how smoke's physical properties, its visibility combined with intangibility, its upward movement, and its gradual dissolution, made it almost universally available as a metaphor for similar concepts. Different cultures didn't arrive at identical smoke symbolism, but there are striking parallels in how humans have interpreted this phenomenon. The colour of smoke also acquired symbolic meanings. White smoke was generally positive, pure, clean, auspicious. Black smoke suggested something wrong, dangerous or malevolent. Grey smoke was ambiguous, neither clearly good nor bad. These colour associations weren't arbitrary. They related to what actually produces different coloured smoke. White smoke comes from clean burning aromatics, and black smoke from incomplete combustion or impure materials. Humans turned these practical observations into symbolic systems. Even the smell of smoke carried symbolic weight. Sweet smoke suggested divine presence, spiritual purity, or successful ritual. Acrid smoke indicated something gone wrong, either in the physical preparation of materials or, metaphorically, in the spiritual state of the people involved. Smell, that most primal and emotionally evocative of senses, became a way of evaluating the quality and success of smoke-based practices. While temples filled with incense smoke and physicians prescribed therapeutic fumigations, another tradition was developing, one more personal, more intimate, and more focused on individual consciousness than collective ritual. This was the tradition of smoking from pipes, a practice that would eventually circle the globe and become one of humanity's most widespread ways of altering consciousness. The earliest pipes we know about come from various places and probably represent independent invention rather than diffusion from a single source. Ancient peoples in Africa, Asia, and the Americas all developed pipe technologies, though they used them for different substances and invested them with different meanings. Let's start in the Americas, where tobacco was first domesticated and smoking first became a complex cultural practice. Long before Europeans arrived, indigenous peoples throughout North and South America were cultivating tobacco and developing elaborate technologies and rituals around smoking it. But here's something that often gets misunderstood. These weren't casual recreational practices. When a Mayan priest smoked tobacco through a long reed tube, or when a Cherokee elder filled a ceremonial pipe with sacred tobacco mixed with other herbs, they were engaging in religious practice as serious as any temple ceremony. The smoke from these pipes was medicine, sacrament, and diplomatic tool all rolled into one. The physical experience of smoking tobacco through a pipe would have been intense, far more so than modern cigarettes. Ancient tobacco varieties were significantly stronger than modern breeds, and pipe smoking delivers nicotine more efficiently than modern smoking methods. The immediate effects, mild euphoria, slight nausea, dizziness, altered perception, would have reinforced the sense that something spiritually significant was occurring. Native American pipe traditions often treated the pipe itself as sacred. Materials were chosen carefully, certain woods, specific stones, and decorations that carried symbolic meaning. The process of filling, lighting, and smoking the pipe followed prescribed patterns. Smoke might be offered to the four directions, to the earth and sky, or to ancestors or spirits. The entire practice was choreographed to create an experience that was simultaneously physical, the nicotine effects, social, pipes were often smoked communally, and spiritual, the ceremonial context provided meaning. In Asia, different pipe traditions developed around different substances. Chinese and Southeast Asian opium pipes represented a fascinating case study in how substance, technology, and culture interact. Opium smoking, which became widespread in China during the 17th and 18th centuries, required specialized equipment and technique. The pipes were often works of art, bamboo stems with ceramic bowls, sometimes decorated with intricate carvings or inlays. The opium smoking ritual was elaborate. The opium had to be prepared, cooked, cleaned, formed into pills. The pipe had to be held at the correct angle over a lamp. The smoker had to know exactly how to heat the opium pill and when to inhale. Done correctly, the process produced a distinctive sweet smell and a wave of relaxation that opium users described as like floating on a warm sea. We should note here that opium addiction became a severe social problem in 19th century China, with devastating consequences for individuals and society. But understanding the appeal requires acknowledging the sensory and psychological attractions of the practice, the ritual, the taste, the immediate relief from pain or anxiety, and cleaned, and the temporary escape from difficult lives. In the Middle East and Central Asia, water pipes, hookahs or nargilas, evolved as a way to smoke tobacco and other substances with some of the harshness filtered out. The hookah represents sophisticated engineering. Smoke is drawn through water, which cools it and removes some irritants, then through a long tube to the smoker's mouth. Multiple people can smoke from the same hookah simultaneously, making it a social technology as much as a drug delivery system. Hookah smoking in traditional Middle Eastern culture was a leisurely practice associated with coffee houses, intellectual discussion, and unhurried socializing. You didn't just smoke a hookah, you spent an evening at a hookah lounge talking philosophy or politics or everyday concerns with friends while sharing flavoured tobacco smoke that tasted of apple, rose, or other aromatics. The practice created a specific kind of social space, slightly removed from ordinary time, where conversation could wander and people could relax. European and American pipe smoking traditions, which developed primarily in the 16th through 19th centuries, created their own cultures around the practice. Clay pipes, then briar pipes, became technologies of contemplation. The ritual of choosing a tobacco blend, filling the pipe properly, lighting it with care, and maintaining the burn through strategic puffing. These actions required attention and provided structure for thinking. Many scholars, writers, and artists described pipe smoking as an aid to concentration and creativity. The gentle stimulation from nicotine, combined with the meditative quality of the ritual and the pleasant taste of good tobacco, created conditions that many found conducive to intellectual work. This wasn't just justification for a habit. There's evidence that moderate nicotine intake can enhance certain cognitive functions, particularly sustained attention. The pipe itself became a symbol in European and American culture of masculinity, intellectuality, leisure, or contemplation, depending on context. Sherlock Holmes's pipe suggested his analytical mind. Father Christmas's pipe represented jolly contentment. The pipe-smoking professor became such a cultural archetype that even people who never smoked recognized the stereotype. What united all these different pipe traditions, from Amazonian tobacco to Asian opium to European briar pipes, was the intimate, personal quality of the experience. Unlike temple incense that filled a large space for many people, Unlike physicians' fumigations administered as treatment, pipe smoking was about individual consciousness, personal ritual, and chosen moments of altered awareness. The pipe created a small, immediate relationship between a person and smoke. You controlled every aspect: what you smoked, when you smoked, and how much you smoked. The smoke filled your mouth, touched your tongue, and entered your lungs, or in some traditions was only taken into the mouth. It was yours in a way that communal smoke wasn't. This personal quality made pipes attractive for contemplation, for marking transitions between activities, and for creating small islands of ritual in otherwise unstructured time. You could smoke a pipe while thinking through a problem, while grieving a loss, while celebrating a success, or while simply watching the sunset. The smoke became a companion to your thoughts, a physical manifestation of the moment you were inhabiting. Different cultures developed different etiquettes around pipe smoking. In some Native American traditions, interrupting someone who was smoking would be deeply disrespectful. The act demanded its own time and space. In Victorian England, pipe smoking was gendered male and confined to specific rooms or times, creating a whole architecture of social rules about where and when smoke was appropriate. In Middle Eastern coffee houses, hookah smoking was communal and conversational. The pipe passed between friends as freely as words. The sensory experience of pipe smoking varied enormously, depending on what was being smoked and how. Tobacco could be sweet or harsh, smooth or biting, aromatic or plain. Opium produced a distinctive smell that became associated with relaxation and escape. Cannabis, which has been smoked in various forms for thousands of years, offered yet another sensory profile, earthier and more pungent than tobacco, with quite different effects on consciousness. What's interesting is how quickly pipe smoking spread once global trade networks emerged in the 16th and 17th centuries. Tobacco, which was completely unknown outside the Americas before 1492, had reached every inhabited continent within a century of European contact with the New World. Pipes appeared in Africa, Asia, Europe and Oceania with remarkable speed, suggesting that the practice answered some widespread human need or desire. This rapid spread wasn't just about nicotine addiction, though that certainly played a role. It was also about the appeal of a personal ritual that could create moments of calm in increasingly complex, connected and demanding societies. As the world modernised, as traditional rhythms of agricultural life gave way to urban industrial time, the pipe offered a portable, personal technology for creating small moments of peace. Now we approach more recent history, that period from roughly 1700 to 1900, when the practices we've been discussing underwent significant transformation. The scientific revolution was changing how educated people understood smoke and its effects. Industrialization was changing how aromatic substances were produced and distributed. Colonialism was disrupting traditional practices while spreading them to new contexts. Let's consider how European expansion affected incense traditions worldwide. When Portuguese traders reached India and Southeast Asia, when Spanish conquistadors encountered American civilizations, and when Dutch merchants established themselves in Indonesia, they found elaborate, sophisticated traditions around aromatic smoke. Some of these traditions they adopted, others they disrupted, and still others they tried to suppress. Christian missionaries, for instance, often viewed indigenous smoking practices with deep suspicion. Shamanic tobacco use in the Americas looked disturbingly like religious ritual, which of course it was, and missionaries worked to suppress it as paganism. But they had no problem with incense in their own churches, which was also a religious smoke ritual, but properly Christian and therefore acceptable. This selective acceptance and rejection created interesting hybrid practices. In Latin America, indigenous smoking traditions mixed with Catholic incense used to create something new. In India, Hindu incense practices continued but also influenced British colonial culture. By the Victorian era, wealthy British homes routinely burned Indian incense, though usually stripped of their original religious meanings and appreciated primarily for their exotic fragrance. The scientific study of smoke and its effects began in earnest during this period. chemists started analysing the compounds in various aromatic substances, identifying specific molecules responsible for particular smells or effects. Physicians began conducting something resembling clinical trials, testing whether therapeutic smoking actually worked for the conditions it was prescribed to treat. Some traditional smoke remedies held up reasonably well under scientific scrutiny. Yes, eucalyptus smoke does help respiratory problems. We can now explain exactly why in terms of chemical constituents and their interactions with human respiratory tissues. Other traditional practices didn't fare as well. No, smoke from burnt goat hair will not cure epilepsy, regardless of what ancient physicians believed. But this scientific understanding also stripped smoke of much of its mystery and symbolic power. When aromatic smoke becomes merely a delivery mechanism for specific chemical compounds, it loses something of its capacity to carry meanings beyond the physical. The rationalization of smoke knowledge made practices more effective in some ways, while making them less meaningful in others. Industrialization changed the incense trade dramatically. Instead of rare resins carried across continents by caravan, aromatic substances could be synthesized in factories, or at least mass-produced from plantation-grown materials. This made incense much cheaper and more widely available, which was good for access, but not so good for the sense of precious rarity that had surrounded aromatics for thousands of years. The 19th century also saw increasing concerns about smoking's health effects. Physicians who had once prescribed therapeutic smoking began noticing that heavy smokers seemed to develop distinctive health problems. The connection between tobacco and various diseases was beginning to be recognised, though it would take until the mid-20th century before the full scope of smoking's health impacts became clear. This created an interesting divergence. Temple incense and aromatic smoke for atmosphere remained relatively uncontroversial. People recognised you weren't inhaling enough smoke in these contexts to cause health problems. But pipe smoking, and especially cigarette smoking, came under increasing scrutiny as evidence mounted that regular smoke inhalation damaged lungs and contributed to various diseases. The cigarette, which became dominant in the 20th century, represented a departure from older smoking traditions in important ways. Cigarettes were industrial products, uniform, mass-produced, and designed for quick consumption rather than contemplative ritual. The cigarette break replaced the pipe smoking session. Same basic activity but compressed, hurried, and stripped of most ceremonial elements. Where pipe smoking had required some skill and attention, you had to pack the pipe properly, keep it lit, and manage the ash. Cigarette smoking was nearly effortless. Strike a match, inhale, exhale, repeat. This ease of use contributed to much higher consumption rates and consequently much worse health outcomes. The cigarette was smoke practice optimized for nicotine delivery, rather than for ritual, contemplation, or social bonding. Yet even cigarettes acquired their own rituals and meanings. The sharing of cigarettes between soldiers created bonds. The offered cigarette became a social gesture. The lighting of someone else's cigarette had its own etiquette, and even romantic connotations. Humans, it seems, will create ritual around any repeated practice, even industrial ones. Meanwhile, incense traditions continue to evolve in various directions. In Japan, kodo, the way of incense, became increasingly refined as an aesthetic practice, separate from religious contexts. Practitioners learned to distinguish hundreds of different aromatic woods, to appreciate subtle differences in fragrance, and to use incense as a focus for meditation and mindfulness. It was like wine tasting, but for smoke, and equally sophisticated. In India, the ancient traditions of incense making continued, but also adapted to modern commerce. Factories in cities like Bangalore produced incense sticks in enormous quantities, maintaining traditional formulations while using modern manufacturing techniques. The smell of jasmine or sandalwood incense became associated with Indian culture generally. Carried worldwide by the Indian diaspora, Western counterculture movements in the 1960s and 70s rediscovered incense and brought it into mainstream Euro-American culture. Young people burning nag champa in their apartments were participating, often unknowingly, in smoke traditions that stretched back thousands of years. The context had changed. Bohemian flats rather than ancient temples, but the basic practice of filling a space with aromatic smoke remained the same. This period also saw renewed interest in indigenous smoking practices, particularly ayahuasca ceremonies and similar traditions. Some of this interest was respectful and carefully conducted. Some of it amounted to cultural appropriation, with sacred practices stripped from their original context and treated as recreational drug use. The distinction matters. There's a difference between participating meaningfully in a tradition and simply consuming exotic experiences. As you nestle deeper into your blankets and perhaps notice how your own breathing has slowed while reading this story, let's turn to what modern science has discovered about why smoke-based practices affect us the way they do. Understanding the mechanisms doesn't diminish the experience. If anything, it reveals how intuitive our ancestors were in their observations. The human olfactory system, your sense of smell, is directly connected to the limbic system, those ancient structures deep in your brain that process emotion and memory. This is why certain smells can instantly transport you to childhood, evoke powerful emotional responses, or create immediate feelings of calm or anxiety. When you smell incense or aromatic smoke, the molecules trigger not just sensory perception, but emotional and memory responses that bypass conscious reasoning. Ancient peoples didn't know about the limbic system, but they certainly knew that certain smells made them feel certain ways. They were working with the same neurological architecture we have today, conducting empirical experiments and altering their own consciousness and carefully noting which plants produced which effects. Modern chemistry has identified the specific compounds responsible for many traditional incense effects. Frankincense contains boswellic acids and other molecules that have genuine anti-inflammatory and anxiolytic, anxiety-reducing properties. When burned, frankincense releases these compounds in a form that can be absorbed through the respiratory system, producing measurable effects on brain chemistry and emotional state. Lavender smoke contains linalool and linaloyl acetate, compounds that have been shown in laboratory studies to reduce stress hormones and promote relaxation. The Greeks and Romans, who burned lavender to promote calmness, weren't just engaging in superstition. They were using a substance that genuinely affects human neurobiology in ways that reduce anxiety. Similarly, the therapeutic smoking practices of ancient physicians often prescribed genuinely effective substances. When Chinese doctors recommended smoking mahuang for respiratory problems, they were unknowingly prescribing ephedrine, a powerful bronchodilator. When Indian Ayurvedic physicians prescribed cannabis smoke for various conditions, they were using a substance with documented effects on pain, nausea, and several other symptoms. Modern neuroscience has also helped explain why ritual and setting matter so much for smoke-based practices. The brain doesn't just respond to chemical compounds, it responds to expectations, context, and meaning. When you burn incense in a context you've learned to associate with relaxation or spiritual experience, your brain begins producing the associated response before you've even inhaled any smoke. This isn't just psychological, by the way. The expectation of relaxation triggers real, measurable changes in brain chemistry, increased serotonin and dopamine, and decreased cortisol and adrenaline. The chemical compounds in the smoke then enhance and extend these changes, creating a synergistic effect that's more powerful than either context or chemistry alone. Breathing patterns matter too, and this is something ancient practitioners understood intuitively. When you deliberately slow and deepen your breathing to inhale aromatic smoke, you're activating your parasympathetic nervous system, the rest and digest mode that counteracts stress responses. The compounds in the smoke enhance this effect, but the breathing pattern itself is doing significant work. This explains why similar practices emerged in different cultures. Humans everywhere have the same basic neurobiology, the same limbic system responses to aromatic compounds, and the same parasympathetic relaxation response to slow breathing. Ancient peoples in China, India, Rome, and the Americas independently discovered that burning certain plants and breathing the smoke deeply produced specific desirable effects because they were all working with the same human hardware. Modern research has also revealed some unexpected benefits of certain aromatic compounds. Rosemary smoke, for instance, contains molecules that appear to enhance memory and cognitive function. Studies have shown that people performing memory tasks in rooms scented with rosemary perform better than control groups. Ancient peoples who burned rosemary while studying or before important meetings may have been unwittingly using a genuine cognitive enhancer. Interestingly, the communal aspects of smoke practices also have measurable effects. When people participate in shared rituals, whether religious incense ceremonies or communal pipe smoking, their stress hormones decrease, their sense of social connection increases, and various measures of well-being improve. The smoke is part of this, but so is the ritual itself, the shared experience, and the sense of participating in something larger than yourself. The placebo effects we mentioned earlier turn out to be far more complex and interesting than once thought. Modern research shows that placebo responses involve genuine changes in neurotransmitter levels, immune function, and even gene expression. When ancient healers conducted elaborate smoke rituals for sick patients, they were triggering healing responses that were as real as any pharmaceutical effect, even if the mechanisms were completely different from what the healers believed. There are also risks, and modern science has made these clearer than ever. Regular smoke inhalation, regardless of the substance, damages respiratory tissues and increases risks of various cancers and lung diseases. The difference between occasional ceremonial incense exposure and daily tobacco smoking is enormous in terms of health outcomes. But even aromatic smoke in high concentrations can be problematic for people with respiratory conditions. This creates an interesting tension. The practices we've been discussing do have genuine effects, psychological, neurological, and social. But they also carry risks that increase with frequency and intensity of use. Ancient peoples generally used these practices more sparingly than modern recreational smokers, which likely limited health impacts while preserving the ritual and psychological benefits. The modern scientific understanding of smoke and its effects suggests that our ancestors were remarkably sophisticated observers of human consciousness and the substances that alter it. They couldn't explain the mechanisms in terms of neurotransmitters and receptor sites, but they could reliably predict that burning substance X in context Y would produce effect Z. That's empirical science, even without the theoretical frameworks we've added. Now, as we move into the present day, the story of smoke becomes more personal and immediate. You might have your own experiences with incense, with the smell of wood smoke from a fireplace, with the lingering aroma of sage or sweet grass, or with memories attached to particular scents that rise in curling wisps. The relationship between modern people and aromatic smoke is complicated, full of contradictions that would have baffled our ancestors. We know more about the chemistry and health effects than any previous generation, yet we often use this knowledge poorly. We have access to aromatics from around the world at prices that would astound ancient merchants, yet we often fail to appreciate the depth of traditions behind them. Walk into most metaphysical bookstores, yoga studios, or wellness centres in the Western world, and you'll find incense for sale, often Nag Champa from India, but also white sage bundles, Palo Santo sticks, copal resin, and various other aromatics from traditions worldwide. This represents unprecedented access to global smoke traditions, but also raises questions about cultural appropriation, sustainable harvesting, and whether transplanted practices retain their meaning outside their original contexts. The white sage situation is particularly instructive. White sage is sacred to various Native American peoples, particularly in California and the Southwest. Smudging with white sage, burning bundles of the dried herb to purify spaces, is an important practice in these traditions. But commercial harvesting has put white sage populations under pressure, and seeing their sacred plants sold in every New Age shop understandably bothers many Native Americans. This is the smoke tradition encountering globalization, and it's complicated. On one hand, people worldwide seeking calm and purification through aromatic smoke are participating in fundamentally human practices that transcend culture. On the other hand, there's something troubling about sacred traditions being commodified and stripped of their contexts. The smoke remains the same, but the meanings change in translation. Meanwhile, incense traditions in their homelands continue to evolve. Visit a Buddhist temple in Taiwan, Thailand, or Japan, and you'll find practices that combine ancient formulations with modern sensibilities. The incense might be made using traditional recipes, but manufactured in climate-controlled facilities, with quality testing that ensures consistent products. The rituals continue, but in buildings that have electric lights, air conditioning, and live stream services for distant devotees. In India, the incense industry has become a significant economic sector, employing thousands of people in traditional craft manufacturing that's been modernised without being completely industrialised. Families that have made incense for generations now export their products globally, while maintaining recipes and techniques passed down through the centuries. It's tradition adapting to modernity, finding ways to continue that don't require rejecting change entirely. The medical use of aromatic smoke has largely disappeared in developed countries, replaced by more reliable pharmaceutical approaches. Your doctor isn't going to prescribe therapeutic fumigation for your respiratory infection. They'll give you antibiotics or antivirals. But aromatherapy, the use of essential oils and aromatic compounds for psychological and mild physical benefits, has found a niche as complementary medicine. Essential oil diffusers represent an interesting evolution of smoke practice. Instead of burning aromatic substances, these devices vaporize essential oils in water, creating a fragrant mist that disperses through a room. It's smoke without combustion, aromatics without ash, and a sanitized version of ancient practices adapted for modern homes that have smoke detectors and fire codes. Does it work? Yes and no. The aromatic compounds still affect the limbic system, still produce psychological responses, and still create pleasant environments. But something is lost when you remove the visual element of smoke rising, the slight edge of danger from working with fire, and the ritualized aspects of preparing and lighting incense. The diffuser is more convenient and probably safer, but convenience and safety aren't the only values that matter. The cigarette culture that dominated much of the 20th century is finally declining as health consequences become undeniable, and social acceptance evaporates. Fewer people smoke cigarettes now than at any time since the 1920s in most developed countries. This is undoubtedly good for public health, but it's also removed one of the few remaining widespread smoke practices from everyday life. Some of this void is being filled by cannabis legalization in various jurisdictions. As cannabis becomes legal for recreational use, new traditions and practices are emerging around its consumption. Some of these echo older traditions. The passed joint as a social bonding ritual has parallels to passed pipes in various cultures. Others are distinctly modern, vaporizers and edibles representing approaches to cannabis consumption that minimize or eliminate smoke entirely. The use of incense in religious and spiritual contexts continues worldwide, relatively unchanged by modernity's other transformations. Walk into a Catholic church during High Mass, visit a Hindu temple during puja, or attend a Buddhist meditation session, you'll encounter aromatic smoke being used for purposes that would be instantly recognizable to practitioners from centuries ago. This continuity is remarkable given how much else has changed. Interestingly, there's been a modern revival of interest in contemplative practices generally, and incense has followed along. Mindfulness meditation, which has become surprisingly mainstream in secular Western culture, often incorporates incense as a focus for attention or simply as atmosphere. The practice has been stripped of religious associations, but retains the basic insight that aromatic smoke can help create mental states conducive to calm awareness. The Japanese incense ceremony, Kodo, has even found adherents outside Japan, though whether these practitioners fully appreciate the aesthetic and philosophical depths of the tradition is debatable. Still, the fact that people are willing to spend hours learning to distinguish subtle differences in aromatic woods suggests that ancient approaches to smoke appreciation can still resonate with modern sensibilities. Environmental concerns are adding new dimensions to how we think about smoke. Burning incense or anything else releases particulate matter and various chemicals into the air. Indoor air quality has become a recognised health concern, and burning substances indoors regularly isn't great for it. This creates another tension. The practices that brought calm to countless generations now face questions about whether they're worth the environmental and health costs. There's also the simple fact that many modern people don't know how to safely work with fire. We've outsourced flame to gas stoves, furnaces and pilot lights, controlled, automatic, requiring no attention. The idea of deliberately lighting something on fire and managing it while it burns is foreign to people who've grown up with smoke detectors that sound at the first hint of combustion. Ancient practices assume a comfort level with fire that many modern people simply lack, yet the fundamental human responses to aromatic smoke haven't changed. When you smell sandalwood or frankincense, your brain processes it using the same neural pathways that lit up in an ancient Egyptian's brain. When you watch smoke curl and rise, you're seeing the same patterns that fascinated Mesopotamian diviners. When you associate certain smells with calm or contemplation, you're participating in conditioning processes that humans have been using for millennia. As we approach the end of our journey through smoke's history, it's worth pausing to reflect on why this matters, why the story of humanity's relationship with aromatic smoke deserves telling, and what it reveals about who we are as a species. At the most basic level, the story of smoke is a story about human curiosity and experimentation. Our ancestors didn't have to figure out that burning certain plants produced pleasant or interesting effects. They could have just burned whatever wood was convenient and been content with warmth and light. But humans don't work that way. We experiment, observe, remember, and refine. We notice patterns and explore possibilities. We turn accidental discoveries into deliberate practices. The fact that humans in wildly different cultures independently discovered similar uses for aromatic smoke tells us something about universal human needs. Across every continent, in climates from Arctic to tropical, people sought ways to alter consciousness, create sacred space, mark important moments, find relief from pain or anxiety, and connect with something beyond everyday reality. Smoke became one tool among many for meeting these needs. This suggests that the desire for altered consciousness isn't a pathology or a weakness, but a fundamental aspect of human psychology. We're not meant to exist in one constant state. We need variety in our experiences, access to different modes of consciousness, and ways to step outside ordinary perception and see from different angles. Aromatic smoke provided this for most of human history, which is why its practices spread so widely and persisted so long. The story of smoke is also a story about the tension between material and meaning. Smoke is a physical phenomenon, combustion, producing particulate matter suspended in air, but humans have never been content to treat it as merely physical. We've invested smoke with meanings, used it as a language for concepts that can't be expressed in words alone, and made it carry our hopes and prayers to realms we can't directly perceive. This capacity to see beyond the purely physical, to find meaning in natural phenomena, to create symbol systems that let us think about abstract concepts, this is distinctly human. Other animals might enjoy pleasant smells, but only humans burn aromatics in specific contexts to deliberately alter their mental states, while simultaneously expressing spiritual beliefs through the act itself. The global spread of smoke traditions through trade routes tells us something about human connectivity. We tend to think of ancient peoples as isolated in their own cultures, but the fact that frankincense from southern Arabia ended up in Chinese temples, that tobacco from the Americas reached Asia within decades, and that incense formulas spread across continents. All this reveals networks of human connection that were surprisingly robust and far-reaching. These trade networks weren't just about economics. They were about shared human experiences, about the recognition that people in distant lands were seeking similar things: calm, transcendence, healing, and connection to the divine. The merchant who carried frankincense from Arabia to Rome was carrying more than a commodity. They were carrying one culture's approach to these universal needs and introducing it to people who would adapt it to their own purposes. The evolution of smoke practices over time shows human creativity and adaptability. The same basic principle, burning aromatic substances and breathing or being present with the smoke, has been endlessly varied and refined. From cave fires to temple censers to ceremonial pipes to modern incense sticks. Humans have found countless ways to engage with this simple practice, each variation reflecting different values, technologies, and cultural contexts. There's something deeply democratic about smoke practices. Unlike some technologies that require rare materials or expert knowledge, almost anyone can burn aromatic substances and benefit from the experience. Yes, there are elaborate traditions that require years to master, but the basic practice is accessible to everyone. This accessibility helps explain why smoke practices spread so widely and persisted across huge differences in wealth, power, and social organisation. The modern decline of some smoke traditions raises questions about what we're losing. Not just specific practices, but a whole way of engaging with consciousness, ritual, and the material world. When we replace incense with room deodorizers, when we substitute essential oil diffusers for sensors, when we eliminate smoke practices entirely due to health concerns, what are we giving up along with what we gain? This isn't a call to reject modernity or ignore legitimate health concerns. But it is worth recognizing that our ancestors' smoke practices emerged from and spoke to genuine human needs that don't disappear just because we've developed new technologies. The need for ritual, for moments of deliberate calm, for sensory experiences that anchor us in the present, these persist whether we acknowledge them or not. Perhaps what's most remarkable is how such a simple thing, aromatic smoke, could carry so much weight across so many cultures and so many centuries. We've developed incredibly sophisticated technologies, mapped the human genome, and sent probes to the edge of the solar system. Yet something as basic as burning aromatic resins and breathing the smoke can still produce experiences that modern science fully explains, but can't quite replicate through any other means. The smell of frankincense or sandalwood, the sight of smoke curling upward, the taste of aromatic vapour on your tongue. These experiences connect you directly to humans who lived thousands of years ago, who found in these same smells and sights access to states of consciousness they valued. It's a form of time travel, not through technology, but through shared experience across the centuries. As you finish this story and prepare for sleep, you might be more aware of the air you're breathing, the way scents linger in your room, and the quality of stillness that can settle over a space in the evening. These awarenesses are part of what smoke practices cultivated. Attention to subtle sensory experiences, recognition that the invisible can be as important as the visible, and understanding that consciousness is not fixed but fluid. The story of smoke is, in the end, your story too. Whether you've ever burned incense or not, whether you have any personal smoke practices or not, you're part of a species that has been exploring consciousness, seeking calm, and finding meaning in rising wisps for hundreds of thousands of years. That's worth remembering as you drift towards sleep. You're not separate from this history. You're its latest chapter, carrying forward patterns of human experience that stretch back to those first cave dwellers who threw aromatic branches on their fires and discovered that the world could suddenly seem different, more spacious and more full of possibility. The practices change, the substances vary, and the cultural context shift, but the underlying human impulses remain constant. We seek moments of peace in difficult times. We create rituals to mark the sacred and separate it from the mundane. We use our senses to anchor ourselves in the present moment. We explore altered states of consciousness because ordinary consciousness, while necessary, is not sufficient for a fully human life. Smoke, visible breath, transformation made tangible, the boundary between solid and air, serves all these purposes and more. It's been medicine and sacrament, recreation and therapy, art form and spiritual practice. It's linked distant cultures and revealed common humanity. It's been studied by scientists and mystics, sought by kings and available to peasants. Tomorrow you might smell wood smoke from a neighbour's fireplace. or incense from a nearby temple, or simply the lingering aroma of your evening tea. When you do, you might remember this story and recognise that you're experiencing something humans have found meaningful for longer than we've had written language. You might notice how the smell affects your mood, how your breathing changes, and how the moment feels slightly different from moments without that aromatic presence. Or you might not. You might simply go about your day, unaware of the ancient traditions playing out in the background of modern life. Either way, the smoke will continue to rise, carrying with it meanings and memories accumulated across millennia. The practices we've discussed face an uncertain future. Climate change, urbanization, health concerns and cultural shifts all challenge traditional smoke practices. Some will adapt and continue, others will fade, and new forms will emerge that we can't yet predict. But the human needs these practices address aren't going anywhere, which suggests that some form of smoke tradition will persist as long as humans do. Perhaps future historians will look back at our era as the moment when humanity's ancient relationship with aromatic smoke underwent its most dramatic transformation. Or perhaps they'll see our time as just another adaptation in an ongoing story that continues to unfold in ways both familiar and surprising. What we can say with certainty is that smoke has been a faithful companion to human consciousness for longer than any other deliberately sought-altered state. Before alcohol fermentation, before plant cultivation, before writing or wheels or cities, humans were burning aromatic substances and discovering that the right smoke at the right time could open doors to experiences that made life more bearable and sometimes transcendent. That's not a small thing. That's evidence that humans have always been more than just survival machines focused on food, shelter, and reproduction. We're meaning-making creatures, consciousness-exploring animals, beings who seek not just to live but to experience living fully in all its varieties and depths. As you close your eyes and feel yourself beginning to drift into sleep, imagine for a moment all the people across all the centuries who have lain down at day's end with the smell of aromatic smoke still lingering in their awareness. Roman priestesses after a day of temple service, Chinese scholars after evening study sessions, Native American elders after ceremonial pipe sharing, medieval monks after evensong, Victorian gentlemen after contemplative pipe smoking. You're part of that vast, invisible community. All the humans who have sought and found moments of peace, insight, or transcendence through the simple act of being present with aromatic smoke. The specific practices differ, the beliefs vary, and the cultural contexts shift. But the experience connects you across time to countless others who breathed deeply, watched smoke rise, and felt something shift in their awareness. Sleep well, knowing that the air you breathe has carried not just oxygen but meaning for as long as humans have existed. The darkness that gathers around you as you sleep once glowed with firelight, and the stillness you enter was filled with the scent of sacred smoke. You're not alone in this moment. You're accompanied by ancestors beyond counting who found in smoke something worth preserving and passing down. Tomorrow will bring its own challenges and joys, its own moments of stress and peace. But you'll carry with you now this story, this awareness that calm has always been available, that humans have always found ways to create space for reflection and renewal, and that something as simple as aromatic smoke has served as a bridge to better states of mind for longer than we can fully comprehend. And if you choose to light incense or simply notice the scent of wood smoke drifting past your window, you'll do so with deeper understanding of what you're participating in. Not just a personal preference or a pleasant smell, but a practice that connects you to the oldest, most persistent human traditions. The last ember glows, fades, and finally goes dark. The smoke rises one last time, thinning as it climbs, becoming invisible as it joins the air. The story continues, even as this telling ends. Rest now.